Welcome in YouTube to Teched Out, where we tech your decks.
Yes. In case you didn't know, you are viewing on YouTube. Everyone, literally everybody watching this video right now, or also the live recording of it right now, all of you are watching on YouTube. That's how this works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we have some decks submitted by our patrons and via Ko-fi to look at today, and they are I don't know. Certainly the first one I've never done a deck tech on. Second one I don't think I have, but I used to have this deck, so we should have we should have some good stuff to tech with.
Oh, yes. This is, I mean, why don't we read our first commander? Because this was submitted by our boy in chat, Big Daddy Magic, who just has one of the best names ever. That's a great content creator name. Big Daddy Magic.
Yeah.
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 And his alter ego, large father sorcery. Okay, so this is a Storm Force of Nature deck. 1 a green, a blue, and a red, 3/4 flying vigilance, and the thing that everybody's interested in. Whenever Storm deals combat damage to a player, the next instant or sorcery you cast this turn has Storm. That's yeah.
I mean, that's right. Just absolutely incredible. Great. First thing, great design for Storm as a card.
Yeah.
Really awesome. I love that she has to deal damage to do this, so it makes you jump through this hoop that is hard to do in a Spellslinger deck, or not hard, but more difficult than is in other decks. Because
right, you have to do a combat before you storm off.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to, like, if you want to cheat it and do it right away, you have to give her haste. So you have to play like Swift Foot Boots and stuff in these decks.
Yeah.
It's just a weird,
right? Or Expedite.
I mean, Expedite is a good one. I mean, but there isn't like 7 Expedites. So we end up having to push for other haste enablers in our deck.
Yeah. So that's the basic idea for this commander. Normally, people are just like, great, I want to do the cool thing, so this is gonna be Spellslinger deck. You get your basic Spellslinger stuff. However, that is not what Big Daddy Magic has done here. This is Dragon's Storm. It is a dragon deck that also wants to storm. So the game plan here, and we'll go back over, but I think it's important for us to look at this with this context, is we're going to be playing a lot of dragons like Young Blue Dragon that have adventures. So we use the adventures for like our keep us in the game in the early game. We end up with a lot of dragons in exile that we can cast, and a lot of dragons in our hand. And then we're going to play this tiny, tiny little spell, Dracogenesis, that makes all dragon spells free. So then you go, great, cast everything that I had sitting in exile, cast every single dragon in my hand, poke them with Storm, and then play any of our other things that we've now given a big storm count to.
Yeah, I mean, this deck literally has direct damage to do this with, because sometimes we're just going to go a bajillion dragons and then bolt to end the game.
Right.
Because we will just literally bolt their faces off.
Yes. So now with that, let's take a look at the deck. Let's see what it's doing. Now, I'm gonna you can veto me on this.
Okay.
If you want. I usually do not like to go through like looking at a deck with the tags. And Big Daddy Magic's always very like consistently good about organizing them in this way. It just like, for me, the default, like I just want to see the card types laid out and by mana value is super helpful to me. But I figured I'd give it a shot today. Unless you were like, I also really hate that.
Oh, I mean, I am on the exact same page as you. So I am totally fine with keeping it like this to try it, because this is also not how I would ever do it. I like looking at the cards, and then afterwards, if I feel like I'm missing something, I'll add tags to help me, but never as I'm going through. But yeah, it is a totally, deck building is not a one size fits all. Everyone should do it the same exact way. You should do it however works for you.
Yeah, it's not one size fits all. It's my size fits me, and if it doesn't fit you, then I don't care. Yeah.
Sure, so let's change it.
Yeah. Card advantage. We do want to be able to churn through our deck because we have to find Dracogenesis, and this deck they specifically want to keep, they want to make it a bracket 3. Right now it is one game changer over, and they plan to cut one of those things, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But we probably don't. We don't want to add a ton of tutors, and 2, we don't have a lot of tutors in these colors to be able to get to Dracogenesis.
I can see something here that I want to start with right away.
Mm-hmm.
There are cards distinctively here that are not and should not be counted as card advantage. Reliquary Tower to start. This is a card that if you have gained card advantage can keep more cards than usual, but does not generate card advantage by itself. So putting it in the same category can make you feel like you have more, where it's like this number says 12. Like card advantage reads 12.
Mm-hmm.
But the card does not generate itself. I also believe long-term plans doesn't generate it. Yes, long-term plans is another card. You stack your deck.
Mm-hmm.
I also wouldn't play this in the deck specifically here, since we're going through like this. Because if you storm with this, it doesn't do anything. You just put a card there from the top, then you look, search, put a card there from the top, and it hasn't achieved anything. I would aim to have, if a card isn't good to storm with, I would, in general, not play it.
I would absolutely make the exception for this. You totally play this because you have. I actually was trying to find suggestions for ways to tutor up Dracogenesis in these colors with this kind of deck, and this is one of the only ways to do it.
Okay.
So personally, I totally make that exception. I would definitely play this here.
Well, that is a good enough reason. I think in my head it was not functioning, but I guess I was looking at where it is in the card here. If we're listing this as card advantage, I'm off. It's like this is easy cut.
Yes.
But as the way to find Dracogenesis, that is a good card for the deck.
I also, after looking at this section, I read this as like card advantage / selection. Because yes, it's some like cards like the tutors. This is card selection, is not putting you up a card. Dragonologist, like technically it is a card of card advantage, but it's really selection. That's what these cards are doing here. It's not a lot of it for a deck that really needs to get to a specific card to do the thing. So hopefully we can find some more ways to do that.
Yeah, and just one last thing on card advantage here before we move on. Just if you're going to put these together, I'd say you want, I'm just going to throw out a number. This is a guess number. If you're going to throw your card draw with your selection, I would aim for more of a 20-ish thing here. Just I'm throwing out a random number, but 12 counting selection is probably not where you want to be, because selection is not advantage. They're distinctively different.
Yeah. In general, just for this game plan, I would want more things that are able to get me to Dracogenesis faster.
Yes.
But okay, combat enhancers. Haste is pretty important here because we want Storm to be able to come down and immediately swing. Also, haste pretty good with big dragons.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you have Dragon Tempest here. That card is incredible. I mean, that is going to be another win condition for this deck. You don't even have to cast. You don't even have to storm off. You can just Dracogenesis, play your dragon. You win.
Right. The damage from the second ability just gets you there.
And then they have haste even after. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of a sudden you've dealt 15 damage, and then they have haste to swing after that.
Yes. But for those games where we don't have this, you also have Teamer Ascendancy. There's even like a Handweir Battlements and Arena of Glory here to be able to just haste Storm.
Was Teamer Ascendancy up in card advantage?
Yes.
Okay, I must have missed it. That's fine. It was up. Yeah, like in my head, I just didn't see that card. Like I see it here very clearly.
We also have stuff like Gaia's Gift, Tyvar Stand, Slip Out the Back, or Protect, that we use likely during combat. So this does throw me off a little bit because the combat enhancement that we definitely want is haste. But this is dragons. I feel like I don't need a lot of the other stuff. Like I don't need help punching through that these kind of things do. And there's really only one creature that I worry about protecting. and that one just has to. That does have to. It has to get through. So yeah. How do you feel about these sorts of spells here?
They're really interesting because, like you said, you only want to use them in one creatures, but your commander also does have a big target. I, in general, am not a fan of these kind of spells.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather just turn them into counter magic in these situations where it's just like they're going to accomplish the exact same thing in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
I think when you have a flying commander, you will have no trouble getting through. Somebody in the game will not have a flyer 95% of the time. So I would not worry about having to give her trample or anything along those lines.
Yeah.
And the protection is better served as counter spells. Because you're in blue. I mean, if you weren't in blue, these make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
But Storm do be blue.
Storm do be blue. Counter synergy. Do we have things that care that much about this? I guess we haven't seen them yet. But I don't. Yeah, we haven't seen any cards yet that really care about counters being on things.
Also, yeah, just to throw in, I wouldn't, like we were talking about. It's like what? So back to the combat henchmen. If you were going to keep any of these, which ones would you keep? I'll keep this dragon because it fits our theme. I think this card's bad, but I think it's on theme.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and you absolutely keep it for that.
Yeah, and I think you cut like all the other ones and maybe keep a slip out the back because it has a unique effect that can over. But I think you cut Gaia's Gift, Overprotect, Tyver Stand easy.
Interesting.
Which one? What is your first? Which is your thought?
The opposite. Those are the ones I'd want to keep. I would want to drop slip out the back first, because our main purpose for these spells is just this.
Mm-hmm.
And for us to do our big storm thing, we have to hit with the creature. Okay. So if we go to combat, we swing, and they go, great, like removal. I'd much rather have these because it says stop your removal and keep my attacking creature on the board, and probably even help it get through, versus, this, even though I protected storm, this ruins my storm turn because it's not going to exist by the time that I deal damage.
Yes, I agree. You have quickly changed my mind. Yes, I agree with that, but I would only keep like one of them. I would pick Gaia's Gift or Overprotect. Those are the best two, I think, here. But Tyver Stand does have the upside of sometimes being 1 mana, which is a huge difference for those type of protection spells.
All right, let's see. Damage. Damage is pretty important here. The bolt being a storm payoff is very funny to me and just cool. Yeah, dragons also sometimes just do the thing of we kill you because they are large and they deal damage. Also, this is a lot of fun. This card I think is really strong, and not enough people are playing it in like lots of things. The only downside is it doesn't interact with Storm the way we will want it to, since this cares about casting and Storm is just making copies. But it does convert every single other adventure and omen and all the other spells that we're playing into damage as well. So this gives us another way to win the game realistically.
Yeah. You have to go ad free. Yeah, we're not trying to make you miss. Plus, you can watch the VOD in a couple days, and it'll be on YouTube. So,
which is where you are right now.
Everyone's on YouTube, especially you, Big Daddy.
Yeah. 1,000 Year Storm. I think this is a bad card that is really fun and absolutely belongs in this deck because it's cool and it's Storm. That's it.
Also, I like the idea of just going with the fake lore that, like, because like Storm is supposed to be an Omega mutant, one of the super power ones. But like, also I don't know what that means. First thing, like, Omega mutant means nothing. It's just we say they're OP.
Wow, you hear that? Fans of X-Men? Omega mutant means nothing.
It doesn't mean anything. To be fair, you just say someone is thing and they are thing, and the thing is, like, I don't know.
There are definitions for each level.
I know.
Yeah.
It's still stupid.
Yeah. I also don't care, but It's
I do want to state something just about this evasion thing. You have put together a lot of tags. That's cool, but like, I would say when you build a dragons deck, I wouldn't worry about an evasions tag only because
they're dragons.
they're dragons. They fly. they will automatically evade. This is not something you have to account for or look into for your deck. Your deck just does it. It's like, I would say, like, say you build like a creature that gives all your creatures trample. You don't have to do evasion there either.
Yeah. But yeah, Big Daddy's saying this is a global tag. So this may be something that is simply assigned to the card.
Okay, so from other decks. So yes. Yeah, do you know how the global tags work on here?
Inform us.
So on Knoxville.com, which is the site we're using, sponsor of this channel. Seriously, can't build a deck without it. Haven't in like 10 years. That's not true. They haven't been around that long.
I haven't built one without Moxfield in 30 years.
30 plus years. So a global tag, tags in general just do this. They will take your cards and put them into categories that you do the tag for. But a global tag is something completely different. A global tag will take that card, and now every single one of your decks will label that card as that tag. So if something is labeled as card draw as a global tag, in every single one of your decks, it will have that tag, which is incredibly useful.
Yeah.
But also makes me think, what a silly thing to put here.
Sometimes you need to know that dragons have evasion. But this does give us a good look at a bunch of the dragons in the deck. We actually have Stormscale Scion as another Storm payoff that does not even need Storm herself. We have a lot of we have so many dragons with adventure. Because that is the core of the deck. We need to be using these little spells to get some card selection, to ramp us, to keep us in the game while we're building up all of these dragons in exile that will eventually be cast for free.
Let's talk about a card that just fits perfectly in this deck. Young Red Dragon. It's a dragon. It has the instant sorcery, and it ramps us into Storm on 3. Like what an absolutely perfect card for this. Like, yeah, I just like if you could have told me this was designed for the Dragon Storm deck, and I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. It's perfect for it.
Ooh, now this is interesting. I want to bring this up. Everything that you said is true, but this was the thing I was looking at while I was figuring out. Okay, how does this deck play, and how can I use that to suggest things? Are we playing Storm on 3?
It depends on the game. I think that that answer comes down to, one, do you have a distinct play group that you know the decks of? There's more chance of playing it on 3. But yeah, you might want to wait till you have counterspell or protection up, because Storm is just, pun intended, a lightning rod. Like, she is just a lightning rod for removal. So yes, playing her on 3 is extremely risky, so you just have to be aware of that. But I think sometimes you are, but not every time.
Yeah, because I think there are different ways that you could pilot this deck, but if it was me, I am definitely waiting as long as possible to play Storm until I have my setup. I want it to either be that turn or the next turn where I'm like confident I get to do the Dracogenesis, play all my stuff, Storm off kind of turn. I'm
more of a fine with being blown out kind of player. So I like just putting things out and saying, deal with it. And if they deal with it, fine. Then I just move on to the next thing I'm going to do.
Yeah.
That's more of my style.
It definitely is more of your style, but I think that a consideration for that is that you build your decks with that in mind. Because you have a lot of things that can get the job done. You're not like, all right, my deck is totally built around like this one card in the 99, and if it gets blown up, it's done. It's like, okay, you dealt with that thing. The next thing that I play is also going to be a major problem for you. Great, you dealt with that. The next thing I play is going to be a major problem. Where this one really needs that one like little interaction to work.
Yeah, that is fair. But also, just to throw it out there, these are just big dragons.
They are just big dragons.
This deck can just kind of function as a big dragon deck as it goes, as long as the ramp is good. We have not looked at the ramp yet, but if you're ramping fine, you can still just go, yeah, big giant dragons. I'll see if the card is later in the deck.
Okay.
It's another one of those interesting things where it's like, I would be able to see if the card I am thinking of is here, but there's a card I was just like, oh, it should be in the deck, but we will see in a bit.
Okay. I also think the fire spitter whelp is a recent like also seems like it was made for this deck.
Yeah,
It just randomly here's a dragon that does the spell slinger thing.
it's great.
Yeah.
I mean, same thing with Storm Scale Scion, right? It's just like
Mm-hmm.
it's like why for this card's so weird, but nope, it's just like yeah, this fits perfectly. This is what the deck is doing, right?
Yes. Okay.
This next one is interesting to me. So I have already mentioned that I think our commander will not have trouble getting through.
Mm-hmm.
I do not think we need much evasion.
Yeah.
But things I do like are the ones that say draw a card on them. So because there is an extra step with these ones that make them a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And that is when you storm off, this can be the spell you choose to play at the end of your storm to get up 4, 5, 6 of them,
Mm-hmm.
which they all draw a card, and that's super strong. So I like those ones. If they don't say draw a card, I'd probably get out of deck. Like I think Distortion Strike is the rebound one, correct? It does not draw.
Right.
Yeah. So that specifically I would be cutting.
Mm-hmm. For me, I think I would not be worried about this at all, because there's nearly no target in the deck that doesn't have evasion already, and if I get to do the storm thing, I'm sad if this is what I am using the storm on, like even if it's the draw a card ones. So I would dump all of these. Is my like as far as my play style goes, because I would be trying to do the big thing each game, and I wouldn't want these.
I think the deck can do so yeah. My thought was I was compromising with Big Daddy. It was more of a I think you can keep the ones that draw a card. They have function, but I think the deck does function without them. Like you do not need them. They are not vital to our strategy, and I think cutting them, what it does do is let us play more fun cards instead of this. These cards are just like just a bit boring. Like not that's it's just I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah. Okay, we have lands that do land things. Like in Synergy, I assume is an old tag, because that's definitely not why this is here. Okay, mana. Here's our ramp. Kind of. How do you feel?
Very low,
It's pretty light.
especially because this is we need to account for the times where we will not have storm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means we just have to be casting big dragons and functioning.
Yes.
So this deck just needs to ramp.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to ramp into a late game so that when Storm does not do her thing, which will be some percentage of games, you're able to function as a deck. And I think this current ramp package absolutely does not. It just doesn't quite get there. I love Nature's Lore. I love 3 Visits. But I think your deck, Farseek, great. There's also a couple things. I don't suggest any mana rocks in green decks. Arcane Signets, like the one exception where I'm like, okay, I'll give in, but like you don't need a Fellow Our Stone. I don't think this deck is drawing enough that you're gonna need Carve Vessel or Duff Vessel on a regular thing. I would rather play Rampant Growth in these spots. I'd rather play anything that ramps land. And because you are big creature deck, you want the 4 mana ones. You want the Sky Shroud Claims. You want a couple of explosive vegetation.
There's a new
variations.
There's the new Dragonstorm one.
Oh yes, you absolutely want that.
Whichever the green one is.
Breach or
is it? Gee.
No, it's not Breach. That's the red one. Don't type in Dragon S. That will not work.
Dragonstorm Encroaching, I think, is the one.
That sounds blue.
Oh, okay. This will be a struggle here. Okay, yes.
Okay, yeah, Encroaching Dragonstorm. Literally perfect for your deck. This lets you just go all in on ramping throughout the game. And this is just what you want in your deck. I see, going back to ramp, that you are missing the new dragon that fetches up 2 forests. That is a dragon spell that ramps. He doesn't have the adventure, but he does the other. He can do one or the other and get shuffled back in if you ramp. Otherwise, he's a dragon. Then whenever a dragon enters, you gain 3 life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a cultivate only. Yeah, it's an omen. Yeah, but that omen is also a dragon, spell, perfect for your deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is on my list. Okay, so yeah, I agree a little light on ramp. Um, our removal here, or mass removal, sure. Protections, we've kind of gone over this, although there are a couple cards here that we have not seen yet. We have a couple more counters, like actual counter spells, like SWAT and stuff.
Yeah, I would like. So this in my head, the reason you just cut heroic intervention is that counterspell just gets the job done better in most cases, and it's so much more versatile. There are situations where obviously heroic intervention is better. The absolute blowout to the Wrath of God is ridiculous sometimes.
Combat.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, this is not like inherently better to just play a counterspell, but the versatility to stop anything with a counterspell and not just those board wipes or spot removal is like, yeah, sign me up.
This Eldritch immunity. So I went through and I counted how many sources of colorless mana there were in the deck. Number is 7. Is that enough for you?
No, I don't know what the number has to be. I've never set a clean number, but 7 is not reliable enough that when we draw this, we will have it.
Yeah.
I think I don't know what the number is. It's probably close to like 12 or 13 colorless sources before I would play a card with a colorless pip in it.
Yeah.
But I have been more on the testing of this is the second time that untimely malfunction down there has come up. I'm on the testing phase of this card. I haven't tried it much. It's brand new to me. I'm very interested to see how it plays. You have played a lot. What is your experience with this card?
I love this card. Yeah, I think this card is great. I think it's to me really fun for casual Magic, and rarely do I not have a use for it. Because 2 mana for a redirect is the best rate you can get for this without there being other like stuff going on.
Yeah.
Artifact is a baseline. It's like I'm not thrilled to spend 2 mana on destroying an artifact, but that's usually relevant. And stopping 2 things from blocking usually means you get what you want in combat. Stopping 1 thing from blocking is there's usually something else where you're like, I really need that to, like, that's still in my way. But 2, I would say consistently clears the way for me. Granted, we are in dragons, so that is not as relevant here, or maybe is even more relevant because you're hitting the only 2 flyers on the board. So yeah, I really like this card. It seems like it's
it is an incredibly cool card. I really like it. I have not formed my full opinion on it because I have not played it. Also, Rob the Princess in chat. By turn 3, you have seen 10 cards statistically with 10 be able to see one. That is a big fallacy. That's not. That's just not. The math on this kind of stuff is weirder than that. It's even if that's true, if like everything averages out, things don't average out like that.
It's tricky because it's not even really a math thing. In fact, the math is probably better than you realize, because you get your free mulligan, and if we say going down to 6 is not terribly like relevant in a game of Commander, then that's a lot of cards you get to see to try and set this up. But that is taking into account, are you planning to cast Eldritch Immunity every game, every time that you shuffle up? Because that is the part that's not realistic to me, is going, I'm in my 10 cards, I will have gotten the thing that I was looking for, but I'm not looking for, I'm not like going to shuffle this deck up and go, all right, I've got my opening 7. Let me make sure that I have a colorless source for the single Eldritch Immunity in here. Great.
You also have to take into consideration that playing colorless lands just weakens your mana base in distinctive ways. That is just your deck just gets worse in some ways. Like, you also get better in some ways, which is you get more utility usually out of your lands as you go to more colorless lands. It's just not. I don't think in general, in 3-color decks, this is playable. I think that is a general rule of thumb. This is not always you can make this work. Just avoid these, because you are adding another requirement for another card that is just unreliable to do. Now, two colors and 1 color, one color especially, it's like this is like free roll. You can just build a mana base and make sure it works.
Mm-hmm.
Also, backdraft Hellkite, another one just feels like it's made for this deck. Like, what is this card? It's such a weird card.
Mm-hmm.
This was in the Nitpicking Nerds Commander Cube for a long time. I don't know if it still is, but it was definitely there for a long ass time.
Yeah, that's good time. Okay, I think for the most part we've seen everything. I am now going to unstick my brain and put this into not tags because we're getting a lot of we're seeing a lot of repeats.
Yeah. Because everything is multi-tag, which is a good way to do it if that is how your brain organizes.
Yes. Okay. So this deck, I love this idea. This is such a funny plan. To make a literal dragon storm, and to set it up that way. Plus, you have a pretty solid normal game plan of I play dragons and those are good. So let's address some of the things they were looking to do. So one, they want to cut a game changer at least to make it a true bracket 3 deck. And then they're looking for recommendations to make it more cohesive and more potent, but keeping it at that level.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start with the game changers. For me, I keep Gamble. There are very few ways that we're getting to Dracogenesis, and I think that's a fun tutor. Psych Rift. This always is a super boring card to me, but it's fine. We do have a deck that's making a lot of mana, and so that's relevant. Here's my cuts: Fierce and SWAT. And I think we touched on this a little bit. It depends on your play style and depends on how you want to pilot this deck. Mm-hmm. Since I don't want to be casting Storm until just before I'm trying to do the big thing and win the game, these spells are often dead for me.
Yeah, because my thought was cut Rift. Because the way I want to play this deck is to start storming and doing it early and often, because that is how I would play the deck. So I would cut the Rift because I feel like the Fierce Guardianships and the deflecting SWATs in this list are going to be more valuable for me. So that is a pure playstyle choice.
Yeah.
Like, it is completely, like, I want to just do the thing and completely just keep doing the thing. I'm not a build an engine person. Mm-hmm. I am, let's go, let's do this. Maybe just Storm isn't for me in that case, right?
Yeah.
She's kind of an engine, she's more of an engine commander. So yeah, but I think what one would you cut? Say
if I only had to do one.
You only have to do one. He's going to keep one of these three. Would you cut Fierce or would you cut SWAT?
I cut SWAT because if I'm playing it the way that I want to play it, it's like great. I'm either casting Storm and immediately get haste and start to do the thing, or I have to play Storm and wait a rotation and then go. Fierce just hits more things that would be a problem at that point. Because if I have haste, it's really only going to be like it's only going to be instants that I have to worry about.
Yeah.
And if it's not, I already see those things on the board. Like if somebody has an activated ability, then I can play around that. But
yeah, I mean,
yeah, SWAT is just narrower.
It is. It's narrower, and we're not until we start pushing in the floor. There's like SWAT's less useful. We're still in 3 here. Yeah, I mean, Fierce Guardianship's also just incredible, right? It's just like it's hard to cut it because it's so good. It's a ridiculous Magic card. Almost like it was a design mistake or something. But I don't know if I would describe it that way. I don't know if I would, but I probably
would. Yes. Okay, that one's easy because those are the 4. Those are the 4 that we have. Here's my little hot take on this deck. I think I would play this in bracket 2. I think the number of cards and even the commitment to I'm going to try and storm with these not great adventure dragons is very bracket 2 to me. The storm archetype in general, not as bracket 2 friendly, but this is not going to be one of those decks where you have to like keep track of an absurd storm count and you're like, cantrip into copy into second cantrip. That's not what this deck is doing. You're just going, great, I have 6 dragons in exile, play 6 dragons, storm count is 6, hit you with storm, and play whatever my thing is. I think this is a super bracket 2 friendly deck, and that the game changers here don't do a thing for it outside of gamble, maybe because you don't have good ways to get Dracogenesis.
I'm glad you said the exact. You ended on the note I was thinking the whole time, thinking, yeah, just leave the gamble because one, I don't. Gamble's really good, but I don't know if it should be a game changer. I like Gamble a lot. I think it's a very well designed card that is absolutely fair. Is a weird word to put, but it feels fair. And I actually don't like it as a game changer, but I also see why it is a game changer. It's just such a cool card. It's such a good design. That is a design for a tutor that works. Like, this is actively card disadvantage. It is, you are going down a card, absolutely, but you are taking some random shot and you will have the best card in your deck now. Stupid game changer list.
Yeah, I something Good Time Boys podcast. Yeah, I think gamble is a game changer, but
no, I agree, and I also said that on the thing. I just like it.
Yeah,
I just really like
it. Is good.
It is just like it is probably the best designed 1 and 2 mana tutor they've done, which is like it's awesome. I just love the card.
Yeah,
like it is hard to make a tutor cool, and they did that. They nailed it with Gamble.
Yeah. All right. How about recommendations? So whether it's cards or I have a good place to start for this because I don't need to mention any specific cards. We only have 20 creatures in this dragon-based storm deck. I know that Big Daddy Magic already mentioned this a little bit of probably wanting to include the Omen ones as well. I think you totally should do that. However, they don't contribute to this at all. Like if that makes sense. They don't contribute to the cool thing you're trying to do. They just happen to be dragons that also have spells attached to them. So unless that spell is a good spell to storm with, I wouldn't include them. Because the adventure ones are the ones that make the big difference, since you're loading up spells in exile to that work with your Dracogenesis. I would want more creatures in this altogether, because this also means we only have we have less than 20 dragons in the deck, because not all of these are dragons. So that's the if our big super finisher is Dracogenesis, we don't have a dragon in the command zone. We have like say 18, 17, 16 dragons. I think often I'm gonna play Dracogenesis and be sad because I've only played 1 or 2 free dragons.
Yeah, that is a good point. I think that you are stuck in an awkward spot, which is where you have chosen to be, right? Like you have chosen this deck where it's like you want a high instant sorcery count, you want a high dragon count, but you have to find that balance. And yeah, I agree, because I was thinking the same thing. This doesn't feel like it quite meets that balance. It seems like it needs more dragons. Yeah. So that you can just, when you execute your game plan, you should win a high percentage of the time. Like, that is the idea. Dracogenesis hits the battlefield.
Game's over.
Game's over. Yeah. Like, that is your goal with this deck.
Yeah. So I think the Omen Dragons, even though they don't quite synergize with what you're doing, are a really good way to lean into the theme of this deck, because you get more dragons and you up your spell count in single cards. And I think a couple of them do have like reasonable storm spells attached to them. I'll have some specific suggestions in a moment, but that was the general one. Actually, yeah, no, I'll just go to those right now. Because I don't have any other ones like that. For sure, the Whirling Stormbrood I thought was a really good one for this. Because
Whirling. This makes me think of Whirling Dervish.
Maybe it's not called that.
Just type in Stormbrood then. See what comes up. Maybe you got one part right.
Whirlwing Stormbrood. So the Omen is like not the best target for like Storm or something, but hey, sure, it makes one of our dragons a little bit bigger. But being able to cast sorceries and dragons at instant speed, that's pretty good. That's really good for this deck.
Yeah, I mean, did you? I assume you looked up all the Omen ones.
Yes.
When you did this list, I did not have a chance to look up all the Omen dragons, but yeah, the first one that came to my mind was the ramp one. Super good, perfect. I mean,
I'm totally also that one. I think was my
something.
All of the regions. This is the one that you're thinking of. Bloomvine region totally should be in here.
Yeah. Note about this card: it does search 2 basic forests. I saw that there was only 3 in the deck. You might want to up that to 4.
Yeah, if you go with that,
just because that is when you are going to, especially if you are following. If you're going to change based on our advice, we have suggested more land based. What did you do?
What did I do?
You visual searched it.
Get out of here. I just wanted to do
if you're gonna follow our advice, or
never mind.
If I suggest a lot more spell based ramp to search up more lands, because I think that's the best way to go in green. You might want to you just need more basics in that case.
Yeah, but yeah, I think both of these are great for this, and you could really just dump all of the Omen.
What is the red region to? I'm just curious.
It doesn't exist.
Really? I thought they all had regions. Oh, maybe I'm just crazy.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, did you?
No. I was gonna make a dumb joke and then I lost it because you made a noise.
Ha. All right. So this is a slightly different direction to go with it if you want, but the cool concept of the deck is big dragony stormy turn that works because of Dracogenesis. Our struggle is finding this card in our teamer deck that is bracket 3 or lower.
Mm-hmm.
I think you add more ways to do the same thing that aren't Dracogenesis. So this is the best option, but this I think should.
Yeah, we hadn't gotten around to the point where I felt to say it. It felt like, how is it not here when I was looking? It's just like you're like, I'm making a Dragonstorm deck. This is a literal Dragonstorm was the first thing that came to my mind. It fits thematically so well into what you are doing, and even if it's not the best card, it does replicate what you are looking to do with the deck. I love Dragonstorm.
Right?
Such a dumb card.
That was a standard meta deck at one point.
It's cool.
This was you would run into this at a tournament and standard. That's crazy.
Cut it for mana curve. So something to understand about your mana curve. You're in a Dragons deck. It's gonna look like shit. It's just there is no way around it. If you want to play Dragons, your curve will look like garbage every single time, and that is okay.
Yeah, realistically, I think it's reasonable to cut this. But my heart says not ever in the world.
Well, that actually, yeah, we have. Trevor is asking in the chat if you would like your deck tacked, and if you want us to roast it, feel free to tell us that. We will gladly make fun of it if you want to, but this is just a tack. But if you want us to roast it, well, we would love to. You can go to Ko-fi, which is the link is somewhere, and it is $30, and we will do a deck tech. That is how we do it. Yeah, Ko-fi link. Thanks for putting the link in the chat.
Ta-da.
Or 10 gift subs in chat. That is more expensive, so Ko-fi is more direct and easy. But
either one of those things,
and then
yes, we will receive your deck list and do with it what you would like us to do.
Yeah.
All right. Continuing on this path of things that let you do the general dragony stormy thing. I think you also
well, there it is. Wow.
Trevor Soros, I really appreciate that.
I know we have alerts, but do we really have good alerts? Because I don't think we have awoogas.
Yeah, oh, we got to give him at least an awooga.
Okay, we'll give him one big awooga. Ready?
Right?
Awooga! I'm gonna update a deck list. Send, where can they share the deck list? Give them the Discord so they can send it through there.
Yes. I don't know all of our commands right now.
EDH, I believe, is this one.
But yes, if you the best place is to submit that on our Discord if you were not already a part of it. Let us know if that does not work for you for some reason.
Yes, you are in the queue. We have
one more after this, and then you will be following that.
Yes.
Okay. I think this deck also wants things that just make a bunch of mana as a like cheap Dracogenesis replacement. Yeah, I mean, Old Gnawbone is a little pricey, but cards like this, Old Gnawbone, Clouth, even Savage Ventmaw, something this is big dragon that makes you mana so that you can then cast more dragon spells.
You know what is just funny? I agree with you 100%. What you were saying. I think you are Ancient Copper Dragon.
Yes.
I just thought it was funny that you didn't say Ancient Copper Dragon.
Oh yeah.
It's just like this card is worth $90.
Yeah.
The base, like the cheapest for I see 80 for that foil.
Yeah, because there's only one printing of this.
That's still wild.
Yeah, it was only available in that one set. And like it is a really good card that is like
I agree. Yeah. It is goes in a lot of things. It is cool, good card, but it's also super cool. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter that it's just like, yeah, but there's like 1,000,007 drops that do big, powerful things like this. But it's like, it doesn't matter when it's this cool.
Right. Yeah, those are my thoughts for big dragon that make big mana.
I also, I don't have something in particular here, but I think this deck wants, because you are super reliant on specific things and there are not a lot of tutors to do this, you want way more card draw. I think this deck and you want to overload with like big giant card draw. You are dragons. Yeah. You want every, what is the newest, what's the new card that? Life's Blessing.
Life Gives Blessing.
Yeah, Life's
Gift Life Blessing. Life's Blessing of a gift.
I think it's
Life Streams Blessing.
Life Streams Blessing. Yeah, live stream blessings.
Yeah.
We appreciate your live stream blessings. But yeah, you can play a million versions of this card. You also, I love telling them to play MDFCs, but actually specifically one that actually this deck wants, well, multiple, but the card
Disciple of Freyalise.
Disciple of Freyalise, yes, that one. And I was also thinking, what's the one that just draws equals the number of cards in your hand? You're playing a Dragon's deck. Sometimes you don't empty a ton of cards.
Oh, Seagate's Restoration?
Yeah, it's just like all these things that let you draw a ton of cards so we can dig and find them. Yeah. But yeah, Life Streams Blessing is the best variation that there is.
Yeah. You like, yeah, we're both very high on this card. Another super budgety way that I thought was cute and still kind of in theme. Teamer Battle Crier. This is such a cute card. So it's still dragony themed because Tarkir, and then spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or greater, which is most of your dragons.
I love this card. What is that art and why is it bad?
Because this I think is the alt art that was only foil.
Yeah, but more like I know, like I appreciate all the artists who do all the great work that they do, but also what is going on in that? I cannot make it out like at all.
They're crying into battle. It's riding this thing, and he's got magical horn that is crying the battle.
I see it now. Like it is one of those where if you really look, you can see it.
Yeah. We'll call up bless you. We'll call up Valera Litfulina and ask him about it.
No, I won't, because that's not their name. I don't know how to say it either, but I know that's not their name.
Well, we're gonna call him anyway. But I like that.
Yeah, I love Tito. I just Teamer Battle Crier is a card I just added to my big giant Maelstrom under a Stompy deck. Good God, is it good when it gets going? Holy,
it's
crap.
really good where it's good.
Yeah. As soon as you get like 2 creatures, like, oh, and then this makes this one cheaper, and this one makes this one cheaper, and eventually you're just casting 8 mana spells for 2 mana, and you're like, oh, this is dumb, like actually dumb.
Yes.
Plus, it gives a discount by itself.
Right.
Wow, what a card.
So I only have 2 other things that were on my list to point out here. Here's a basic one. This just seems to be missing from the deck. Where are you? Amethyst Dragon. What is this? Quantity of this card makes this deck illegal. Oh, is this in the sideboard, I guess?
Oh, yeah, must be.
Yeah, I think you definitely want every single dragon that has an adventure, period. Every single dragon has an adventure. This was the only one that I found that was missing. It has a very relevant adventure. The adventure is a good storm target to be able to divide 4 damage however you want. Like that can be your winning storm cast.
Yeah, or a board wipe. Like it can just like if you just even doing this 2 or 3 times is like gonna clear most things off the battlefield.
And once is pretty good. Like before you're doing your thing, like that adventure is very playable. And yeah, I do want every single dragon that is then going to exile on an adventure.
Yeah, Big Daddy, I think your mind is in the right place, making curve cuts with general decks. I just think we are dragons. Curve is just almost not a consideration at some point.
Yes.
Like if you need to cut cards, sometimes like okay, I'll cut high card like over small card, but like in general, it's just like dragons are gonna cost a ton. There's nothing you can do about that. That is how the cards are designed.
Right.
We just have to accept it, right?
All right. I'm just checking through right now to make sure. Yeah, Trevor, let us know when you've submitted your deck as well, because I want to make sure that I catch it when I can.
Yep.
Okay. That was the other one, and then the other card, because
you learned me. So glad to learned you.
Drakes are kind of dragons. They're smaller dragons. So if you care, like if that still fits your theme, you don't get to Dracogenesis, this 2 mana creature, but this is a really this is just a solid card to me. Yeah. You have a lot of instant sorceries, including all of your adventures and omens, which are usually 2 mana or more. I like this card, and I was looking for any reducers that were like relevant to the theme. This one was like on the line for me.
This guy's like a raptor. Like he doesn't fit the standard Drake. Like where Drake is kind of just like a smallish dragon. They have kind of the same vibe.
They're like long.
Yeah, but like this one's like a raptor. Like he just looks like a Jurassic Park raptor. Like that's the vibe with wings. It's the vibe he's giving me.
That's kind of what Drakes are. They're just a little squigglier.
A little squigglier. It is. That's the noise they make.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you're on the right. I mean, you submitted a very fun deck here. That is, you should try and play at 2 tables. And if people aren't okay with the gamble, take the gamble out. But yeah, you should try and play this at 2 tables because this is just it is just such a niche strategy and so hard to pull off that it's hard to even push it to a 3.
I think it's fine at a 3. I just would prefer to play this at a 2 because you still have a lot of cards that hang at 3 tables. Like you're still playing big dragons that are good. You're still able to run run out of love. Like even just Dragon Genesis by itself is like, okay, if I'm at a bracket 3 table, even if I don't get to do the storm thing, this gets the job done.
Also, I think Big Daddy has a question. Would this, with the updates, get played on the show? Is the deck we would play on the show?
Yes. I think this is exactly the kind of storm deck that we will play on the show because if it does the storm thing, it is not terribly hard to edit. It's just great. Playing all my dragons from exile, play a couple more for my hand, and then I should win the game at that point.
Deck's uploaded to Discord. Awesome, thank you. We will grab that in a minute here.
Cool.
Should we add Rakdos Charm to this? No. Simple answer. It's illegal. That's the only reason.
The card is broken. Like it's like top 10 commander card for me. But
I'm gonna become this is somebody said it and they were being aggressive and mean when I was reading comments, but they said they alluded to this being they called me a rage baiter, who I'm doing the nitpicking nerds thing, but instead of Grave Titan now it's Rakdos Charm. Like so this is Rakdos Charm is my new Grave Titan. This is the hill I die on.
Yeah.
Rakdos Charm
is the grave you die on, yeah.
It's the grave I die on. Oh God.
All right. Well, let's take a look at our second deck for today.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
This was submitted on Ko-fi from Exodus the Bard. It is an Oscar the Reconstructor deck. This I have always liked the design of this card. I think this is very cool. 4 mana, 4/4 vigilance. You can pay 1 and sacrifice an artifact to give a creature +2/+0 until end of turn. That's a pretty normal ability. Or you can pay X and tap and exile an artifact with that cost from your graveyard to create 2 token copies of it.
You're very welcome, Big Daddy Magic. And this card is stupid. I mean, this card is just absolutely stupid powerful. It is a very, very, very good card.
It's so cool.
It is. I love this card design. I think it's incredibly cool, but it is also stupid powerful.
Yes.
I have sat and played against the table from this many times. One of my friends, like, his casual deck was the Oscar deck, so he would pull this out all the time because I was always a casual player, and it's like, wow, when this deck goes off, even when you're doing the dumb casual thing, it goes off.
Yes. Yeah. And the great part about it is, like, it can be doing these big plays that are super powerful, or it can just be like, great, I exiled a Soul Ring and made 2 Soul Rings, and that's really strong. So like the ability scales really well as well. So I like this commander. So as far as I know, we don't have any specific goals for this, but I did want to take a look. I took a look at their primer.
Yes, I took a read on this. They used a word I didn't know existed down here.
So we are trying to do another funky little combo using Codex Shredder, Ugin's Nexus, and Mirror of Fate. So we are exiling the Nexus to get copies of it to take extra turns, and then using Mirror of Fate to put it back into our deck from exile. So we're able to then just loop it over and over and take infinite turns.
We have got to show people these cards. I don't think that
we will get there, but know that the one of the main win cons here is infinite turns using some weird cards.
Okay. I'm just like, people have to see these. Yeah. This is not a visual. This is not a put it in your head mentally and just know it's happening.
Yeah, we'll definitely cover those when we can get back to the deck list. You also have some more straightforward things where you're using like payoffs for artifacts entering, like Alter the Brood and Reckless Fireweaver, or stupid numbers of counters and blasting people with All Will Be One.
I love Vexing Puzzle Box.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good card. God, I don't know. Something just hit with that card.
It has big number.
It is
big number and dice roll.
Yeah. I mean, I had a dice roll deck for a long time. I think it's technically still together, but it's definitely getting scrapped because I just don't play it anymore. But like, that was one of the coolest cards in the deck. It's like, yeah, you guys just wait 6-7 more turns. One of you is in trouble when I tutor up my best card.
Yeah. Let's see. I do like the interaction with Zerta the Dawnwaker to reduce Oscar's ability cost, and then we are making tokens, so we have token synergies as well. Cool. There's this note here. Could probably do with a red redirect spell like SWAT or a white protector spell like Tefpro. All right, so now let's take a look.
Now I want the other list because that's when we can edit.
Let's take a look. Wow, I was exactly the same. Nope, wasn't.
Pretty close though.
Pretty close. Okay. Planeswalkers. The main thing here is both of these put artifacts into the bin because we can their pluses discard.
I'm not a Nahiri fan. I just don't think it's very good. I like Duretti, and they both have similar-ish pluses, but Duretti does up to 2, which is a lot more, and his minus is super relevant to what our deck strategy is.
True.
Whereas I get Nahiri, but I think I'd rather just put any of the variation of red spells that discard draw compared to Nahiri that is an attackable planeswalker. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean this is repeatable removal, I guess. I guess I look at it this way. It is removal with upside.
Yeah. I mean, that is fair. The thing I worry about with a card like this is, though she is removal with upside, the having to be tapped for a creature and artifact is just too niche. It's like that's what everything on this card is. It's just the discard 1, draw 1 is just not quite good enough. It's like, especially when we're standing next to Duretti, who's just like, do it better.
Yeah.
And then the exile's just like, it's just not quite good enough. And that's kind of where I just fall in this card, which is like, it's close. But as my grandfather would say, no cigar.
Yeah. I do like it here, but man, it's just all the Nahiris are bad.
Yeah.
All the Nahiri planeswalkers.
I mean, that's why she's so pissed off.
Yeah.
All the time. Because they just keep making every card. Like she was Stoneforge Mystic, right?
Yeah.
Like that was like, but she wasn't the legendary creature. But then as soon as they made her a planeswalker, they're like, you just suck.
you gave you your good card already.
But funnily enough, this was actually a good card in Standard. It did see quite a bit of Standard play. As much as it sucks in Commander.
Yeah. And then Ugin's here because you're reducing the cost of your artifacts.
Also, that Ugin's incredible. That card's real good. Like that is the removal spell that has upside that I like.
Okay, creatures, because Oscar doesn't care what Oscar can hit any artifacts at all, so you can just be making copies of little ornithopters or something. Oswald is great, although it makes you think a whole lot. But it's putting artifacts where you want them and fetching you your more important ones.
Yeah. The only thing when you put Oswald in your deck is make sure you build your curve. You have to actually take a look and make sure that you have a nice little chain to go up, because sometimes Oscar will just stick around and you will be doing the chain, so you need the chain to be good.
Yes. Let's see. Slow bad to convert in stuff back into mana.
I mean, top over to Lion Sash here. I have finally hit a point. I loved Lion Slash when it came out. I loved Scavenging Goose for a long time. I just don't like them anymore. I think that the power creep of Commander has just made these cards. I can never find the time to hold up the mana regularly to be hating on graveyards.
Yeah.
I like these cards. I love their design. They don't feel good enough to me.
I only like these cards when the thing that they do is also synergistic. So like in a counters deck, or like this in an equipment matters deck, then you get either of them. You like, because you have a pretty okay ability of the exile and grow, but you're also getting the benefit of whatever else. Like you're getting an additional benefit. I don't play these cards as like, oh well, I just need something that interacts with graveyards. I'll throw it in there.
Also, so if you like, let me just double check, because I am going to make a suggestion. I don't know for sure if it is in here or not. Blah blah blah. It's a 1-mana artifact. It is not here. Easy replacement for a Lion Sash is Soulguide Lantern. That is a great thing to copy with Oscar. It can be used to both draw or get rid of graveyards. It works perfectly for this deck. Like, that's the kind of 1-for-1 replacement. Also, I just think this is just not at home. Lizard Blades is like, we're an attacks deck, we're getting in, we need double strike, and this isn't this deck, right? This deck is trying to do weird, silly combo, and win the game with that weird silly combo. And this is just a different Oscar deck, right? That where we're doing combat more.
Yeah, there's like a couple things that you're okay with putting this on, but yeah, it's just not a focus of the deck. So I think it'd also be fine with cutting something like that. Let's look at like kind of the top end here. These are fine.
Are we aiming? Do we have a bracket aim here? I think currently it is a 2.
Currently it is a 3. There is a Mana Vault.
Okay, so interesting because this top end I love in a 2. Like this is a perfect 2 top end here. Works perfectly with what Oscar does. I love Combustible Gearhulk, and like Oscar probably up to 3s because that card's just sweet. It's like what a fun card to copy. I'm gonna target you with both of them. You really want me to mill 6? I'll probably just make you draw 3 then.
Yeah. Yeah, and even feeds the game plan of, oh, did you mill me? Great, I have more fuel for Oscar.
Yep. I have learned that the right choice for the Oscar players, give them the damn cards because it's better.
Cool.
I love Saheeli's.
Saheeli's directive: reveal the top X, put any number of artifacts that cost less onto the battlefield. Yeah, that's cool.
This is cool. Like, I'm not saying it's like a great card. I mean, it's just Genesis Wave, but for artifacts.
Yeah, but also like this deck, one of the things that it can do well is like produce large mana because you are just using Oscar to create more mana rocks. So that seems like a lot of fun. I like that.
Japan Red Sox, yeah, because it's an awesome card. I think Blacksmith Steel is an easy cut. I guess the thought is to protect our commander. What's your opinion on Blacksmith Steel here? I really hate when the card doesn't feel like it's getting its full advantage. It's like we do have artifact creatures, but more often than not we want to target Oscar. It just, I don't know, there's like that 2+2 isn't relevant. It's so I don't know why.
Is Oscar not itself no, it's not.
No, he is not. He's an artificer.
Yeah.
It's just that is a me thing where in like if there is a line on the card that is not functioning, I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Also, Geekmen, yes, these are always uploaded to YouTube on the Decked Out Vods channel, which we have a link for. I think. Is that also under link?
It'd be, I think EDH again?
No.
Linktree, there it is.
It's probably under that, yeah.
It is in the Linktree for sure.
Yeah, it's on one of these. But yes, it is the Decked Out VOD channel.
Yes, they are all uploaded there. YouTube,
okay, yeah, it's one of the words that...
I'm glad HG knows it better than us.
Thank you, HG.
We appreciate you.
Yes. Every single deck tech will always be uploaded there. Okay.
Here's a...
Really quick to finish that. The Blacksmith skill. I don't mind a couple of these in a deck like this. I particularly like Blacksmith skill because it does protect everything. So this is covering our creatures and also the artifacts. And we don't have a ton of ways to protect our things here. And it is such a small investment to hold up.
Yeah.
I like those effects better in decks that can draw cards pretty aggressively, because then having it mitigates the like, oh, I drew a dead card. Tangerine. Yeah.
Is that a real thing? Tangerine. I like anger in this deck. We have a lot of ways to loot and put stuff in our graveyard. And if we don't have enough, we should have more. Our commander has an activated ability that wants to tap. Love it. It's just easy to get on. Maybe it's not the best, and it doesn't, but it does work with our commander, and it does fit with this is just, it feels like you're getting card advantage when you discard the anger. Like for those cards that aren't actually card advantage, right. Now it feels like I'm actually drawing cards.
Right. I've put a Rising of the Day on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I do love it.
I've played a thing. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, we also in sorceries, I didn't see Faithless Looting. This is the Faithless Looting deck.
Totally Faithless Looting deck.
Yeah, just play Nurgirl. Welcome to chat. Yeah, I mean, it's just this is a Faithless Looting deck. You should include that. I just want to have a fun discussion here. What is your thoughts on Boros Charm?
Boros Charm. I like Boros Charm when at least two of the modes are relevant. So in this deck, I don't like it. I would prefer this to be like even I'd like to replace this with Dawn's Truce.
Yeah.
Because it covers more things and is a little more flexible. But I just want it to be, because like you are never playing this for anything but permanents you control gain indestructible, and holding up 2 mana to me is a big difference than holding up 1. Plus, there's still more things that this doesn't get around. Like this, you can still exile anything. It doesn't stop any of that. The double strike doesn't matter for any of our creatures really. And yeah.
Yeah, I do not like Boros Charm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe I'm just the charm hater. Maybe that's my new role. I never play this card. I think I might have it in specifically my Captain America deck,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a tutor for my Sunforger, which is what the deck is based around.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like, this is such a rare card to put in. I don't know. I think it's, if all 3 of these modes were relevant
Mm-hmm.
in certain decks, I could see like, okay,
Yeah.
like that's where I kind of am with even on Raptor Storm, which I think is bad, but it's like at least all 3 can be relevant more times. Ugh, the 4 damage almost never. I think I've seen 1 player die to it ever, and I've played so many games.
I mean, the more relevant thing that it does is kill a Planeswalker. Like that's really the 4 damage.
fair.
If you could kill somebody with 4 damage, then you probably were able to do it in a different way.
Yeah.
So-
Welcome in Fiery Blue to the stream. We are streaming every single day.
Yeah.
Just don't look back a couple days because we might have missed some. But just ignore those. Those don't count.
Yes, I think the other thing for me is when you consider cards like Boros Charm or Heroic Intervention or anything like that, you think, on my average board, is it very important for me to save everything? Like, does my board not work if only, is the whole package the important thing, or would I have been better off if would I survive if I only saved a few things?
Yeah, I think that the easy answer for this deck is you really only have to save Oscar.
Yeah,
because he can just rebuild by himself.
Yes, because that's actually even more relevant. Is this Boros Charm does not save you from exile, which is the one relevant board wipe against Oscar.
Yes, yeah, like it doesn't. I mean, I've always been low on this card, and that was, I just wanted to see your opinion, because I'm just like, I do not put this in decks. Period. Like, I just genuinely think it's bad. I was losing my mind looking at stats and seeing that Boros Charm was in some large percent of cloud decks. It's like, your commander has double strike on your turn, and your commander has indestructible on your turn.
People don't like getting board wiped.
I know,
but yeah, this is not like, if that's the only thing you're using this for, 1, default to Dawn's Truce, and 2, it maybe reconsider like how you are playing things, or maybe just watch when you are committing to the board more. Like, change your play style as opposed to use this. Settle the Wreckage, I think, is almost never good to me.
Yeah, I again, this is funny because it goes with Boros Charm, which, like, I don't play this ever, but also I have it in my Sunforger deck because it is such a fun blowout with Sunforger.
Okay, here are our sweet Oscar targets.
We are in, yeah, this is the good stuff.
Yes. So I'm gonna skip over the obvious ones. What are you? It's been a while since I've seen this card. Creatures your opponents control with hexproof. All right, so it nullifies hexproof, and you can sacrifice it to make creatures you control hexproof and unblockable. That's cute. You know what? It's very specific, but I like it because it sacrifices itself. It only costs a single mana, so Oscar can copy it very cheaply. I think this is a fun include. It's maybe not super optimal, but it hits that spot for me, that spotlight for me of, here's weird random card you don't see very often that does like synergize with the deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I hate this card. I just hate the hyper specific first effect. Like and also Witty's not a deck that wants to be attacking. I mean, we do attack, but like this isn't like it's not like giving creatures unblockable on our side is like we win.
Right.
Like,
but consider okay, so we Oscar is 4 and vigilant. So if you get a free attack, that's a free attack. And this says get 3 free attacks. So even if it's like if you can pump Oscar by 3, which we have stuff in the deck that can do that inherently.
put back in the lizard blades.
But you keep the lizard right. That's something. I think if you were like, this is a very cuttable card. It is not terribly good, but it scratches that itch for me of here's something you don't see very often and is reasonable for a deck because of the things that it does.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree with that statement. I see my mind. It's the classic doesn't work in my mind. If you play Lightning Greaves, I just always play Swiftfoot Boots. I know the 0 versus 1. It's just like it's so like there is a difference, undoubtedly a difference. But I've just never built or thought of a deck where I'm like, I want one but not the other. It's so funny. It's just like
Voltron.
Well, yes, I mean like this. So I mean
where you want Lightning Greaves, but you don't want Swiftfoot Boots?
Yes, because, like, if you don't... The targeting thing is a very specific thing. Like, that's important.
Yeah.
But, like, if your commander doesn't need to be targeting, I feel like, just throw in Swiftfoot Boots. Like, it's worse. I agree, but I'd still play it, because haste is super important to our commander. I don't see Thousand Year Elixir, which is another artifact that can give our commander haste.
That one?
And untap it? Oh, I just missed it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job putting that card in. Cheers.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I get that's also like a playstyle difference. For me, if I'm piling in an Oscar deck, my plan is play Oscar unprotected with no targets. And then on my turn pitch something, use him. But so like that allows me because of the way I'm playing the game to open up spots and not have to play Lightning Greaves. But that's just personal preference.
Yeah, I think I like having them because that's not always the Oscar position you're in. Oscar, I think his deck is playing a little less ramp than I would. Oscar's really great with all this artifact ramp.
Yeah.
He can just kind of ramp and set himself, and like you can just set the board up so that it's like, all right, it's coming down, and because there's a haste enabler, there's nothing you guys can do. I'm doing it right away. I think he's like, I am great with these because it doesn't require... They are artifacts in my artifact deck. And sometimes you're just going to ramp like crazy before playing Oscar.
Yeah, I guess my experience is with like decent players that if you play a haste enabler and you haven't played, your commander that is good with haste enabler, then that's telegraphing it. It's like, oh, all right, then on their next turn they can do big thing. I will hold up my instant speed like removal for if this is a problem. But that's not true for every table.
I mean, that's not true for most tables.
That's true. Yes.
I played a lot of Command Fest with strangers.
All right, so let's take a look at some of the combo pieces we were looking at. So Ugin's Nexus is a weird card. They tried to make it so you can't do broken stuff with it, and they failed. If a player would begin an extra turn, skip the extra turn, and if Ugin's Nexus would be put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you exile it, and you take an extra turn.
The funny thing is, they didn't fail right away. They failed when they printed Oscar, and now it's like, oh, now it's broken. Like, this card was already... You could do some fun stuff with it, but you had to jump through more hoops. Oscar's like, I make the hoops super easy to jump through.
Yeah, so if you're able to make copies of this card, then it's a lot easier to take multiple turns in a row. You just have to be a little specific about how you do it, because you don't want to have an Ugin's Nexus copy on the battlefield because it nullifies your own extra turn. So Mirror of Fate, another weird one that we're using here. It allows you to take exiled cards and put them back into your deck. It also does exile everything else, right? Yes, yeah, also your entire library. So like you can also use this for other super broken things, but we won't get into that right now. What we're using it for here.
I'm sure you've either done a short or a short's coming now.
Oh, I've absolutely covered this card. This is a super funky little
It's a
card.
very veggie card.
Yes. But we can use this to say, great, that the actual paper copy of Ugin's Nexus that we exiled, we're going to sacrifice Mirror Fate and put that back into our deck. And then use the extra turns to draw back into it.
Wow. Lone Wolf comes into the chat and just says hi to Veggie.
Yeah.
Wow. There's I'm bigger. I'm the bigger person.
Yeah. I mean, I am small person, so.
No, it's just the way we're set up because Nerd Girl looks also very, very tiny, like disproportionately tiny on the camera.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're like slightly more forward than me
exactly.
too. Oh, because I have the
computer is
actual
there,
PC
so
here,
I'm actually
I
like
scoot
slid
forward,
in.
Yeah. Yes, or you skip the draw and use Codex Shredder to put directly from your library into the graveyard to copy again. Yes, love it. Cool. What else do we have here that I like as far as copying? Illusionist Bracers, very cute, since you are getting a copy of the Oscar ability, which does work.
Oh yeah, this card's amazing. You just get 4 of whatever it was.
Right. Or you Oscar the bracers and put them both onto it, which like yeah, it is that's cool. There's another one of these, isn't it? Battle Mages
Braces. Yes. It's the same thing, but it is a red thing instead of travel size Veggie and Joe. They fit in your suitcase.
Yes. Ability of an equipped creature to activate. If it isn't a mana ability, you pay 1 and you can copy it.
It also gives haste, which can be relevant at some points. It's not the most relevant because it is 2 to equip. So paying 2 to equip, and then activating Oscar.
This to me, I can understand the cut, but this is like the kind of interaction that makes my brain very happy. I would absolutely keep this in. But because this is like, oh, you just don't get this kind of weirdness in any other deck. Like, when else are you copying the make 2 token copies of thing in graveyard? But I could understand the cut. I just definitely wouldn't.
So I'm noticing what I would consider a super staple of this Oscar decks. There's no Chromatic Star or Chromatic Sphere.
Yeah.
Is that an active choice? Because those just feel like
just like they're just solid in
they just replace themselves, and then Oscar turns them into things. Yeah, Baubles too are also very good in this deck. And like, these are boring cards. I'm not pretending like these are exciting cards. I do like Chromatic Star a lot. I don't know why, because I hate Chromatic Sphere. Or I don't hate, but I just don't like Chromatic Sphere. But like Chromatic Star, I love that card. It's so cool.
Yeah. Or like the literal baubles, like Mishra's Bauble, Urza's Bauble.
That's what I was
being 0. You can hit that. You can hit zeros with Oscar, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I know. Okay, you can definitely do that, and that reminds me of the thing that I noticed was missing. The jank options.
It's unlike us. For me to come up with the more standard options, you need to go really jank.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen. Go like this, Veg. You got a little hair in your cheek. It's bugging the crap out of me.
Yeah.
You got it.
Okay. There are a handful of these artifacts that have suspend, and therefore no mana cost. So you cannot cast this. If you can get this into your graveyard, then Oscar says, cool, the mana value of that is 0. I can make 2 copies of it. Yes, this, Lotus Bloom, Mox Tantalite.
So Dusky, to address what you said, I think the thing I have noticed when looking at this deck here is you are very light on discard draw.
Yes.
You need much, much, much more. And then things like this Soul Talisman will just work. And yeah, I agree with you. Soul Talisman should just be in the deck. It is somewhat janky.
Yes.
I still think it's incredible and it should be in the deck.
Yeah, I love these cards because if you just get them in your opening hand and do the thing that they normally do, like you just actually suspend them, then like that's 1, super satisfying, and 2, it does put you at a huge advantage when they finally resolve. Like, this was like, yeah,
Make black Lodi with Lotus Bloom.
Yeah.
Lodi, the known plural of
Right.
Lotus.
Yeah. So yes, if you go a route where you end up with more discard outlets, then absolutely put these back in. But that is probably why they've never really gotten this set up.
The Lodi boys. Hey Tarek, how's it going today, my friend?
Mm-hmm.
It's great getting to meet you in Vegas.
All right, enchantments. We have a little bit of discard and a haste enabler. Pia's Revolution. Have you all? This is a card I constantly cut out of decks that like EDH Rec says that people are playing. So when a non-token artifact is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, return it to your hand unless an opponent has this deal 3 damage to them. I'm just like, is it a thing? Is it a relevant thing? Then I've done. Then my opponent just takes 3 damage. It also, a lot of the artifacts that are going to our graveyard from the battlefield are tokens, so it doesn't even trigger.
Mm-hmm. I also think we want stuff in our graveyard generally. Like, we just want it there.
Yeah.
So I don't like this card at all.
Yeah.
It also falls into a big trap, which is, in order for a card that gives your opponent the choice to be good, it has to be real good. And this card is just not real good. It's just medium.
Yeah. I've never liked this card, even in the decks that can use it the best way. This is a weird inclusion for me. So we don't have a lot of landfall-y stuff going on. It seems like it is just bad for Phyrexian Arena here.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of cards you cut for your
discards.
Your discards, the stuff we talk about,
yeah,
like
the weird
chromatic,
artifacts,
the thing,
stars,
stars, all of those. Like any artifact that enters or dies and draws, like those are just super great for the deck. I mean, you will turn through your deck. You do not need to play this niche thing. I also think this card's bad. I have tried it a couple of times now. It just isn't quite there.
Yeah. Hey Targ, I don't think we're full. Where did you submit this?
Are you full on deck text? I submitted one, but I didn't have time to swap it to Moxfield.
Yeah. That may be a, let me see.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, let us know, because to the best of my knowledge, we are not full for today.
We're not. We're definitely not. We set up to 6. We still have 4 if people want to submit them.
Yeah, use the form. Then that is
oh, that's probably next. That'll probably be next week then.
Yeah, Nerd Girl, if you are still in the chat, if you could advise us on that. Yeah, my guess is it was submitted and just it will be one for like next week or something like that.
Yeah, that's usually how they go. Like we usually need time to prep and look at them, but also we do the opposite. So where we just jump right in, like we have we have the one coming up in a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Echoes of Eternity is very cool here.
Yeah, I noticed there's some snow-covered waste in here just for that. I mean, you're missing Field of the Dead, but I can't. You know what?
For you though, isn't every deck missing Field of the Dead?
Yes.
Yeah,
it is, and this has way too many basics. But also, that's just me.
I think this is a fine number of basics.
I agree.
For this, and I'm someone that likes optimizing a mana base.
I have to go back through my mana bases.
Junior, yeah, the form. There for our patrons, that there is a way to submit for these deck techs as well that uses a form.
Yes, yeah, through here. If you do it on the stream, we will simply take your deck and go. You don't need to fill out a form.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is, yeah. But if you are a patron, we take submissions through a form because we need to be organized before the stream.
Yeah.
All the other ones that just come straight in, so we don't have to worry about those.
Yeah. Okay, so we've seen this full deck. Do you have a point where you'd like to start? Like we've talked actually a good length as we've gone through. But...
Yeah. I mean, I think just to reiterate, because it is so important, you need to fill your graveyard. Yes. And you need to do it consistently. Yeah. That is what Oscar is asking of you, and this deck is just not doing it well enough. You need your Faithless Lootings. You need your... What is the one that discards 2, draws 3?
Oh,
Cathartic Reunion.
yes, Cathartic Reunion.
You want your Cathartic Reunions.
There's an instant speed one for Boros, right?
Oh, thrilling discovery.
Thrilling Discovery. Yeah. Because you'll even get a little life gain or something.
Yeah, you gain 2 life as well.
Thrilling D. Oh, it's okay. It is still a sorcery, but yeah, discard 2, draw 3, gain 2 life. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey!
Hey, new Ko-fi shop sale.
Woo!
That must be a deck tech? Is that a deck tech?
That's awesome. Thanks, whoever did that. And now, there's definitely a way that we can check that and figure out
Go over onto this. Yeah, and then go to Ko-fi. We should probably just be able to see it. I mentioned signed in already. Oh, Ko-fi. That's way too many letters. Ko-fi Kingston. Let's just type in Ko-fi. There we go.
It's not logged in here. Okay. But yes, we will. If that is a
Maybe
deck tech,
just try clicking that link. It'll probably pop up here, but it's not a problem. Yeah, scroll down. I think we should be able to see what was bought for us on here.
oh, feed. That was 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the new thing.
If you were in the chat, let us know if that was you.
Yes, if you're in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, that like we will still verify that, but we'll see. That might help us to do so.
It's not showing up in our.
Oh, classic. Thank you.
'Twas me, Classic Player 1.
Was that a deck tech? We are confirming now. We will definitely be able to
for
confirm.
deck tech. Okay, you are. You are. There's one.
We're just slightly lost without our great leader.
Yeah. We're just not signed in, and it's also just not supporting on YouTube the same as supporting on Patreon.
Supporting is supporting.
You know what? Yeah, that's fair. Supporting is supporting. Patreon does take some cut. So does YouTube. They are both, I believe. I don't know the percentages off the top of my head, but there we go. These are the notes I have so far. Lion's Sash to Soul Glide Lantern to Hiri to Faithless Wing, Lizard Blades to Battle Mage Bracers, Boros Charm to Dawn Charm, Dawn's Truce, Glaring Spotlight to Soul Talisman, PS Revolution, Cathartic, Valakut. This is a great start.
Mm-hmm.
I think without going too much into cuts, I think the best way to give this deck more actual card advantage is going to be your Chromatic Stars. I think Chromatic Stars, Mishra's Baubles, Urza's Baubles, and Chromatic Spheres are just so great. So great in this deck. There's also there's a cool artifact. Oh, what is it called? Maybe you can pull this one out your butt, Veggie.
Yeah.
This one is a butt puller because I don't know where you get this one if not from your butt. 1 mana artifact from the newest Kamigawa.
Okay.
Neon Dynasty.
Yeah. That
enters impulse draws, and when you sack it, impulse draws.
Oh yeah. Experimental little guy.
Experimental little guy. But like that card's super cool. It's also another way to just generate some card advantage. It's also
synthesizer,
Yeah, it's incredibly cheap. It's only 1 mana. Great card.
Yeah.
I love that card too. It doesn't make it 2/2 if you do something, but you never do that.
You can sacrifice it for 3 to make a 2/2.
Yeah, but just never do that. Because why would you? Because you have a sack outlet on your commander.
Cool.
Wouldn't Dino DNA be better than Soul Guide Lantern? What is Dino DNA? This is a card that I can never remember what it does for.
Dino DNA is really cool.
Dion's DNA is a little different.
DNA is a little different. Yeah, this card. I'm a fan of this card. So it's slightly less efficient because at exiling cards from graveyards individually, but Soul Guide draws, which is the big one.
Yeah,
because Soul Guide is always good. You can just go great. Soul Guide Lantern, sacrifice it, draw a card, Oscar it for 1 more, draw 2 more cards.
I'll also say I think this card is cool. I think it's pretty mediocre overall. But yeah, it's a cool card. Like I'm not taking anything away from this. This is a card that probably will end up in one of my decks sometime. It's not good though. I don't think it's very good. It's cool though. It's cool as hell. So Soul Glide is just Exactly. Like the thing with Soul Guide Lantern is like if you're gonna make a copy of something that exiles graveyards, it needs to do something else. And Soul Guide just happens to work perfectly and not exile our graveyard, which is very important. So like we can't play like Relic of Genesis that because we wreck ourselves. But we can play Soul Guide Lantern. What is these?
Okay, this would be I assume our submission.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Classic. Oh yeah, we have your submission here.
Cool.
New deck set.
New deck set.
New deck set, baby.
Yes. All right, hold on. Let me put the other one. So this, we definitely have this one. And then we have the other one that it will be before it.
Yeah, we have to. That one is in chat. It was in the
Discord.
Yeah, right? It's
this.
Just, click
this
hover over the names so we can see it.
I don't like that Discord does this.
No, we have to do this because if we don't, the ship pops up on the screen and they can see all our messages. That's the reason.
Wait, no,
okay.
I mean,
mode.
the shortening is because of
it is streamer mode. Yes.
Yes, I'm pretty
confident that is it. You submitted a MyL deck, right?
Yes.
Just for the double checks. Is there anything else you wanted to add here?
No, I think this was pretty thorough. This is cool.
I sent you guys. Yeah, we got Nugra, we got the one you sent. We also had another one that was through 10 gift subs.
Yes.
So yes, we have 2 decks that have been bought, or yeah, 2, 3. I guess 3 because technically this one was bought today too.
Right.
Yeah, this is
okay. Cool. Well, it's my Ellen time. Let's see. Are you primed? Put big creatures into play and turn them sideways. Yes, that's a primer.
I love that you took the time to write that. That makes me happy that you took the time to be like, this is the primer. How do you play this deck?
Important to know. Yeah.
Oh, feel free to roast.
Okay.
Oh, we can roast.
This is I think our first one where somebody's actually said please roast this.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are usually trying to just give feedback, but we will give feedback while calling you dumb now.
Yeah,
that's the roast.
All right, so this is this is a MyL deck. This is a classic commander from Trevorsaurus. So this is a red, a green, and a white. You can pay 6 mana and tap it to look at the top 5 cards of your library, put a creature with power 5 or greater from them directly into play. The rest go on the bottom.
Wild to read this card and then look at Kinnan. Wild to look at those 2 cards and compare them. Like, holy crap. So first thing you should be playing Kinnan. You're wrong.
Yeah,
You're not playing Kinnan. That's the first bit, but I guess Miles okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this is favorite commander deck. Had it together since 2010, and maybe a swap to Atla Palani. Yeah, another commander that fits this kind of idea well. We're trying to cheat big creatures into play in Naya. Sure. I'm already worried that there are no creatures that cost less than 3 in this.
Yeah.
There's only a single creature that costs less than 4 in this.
Yeah, my first thought immediately is this is a 39 creature deck. Why isn't it just a 50 creature deck and playing dorks and things to ramp you?
Yeah,
Sakura Tribe Elder.
I'm gonna jump to where the ramp would be right now, and it just doesn't exist.
It just isn't real. Okay, so you are absolutely 100% wrong, dude. Your ramp pack, like. Your deck costs 10 million to do everything, and there's just no ramp. How do you cast anything?
Yeah,
how do you activate my AL? How do you this? I'm trying to it's weird. I'm trying to roast, but also not be mean. But
I would just be like, okay, my game plan is, hey guys, I don't do anything for like 6 turns. Please leave me alone.
Literally 6 turns. Like, if you don't have your 3 pieces of ramp, your deck doesn't... Or Servala. Your 4 pieces of ramp that we saw in this deck. Your deck does literally nothing.
Yes.
At all.
Yeah, but Rob, is not the ramp. Because you still need 6 mana to activate this. So that's an immediate thing for me, is I would want I would want ramp in whatever form. It can be like 1 mana dorks are great. You know, I would want every 1 mana dork that I could get, especially the ones that help me hit my L. So birds, Avacyn's Pilgrim, Delighted Halfling.
I mean, with just the green ones work.
The green ones
are tough if you have exactly a forest, but if you have any land that produces 2 mana,
right.
The land where all of those. No, girl, I'm not the one being roasted. Don't roast me. I'm
yes, chat. What's the or really, Nurgle? What's the rate to have chat ask for you to roast Joe?
Nurgle's already doing it. She's doing it for
free.
For free.
That's not. Yeah,
we're supposed to be making money off of this. You're gonna make fun of me.
Okay. So like,
she just said she'll do it for free.
Yeah. The targets here are fine. Zakama seems particularly bad for a target because you only get the untap if you cast it. It does have the abilities are relevant, but that would make me unhappy. To be like, oh, all right, well, my big hit is Zakama, but I don't get to untap.
What photos are you going to show for what photos do you have to roast me with?
Can I sub?
I just don't even know what photo she's talking about.
Let's see.
But we take silly pictures on purpose and put them on the internet.
You will have to work harder than that.
Yeah, because like silly photos are just like I'll post
the only kind of photo that I take.
Yeah, I mean all the time.
Okay. I do like this. I do like the creatures that are here for the most part. Pyrewood Gearhulk I probably would not run here because we don't care about this is good for go wide. But we're probably only giving like 2 other creatures a buff from this.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Did you see my thumbnail from this morning?
Oh yeah, I did. It was great.
Oh,
it was good. It was good.
I do love hitting the cactar. That's the go-to.
Yeah, like some of these hits are much.
I eat glue sticks.
You don't have to tell us. It's pretty. It's pretty.
We
obvious.
don't usually say followers, but that one made me laugh because it's just like.
Oh, there's also a follower named that.
I eat glue sticks. Yes. Good. It's just good name. Good name.
I assumed that you were just making an admission.
What does Raptor do? Isn't that card bad?
Windburst Raptor, yeah.
Yeah.
The card is just bad. But. Oh. Okay.
I feel like this one is going to require a nice, fun EDH rec, or not EDH rec, but Scryfall search. I feel like a nice look up some power 5 or greater things and see what we can come up with.
Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I copied this already, right? Great. I'm gonna start knocking cards out of this that I don't like.
Yeah, I think it's an easy cut. Pyrewood Gearhulk.
Yes. Windburst Raptor, bad.
Very bad. Archetype of Endurance, I am so
terrible.
I hate that card.
Actually,
I hate
terrible.
it with a passion. Like that card does nothing.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Magmatic Force in here.
See, but that card's cool. But yes, easy cut. But
Is it cool?
I don't know. I like the forces. They're really bad.
I'm kind of with you, except even to me the other forces, any of the other forces are cooler than this.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with cutting it. It's bad. It never makes my deck's final cuts ever, literally ever.
Yeah, there are cool cards in here. Wold Spineworm, that's cool. Like Vaultborn Tyrant, Gisela, those are cool, but I'm getting rid of the ones that are. This is just get your stuff through. All of our stuff is massive. We don't need this.
Yeah.
Ew.
I hate that card.
Yeah. This has never been good. Like you were even getting rid of one of the best things that it does, which is like, since you can flash it in, it saves you from something. But the main way we're trying to put cards on the board is hope that it's in the top 5.
We're already cheating it in. The flash is already there. It's in our card. Isn't Death's Kiss bad?
Where is the
up top right?
Yeah, because we don't want to pay extra mana for stuff. We want stuff that is super expensive that does the thing when it enters.
Yeah, because my L just does it again.
Yeah.
We still need to use that 6 mana again next turn, and then the next turn, and then the next turn. So we can't be paying for other stuff. I think so. This hurts my soul to say.
Okay.
A Tally Primal Storm is bad, like really bad. I love. It is one of my favorite cards ever printed. I just think the card is bad. Like you have to actively have haste enablers in order for it to be playable.
I kind of think that it's okay here because Mael allows you to put it onto the board at the end of the turn before you untap, so it is almost like it has haste.
Okay, that is a fair reason. I'm trying to keep my biases away too because I'm like, I would put this in for sure, but I also can't keep myself away from that card. But I do have a full acknowledgement that it's just not very good. It's really sad. The fact that it doesn't just look for spells like the good Atali does.
But this is a fun card that with a commander that does kind of get around.
It has some synergy.
The fact that it sits on the board. Like this to me is not on the top cuts list in the way that some of the other ones were. Because like it's a card that has been crept a little bit, but you are at least mitigating one of the biggest downsides of it.
Mm-hmm. Isn't Stalking Vengeance terrible? If I remember correctly, I'm seeing it is down, left, down. We're just on it.
Put into a graveyard from play, it deals damage equals power to target player. Well, I hope our stuff's not dying.
Yeah, if our stuff's dying, we're losing.
Is there the reverse effect of this on a body? Creature enters, deal damage?
Yeah, it's called Terror of the Peaks. That's way better. And it is here. But yeah, no, Stalking Vengeance is bad. We don't.
Yeah, we don't even have a way to put stuff into the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. This doesn't do anything that we care about. Enters, return a card from your graveyard to your hand, and when it dies, you can return a card from your graveyard to your hand.
It's just not putting stuff in our hand isn't useful. We want on the top of our deck to play it again or something. Right. But not many effects to that. What does Oger do? I cannot remember.
O'Hare,
yeah.
No, this is pretty good.
I believe it. I just don't know what it does. Deals combat damage to a player. Reveal that many cards from the top of your library, and you put. Okay, so it does what your commander does. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just a different way to do our commanders.
I think I'm okay with the rest of this stuff. Like,
what about Shriekwood Devour? I don't recognize that one.
Yeah, it's a big. Yeah, you swing with creatures and untap with equal to greatest power. Cool. That's another Mael activation.
That's sweet.
I like it. Sorceries, Tooth and Nail, boring. Last one of the March of the Ents, much cooler.
Yeah, I see Tooth and Nail, and I see a deck like this, and I think it's not broken, but then I realize I'm already snoring because I'm so bored of that card. Like it's like I'm like, oh, it's cool in this deck. And then I fell asleep. Right
also,
away.
like this seems against the spirit of what the deck wants to do. We're like high rolling. We're like, what am I gonna get next? Oh, cool. What am I gonna get next? Ah, cool. I'm not searching for 2 creatures. Blah. Yeah, switch just for anything that does more of that. Mm-hmm. Like Genesis Wave.
Yeah,
like
something like big giant random.
Yes,
is what we want to be doing, which is I guess I like that fits better with that. That makes a Tally feel better in it too. Because it's like everything's big, everything's giant, everything is random.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We know we want a billion more ramps. Scroll Rack is cool because you're putting this stuff on top. Manual is another way to cheat stuff from our hand.
Yep. Which stuff ends up in our hand because there's a million of it.
Yeah. There's a good point to this being a Primal Surge deck. We're down to 3 sorceries or instants.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like, might as well cut them.
Well,
none of these are.
I'll be honest. I like having 1 or 2. I like making my Primal Surge not all in. I like having a couple of misses, so it makes it more interesting.
Cool.
Personally,
I'm still good with that. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
like-
only have like it's
like I would
still-
have last March of the Ents, it, and maybe one other.
Yeah.
And then it's like maybe I win, maybe I don't.
Mhm.
I like adding that, but also if you want it to be better, all in on the permanence primal surge, you win every single time.
Yes.
Which is fine. Totally fair way to go. Lurking Predator sucks.
Lurking Predators.
Sucks. That card is awful.
I don't know. This is a cool card though.
Oh,
I like it's an Atali. This is a bad card, but it's cool.
yeah, that's fair. I don't know what it is. There's something specific.
Like the creature count was high enough before we knocked a bunch of stuff out of the deck.
If I could take back my gifted sub with you saying that, Joe, I would. What would you take? What did I say? Well, Lurking Predators is bad. I'm sorry.
Wait, that is weird though. This seems like a Joe card. This is Mind Stylation, but with big creatures.
No, see what I love about Mind Stylation is it plays my opponent's stuff. That is a Joe thing I don't talk about as much.
Okay.
I love playing my opponent's stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe
Like this is
I-
not
so-
a me card, and I'm in support of this.
so it's funny. It's if we like just a step back.
Mm-hmm.
I spent infinite years making content with Beezy,
Yeah.
and he hates this card. So maybe I need to reevaluate and look at it again because
Mhm.
sometimes you just absorb other people's opinions. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense to me. But let me give it the old college read again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you have to reveal the top card of your library and all this. And if a creature,
Yes.
put it onto the battlefield.
Sit and think with your thoughts for a moment. I need a snack.
Okay, bring me a water, please, Veggie.
Uh-huh.
So here's the second. Yo, deck that isn't supposed to say. Playing himself. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Okay, so thoughts on this card now that I am put myself into neutral mode and reevaluating it. That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
I mean, again, I had predetermined opinion that I have had for years, and I have not reevaluated this card in years. Yeah, but also so when we are playing cards like this, we need to up our creature count. So I want less of these things all around. Like I was gonna say this anyway, but like I want to maximize value on this card. So it's like the more Warstorm Surges, the more Mirari's Wakes. Like there's just like similar to Mirari Wake, something that you can play is boop 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 boop. This is my realm. I know these cards. Wiggle Behemoth. Make sure the Monarch your lands tap for double. Bam.
Yeah.
Awesome. You're doing the same thing as Mirari's Wake, but it's on a 5-power creature that my Al can cheat in.
Yes.
Like these are the kind of trades that you want to go through all over the deck, and you want to get
Yeah.
rid of as much as you can.
Ooh, what Nikia
No, agree.
or
That I'm sorry to tell Ice Blader, which is funny. Your hot take is very cold. Yeah, this is very bad in the deck. We're not casting creatures. You are the Ice Blader. Maybe all your hot takes are just like melting ice.
right?
Like, woo, warm take coming in. But good call. Yes, you are right. Nikki of the Old Ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wherever. Yeah.
Yeah. Nikki of the Always. Also another 5-power creature you can cheat in with your commander. Doubles your mana. Just way better than Mirari's Wake. Like both of these cards should just be in the deck. This also, the great thing about this also some card advantage. Just throwing in there
Right.
on top of.
Right. Somebody's got to hit you through massive creatures.
Yeah, exactly. I do like this. Like this is. Let's see. What would I keep here? I'm cutting probably Rhythm of the Wilds. We'll get Haste Enablers on our creatures somehow. Probably cut. Oh man.
Oh yeah, no, you cut really well because you're most of the time you're activating Mile at the end of turn.
Yeah,
Or, like,
yeah,
end of
yeah, yeah.
turn.
So we're cutting Rhythm of the Wild.
Oh, cut Aura Shards because, like, that's for people that are not good at Magic.
Yeah, we don't need. Yeah, Aura Shards is mean. It's good. It's just mean. Man, there's such a cool. So this is like so interesting to me. So I just think all these artifacts should be creature ramp, but This is such a cool card. Like, I
Yeah.
want to cut down on non-creatures.
Yeah.
But this is so cool.
Yeah, you definitely keep this. Like, you don't. It does not need to be purely creatures. This is one you definitely keep.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, because like I'm in my head, what I am saying right now, and I'm thinking, let me get this down to like 6 or 7 total here, is what I want. So like door just goes, maybe monster manual, it's fine. It does put the things in from her hand, which is solid. But I'd rather play creatures that do it. Ovia Pishiri, even Elvish Piper. Both of those are just much better at doing this, and they're creatures. We do not have a Seedborn Muse, but I think this deck is a 2.
No, because there's at least we just talked about.
Well, we should cut Aura Shards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you cut Aura Shards like this, no, it's 2.
Right.
Which is what the deck feels like, especially with how big and giant everything is. Like, this is like the extreme of what a Mael deck can be. Cut the Aura Shards, make it a 2. Perfect way to go. And then, yeah, you don't throw... Seedborn Muse should be in here if
you're bumping up the...
If you're bumping up the power level, but I don't think we need to. I would cut Heroic Intervention pretty easily.
That's a you thing, but...
Would you keep it? I mean... I just hate Heroic Intervention. You're right.
Yep. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it here. Because you don't have other ways to, like, interact with... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, monsters.
Goodbye.
I think you cut Greater Good. I think it's fine. But I just...
Yeah, what do we need to draw cards for?
We don't. We have card advantage on our commander.
Right.
And we're going to draw cards. What we're going to draw cards with is... I mean, weird. Go up to the add out type. I think that you want to play this guy. I think that's what it's called. I don't even like this guy.
Oh, Garrick's Pack Leader?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I think that this, you want it on a creature, so it's just like, yeah.
You can't hit this with Mael, though.
That is true, but I still think you play it.
There is one that you hit with Mael, though.
Is there? Okay,
I think.
Like, what creatures? It has to be enter. It is very specific. I think that's cast.
Soul. Is it?
I think the soul guy is cast.
I don't think it is.
Maybe I could be wrong.
Soul. 93 cards. We only have to go through 93 cards. Can somebody please tell me what? Soul of the Harvest. Thank you.
Soul of the Harvest.
Enters.
Okay.
6 power.
Easy. Soul of the Harvest in the deck. Add it. Boom. We've already messed up this deck here anyway.
Yeah. No Pack Leader.
Fair enough. Yeah, is there any other creatures that, when creatures enter, not cast the spell, draw a card? Because we specifically need enters for this deck. Like,
we had the Garrick's, what's its face?
Garrick's Uprising,
Yeah. Garrick?
Yeah. Cut Rhythm. I think you cut Sylvan Library. Just not the deck for it. Cut Warstorm Surge. It's good. It's fine. It just... Like, I just feel like we have so many spots we need for creatures that it just has to go.
Right, this 6 mana could have just been an activation.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's where we want to be. It's like, we're on Lurking Predators, cool, sure, we'll keep it. Sneak Attack, another way to kind of mimic what our commander is doing.
Oh!
What do you like Wilderness Reclamation? No, it doesn't untap our commander.
It doesn't untap our commander.
Easy remove.
Alright.
No, Grok's Pack Leader is not here. In fact, we added it and then cutted it. That's what we did. Where is the green lamp? It's missing. That was one of the first things we covered, Mr. Blader, was that this needs all the mana dorks to ramp the Maya L, Birds of Paradise, Avacyn's Pilgrim.
I don't know.
That would just be pronounced Avacyn's. Funnily enough.
Avacyn's.
Avacyn.
And then you're
Land Rocks. Elvish Mystic.
Are you on
Elvish Mystic. What's the other one? Fintorn. Boom, boom, boom. All these great in the deck. Bam. Arbor Elf, yes.
Arbor Elf's a little trickier for me because we're in 3 colors.
I guess that means let's look at the mana base.
I think even with the
no Arbor Elf. I think if you the reason I looked is because this is a very expensive mana base. If you're playing all of the fetch lands, Arbor Elf works, but we are not doing that. Also, just to talk about mana base, it seems like you've invested a lot in this mana base. We should be off bounce lands at this point. At this kind of investment into a mana base, you just don't want them. So that they're easy cuts just for other things that enter untapped. What are we missing? I feel like something's missing here.
Also, like Jungle Shrine and stuff like
yeah, the tap lands. Basically, everyone you can keep this one. It's a form of ramp. I like that. Boros Garrison gone. I don't think these fit in the 3-color decks. You don't need them. In my experience from building decks, this is fine because you can fetch it. Yeah, there's just duels hiding out in here. I guess he's been playing for he's had this deck together for 10 years, right? So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Rob is he's asking very politely for a Patron of the Orochi, which I do think is pretty sick here.
I don't remember what this does. Patron of the Orochi. Where is he? Here he is. Snake Offering. Untap all forests and all green creatures. Place ability only once each turn. Doesn't seem... Is it good enough?
Yes. So
we just don't have a lot of forest, is my thought. Like we need to make sure we have enough mana dorks then maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
It is sick as hell. Is it good? Oh, we also did get a subscriber there. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Awooga! Thank you for the subscription. 22 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Also, isn't Quilled Great Room just bad? I just realized that guy was there.
I mean, it's fine. Like it's not actively bad, which a lot of things that we cut out were.
I think I disagree. I think it is actively bad. We just don't have counters deck. It's never coming back. If it was coming back, like, and there's like synergies, we're just not. There's just like it's never happening.
The other text on the card.
For a creature controls those conversations, put them in. I guess.
So you're like, great, end of turn. Oh, here's a cool card. Put this onto the board. My turn. Swing.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Like it's not
it's not phenomenal, but yeah.
If we're keeping a tally, I think it's fine to keep this.
All right. Let's do a very Scraffle. Let's just do.
Yikes.
What? What? What am I Scryfall? Is that what you're yikesing? Don't you?
I should have gotten a drink while it's up.
You got me a drink.
Oh, that's the wrong trash can.
Veggie's making a mess here, nerd girl. All right, let's just do the classic and let's just scroll through and see what's missing here. All right. You've obviously got a lot of this stuff. Boop-a-doo. What would I add? What cool things would I add? Veggie's making a mess. It's unbelievable. Somebody did mention Nyx Bloom Ancient. I would throw in a Nyx Bloom Ancient in this deck. This feels like a Nyx Bloom Ancient deck for sure. Yeah, I can't remember who. Somebody mentioned it in chat a little bit ago, but yeah, throw that in. That's great. This feels like Saretha. Thank you for the suggestion. Got everybody playing tokens. They're sick. So happy that you got your stuff. Thank you for the support, friend. Let's see. Is there a Terastodon in here? Probably. This deck's got some 2010 stank on it still. Nerd Girl Veggie wants to know if he can test out the Keurig. Let's see. What else can we add? I like Balefire Dragon. Let's see. Do we have a Balefire Dragon here? I don't know. I gotta double check. Balefire Dragon's like our board wipe. I would put it in. Great, great ad. Just hit our opponents, blow up all their shit. Totally where we want to be. Boop, 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 boop. And you got a lot of this stuff. Let's see what else we want to cheat in. Next page. Go to the next page. Oh, go to Maverick. That's sick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just did like 5 or greater creature. What's played a lot? Let's see. Yeah, Golden Maverick is awesome. Rinse out the water jug. Fill it with bottled water, then run it 2 times.
We do have one of the big jugs that's left.
Big jugs.
We have one that has water in
Veggie's talking about big jugs over here. Oh, that's funny that it counted this, but it's not a creature. What else? What else? What else? Looks like you got most of the good stuff. I like Sarah's Emissary as a big, giant, stupid thing. Just choose creature. No one can kill you in those lower power tables. They have to remove this first. It's a cool ass card. Oh, Elder Gargaroth. That should absolutely be in here. Yes, this thing has big old power. It makes extra creatures. It gains you life. It draws cards. Perfect. Perfect. Palolith? What is Palolith? Yeah, Veggie's not in here. I don't know the really obscure cards. Palolith, where are you? Palolith. Whenever another creature of power 5 or greater comes into play under your control, you may return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. Didn't we cut this, Veggie? Palolith, which when a creature enters with power 5 or greater, you return something from your graveyard to your hand.
We didn't cut that. We cut a similar thing, but it was a 2 use that needed to enter and die.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, I don't know that I would play it, but whatever. You can play like Ancient Bronze Dragon, Ancient Copper Dragon if you want. I love me an Ancient Copper Dragon. The ancient dragons have some nice fit in this deck because you get to activate my owl, put them in end of turn, and then attack with them right away. So like, super solid. I hate that Ancient Bronze Dragon is just like so bad compared to the other ones because it does something that helps with combat after combat's over. Like, what a terrible card design. It's like, yes, after the damage is done, then I just roll a number for counters. So we look like even more, like we already look like a threat. Let's look like even more of a threat for next turn. Let's see. What's this guy do? When he enters the battlefield under your control, put X plus 1 counters on it where X is its power. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put X plus 1 counters on it where X is its power. That guy's card's sweet. I just haven't really played this card. I need this card. Ooh, Cityscape Leveler. Perfect. Removal. That's our deck's removal. We just play 8 mana removal. Cityscape Leveler. Yes, we talked about it earlier, but yes, absolutely this deck should have both Ovia Pishiri. Ovia? How do you spell Ovia? That's not a name. Is it a real name? Chat, let me know. Is Ovia a real name? Ovia, Auto Tech Mechanic should absolutely be in here. Way to cheat stuff from your hand. And Elvish Piper. Is there any other variations of the Elvish Piper? Ovia, yes. But yeah. It's a cool ass name, that's for sure. Way cooler than Joe. God, I hate being named Joe sometimes. My name's so lame. Guys, you won't believe this. Veggie's right off camera. Just dancing. He's doing like the craziest dance I've ever seen. I don't know why he won't do this on camera. It's like he's doing handstands and flips. It's absolutely wild. Jeez. Jovia Pascieri. Have I shared this have I shared this on stream? I don't remember. I think I shared it at the con with somebody. But I listened to a podcast that would retell the magic stories. But it was one guy and he would do voices for the characters. And obviously Pascieri is an elderly woman. So his voice for Ovia was, "Oh, yes, my name is Mrs. Pascieri. I am an old lady." And so that is the voice of Ovia Pascieri forever for me. I will never ever forget Mrs. Pascieri. Veggie, did you have any more thoughts on this deck?
Yeah, hold on. Also, who are you playing this with? Like, who let you play the game with the way that it was originally built? Because I'll also roast your play group because they also must be pretty terrible if they're like, yeah, this is a balanced deck with it. It doesn't do anything for like 6 turns.
You accidentally called him terrible. Or you did it on purpose.
Yeah.
I mean, he did say we could roast him, but I just thought it was very funny that we haven't said you're terrible.
Yeah.
But you were just like,
you're also terrible.
Implied terrible. I just thought it was very funny. Like, if you're gonna call someone terrible, just say they're terrible. You don't say your play group's terrible because they let you.
Yeah, I can't wait to take game actions starting turn 6.
It was very slow. This deck was very, very slow. Get out of here. They should just be creatures. Like, legitimately, this deck should just all be creatures.
I think, yeah, you're definitely farther on that than I am, but
for this, I just feel like this deck specifically is like, what can we put on our creatures?
I mean, you do like your blowouts, so that's why I'm not so far on this as you are. I'm like, to me, I don't get extra synergy. I don't get significant extra synergy for my dorks being creatures here, so I would still keep ramp in other places.
Ooh, I would include Elysian Caryatid, I think it's called.
Yeah, make 2 if you have 4.
Yeah, it's a mana dork, but it makes 2 if you have 4 power. Great. You could also play, what is the expensive one that costs 2 mana? Bloom Tender. The money is no object here. You're rich, right? You just, I mean, you have dual lands. You have to. Everyone who has a dual land is rich. That is true.
Definitively, yes.
On the stream this much, we don't have to mention Joe being blown out on the stream this much. I mean, I agree, but Veggie keeps doing it. But also, a blow out's just like a thing you do to your hair. Like, that's just, it's not even a dirty term. It's just a thing you do to your hair. Have you never heard that term?
Like in the 80s.
Yeah, but it is a term. It is a legitimate term. Rich. I picked up these duels in like 20 times with like 40 apiece. Well, you're smarter than your deck building. I roasted him. And I got air horns. We do need Veggie because we are the only ones who will want to do this. I want to set up a soundboard.
Oh.
With very fun sounds. Burr is definitely one of them.
I honestly think it's much better if you just make the sound.
Just go burr, 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 burr. Yeah. I want to wait for Veggie before I start the next deck. Is it a legitimate term in the year of our Lord 20 time for something very... You'll have to borrow... Oh, the Vine Boom? Yeah, I can't Vine Boom, Veggie. That's true. How are we supposed to steal Maul's thing? All right. On to our next deck. We have... Visual Grid. Let's do sort by type, and this should be good. Food Reanimator. So this is quite the theme here. Do we have a primer? I don't see any primer. Let's click the primer. Maybe it's hidden. Oh, mill, life gain, and reanimate. Use food tokens to fuel our life gain, and plenty of mill to have a pseudo draw with Aerith. Aerith? I don't know why I say it like that, but it always pops in my head. Support the reanimating with Celestine, the Living Saint, and Sun Titan to keep key sack effect creatures and other permanents on the field to bait spot removal. Other token doublers to flood out food along with supporting the angel token producers. Maximize food token potential with Nuka-Cola vending machine, trading post, and Samwise Genji. Aerith? No, it's Aerith. You gotta say it like you're being cut off at the end. Is how you have to do it. So okay, let's read our commander. Aerith, Last Ancient. Lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 or more life, return that card to the battlefield instead. Yeah, it's a record scratch. It is a record scratch. Okay. So we are a tough thing that's going to come up about this deck. And the first thing I'm noticing is we're going to be a food deck. Cool. We can do that.
Okay. Aerith food. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. I like it too. But it's annoyingly tough because
you need to crack 3 foods.
You need to crack 3 foods. Like 2 foods is a lot. 3 foods is like your whole turn.
Okay, so I'd immediately want what, like Sam's Loyal Tendant here? Reduces your food activations by some. Yeah, not this Sam, the other Sam.
Yes, Sam Loyal. Let's.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah. Where are we at in this? You've just gone over the commander, right?
I've just gone over the commander, and I'm about to go look through this deck. All right, so we need lots of life gain, and our idea is to do it with food.
Can you sort by?
I was just about to. And our idea is to do it with food. The trouble is, this is going to be real tough. So we are going to need lots of things to help us. Golden Goose fits perfectly. We've got a nice little thing, some life gain. I'll stop here just because this card's here. Play regular Soul Wardens. I don't think the energy and the attack is worth it at all on this card.
Really?
Honestly, I honestly do not. And I think that gaining off your opponent's life is, and I know that they don't enter during your turn, but we're still going to have other life gain synergies, and we still gain the same amount of life on our turn from our Soul Wardens.
Okay. I heavily disagree with that, especially in this deck. I think a Soul Warden that's gaining off your opponents is much, much better in a deck that cares about, like, whenever you're gaining life. But at the worst, this says, hey, turn your 3/5 life linking commander into a 5 powered flyer permanently.
Okay. Our commander does have life link.
Our commander has life link, and this has like that's such a big upside when our deck doesn't care about the individual instances of life gain. This to me is way better than a Soul Warden here.
All right. Well, then this should be Soul Wardens because this one actually is bad. But yeah, I do actually like your thought process. My initial thought to cut it, I redact it because I am able to change my mind as a human being who is open-minded. I agree with what you said.
You can stand on it too, but
I also stand. I've stood my ground plenty of times this episode.
Oh wow, argumentative, not open-minded at all.
So divisive, I would say. That's really just the problem. Yeah, cut Daxos. This is a bad card. You have to be like this weird life gain aristocrat, but also you don't want Blood Artist instead. It's such a weird card.
I do think we should reset our minds. And do this a little more, like, we're still, I think, half in roast mode. Let's go over what's here first, what we like, then the things that we would adjust.
Yeah, I think I do think it's funny and interesting. I am much more like I don't know how I'll do this alone when I do when the day that you're
You
like
can do it however you want when you're alone.
no, I know, but I'm like thinking about it now. You've got my head rolling. I'm like, I am just gonna be the more chaotic. It is just more of a Joe style to be more chaotic and just go one by one through every card.
We have made some choices to
Does
make
this have tags?
To be a little broken in this. No,
unfortunately, because I was curious to see only because I cared about how many food cards we had, and they're hard to count.
right. What in creatures we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it.
Dang, we gotta make more food than that, right? If we're a food deck.
Yeah.
You could
Maybe it will be elsewhere, but that is a good chunk of the deck.
Yeah, plus we're reanimating. So like we're this reanimator deck that brings stuff back from the graveyard. The best thing to do is have creatures that make food. Like that is the ideal thing to have. Maybe we just need to do a food search and just
Yeah, well let's go over the deck first.
Yeah, let's continue down the deck.
Because we do have like Treebeard is exactly the thing you're looking for.
Yep.
Enters, makes 2 foods, and cares about the life gain, good body. Like, yeah, great. And Bristlebone of Armor also does that. So like, if there are other cards that are like this that give us like a good amount of food and are good reanimation targets, that would be nice. This doesn't even. Ooh, yeah, that doesn't even like finality counter them or anything. That's nice.
Yeah, we can just keep doing it.
Yeah, what are you? Return an artifact, an enchantment from graveyard to hand. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, we have to get there, right?
Yeah. And I see some value in these.
What is
these
Perth
things?
Top right? I don't know that card.
Oh, Astrid Path is great. I like this card.
Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, create a food. I mean, that's all we need. That's
Right.
already good enough to play in this deck. And whenever you sacrifice a food or clue, it explores. Yeah, I mean, it does exactly what the deck wants to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, HD. Yeah, like Feasting Troll King. That seems like really good for this.
I imagine almost anything that enters the battlefield that makes a food as a creature is going to make this list, right?
Yeah,
like it's going to be at least most of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice. I think this card is kind of underrated too.
Whenever it enters the battlefield, create a food at the beginning of your end step. If you sacrifice a food, you may search your library for a basic land and put the. Oh yeah, great. Yeah. Yes, I do like the card. I think
especially because I think I heard you say that there are other ways to sacrifice the foods.
Yeah, there is sack outlets.
Yeah, that
he has mentioned
particularly good.
Valkyrie I don't like very much.
Sure.
Yeah, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this is like another deck. It's like an angel deck or a token deck or like Tristani wants this card, right? Where it's like it'll gain life and then gain more life. It's like there's decks that want this. I don't think that this deck.
Yeah, it's pretty fine. It's just tricky because the 4 life versus the 3 from a food, and if we're reanimating, and this is our top end, I'm like, we could do better.
Yeah, exactly. And like so, I agree. Like this card is fine, and it does gain 4 life when it attacks. It's just like I think that this deck is. I think when we start working on this deck here, it is going to be very tight to fit in all the good cards. So it's like, I just think things like that have to go because they're just the least synergistic cards for your deck.
Yeah. So what do you like about this deck, Joe? I do want to start there because to me having a good base of understanding the deck, what they've done with it is important before we start.
I love the idea that was mentioned in the thing. I love the Celine, Celestine. What is this? So I love this. I love like this as a backup plan. I love things that do stuff what our commander's doing. I love all the food creatures. All these creatures that are making food are exactly what this deck is screaming for. Anything that enters and makes 1 food, good enough for the deck, probably. I mean, there's probably actually really bad ones we shouldn't put in the deck, but almost always they're going to make the deck.
Right. Because even if we're not reanimating these with the full 7, we're at least like some of the smaller ones that are like this that make food. We're just like, great, end of turn. We're bring this back to my hand. Play it on the next turn.
Yeah. We'll get to Ice Blader. Keep that one in mind. You can throw it when we're doing suggestions. Throw that one back because that is absolutely a suggestion we will do in a minute.
But yeah, that's the right kind of thing here. Okay.
You can't run Cat Oven because this deck is green and white.
Let's see. What is this? Mill 3, return a creature and a land from graveyard to hand. Yeah, I think so. We've got a little bit of self mill as well to make sure that we've got targets here. Like dredge here, mill here, mill here. Savins has some targets. And we know that we're with the help of that self mill.
Could you scroll the lands real quick? Just because I want to add a note about Savins here when we talk. I think to make Savins Reclamation its max value as a card, you should play a few more lands that put themselves in the graveyard. Not a lot. You don't have to like overload on. Oh, whoa! You don't have to overload on them, but just a couple more. But you do have. I see you have 3 here, so maybe that's just enough. But I might even add a 4th or a 5th, just because Savins Reclamation gets such a big boost as a Magic card when you can return lands consistently. It becomes now not just return your best, regular permanent, but return it's a ramp spell now.
Right, it's guaranteed to be good, like played on turn 3.
Yeah, the versatility it adds is really, really, really strong when you have that. But also, 3 might just be enough because if you're playing things like this, you're just milling yourself. So you will put graveyards in, or you put graveyards in the lands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put graveyards in the lands naturally.
Yeah, and then if you flash it back, you can put 2 graveyards
in the land. Yeah. What is Starfall Invocation?
It's a board wipe, but if you gift a card, then you reanimate.
Cool card.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, if there's a slot I like experimenting with, it's board wipes. It's just like, try this.
There's so many different ones that have like all kinds of different things.
And like every set, and like they slip under the radar because it's just like you can't keep track. It's like unless you're literally a content creator like us, they're just gonna 1 or 2 is gonna slip by. It's like, yeah, try this new one, try this one. Yeah. There's a lot of Cut Farewell cards is ridiculous. But it's
Let's see. Yeah, we gotta get a little bit of like baby reanimation here. Some more stuff that cares about our graveyard. Let's see. Yes, so Nuka-Cola Vending Machine is an absurd Magic card. Very, very good. Very fun. Yeah, we get to experiment with the Wind Crystal. Like this does help a lot. Turning our foods into, we just need a single point more of life gain.
Okay.
Also allows us to turn our like big reanimated creatures into even bigger threats.
Yep. I think so. This deck looks like it is decently solid. It seems like it just needs a good like I like a lot of what it's doing. And the idea here is really fun. But if we're going, I think it hasn't embraced its identity, is what I would say. It hasn't you are food reanimator, but I think a lot of the food stuff is just missing. It's just not here. And that's what we have to add here. Like, let's get down and dirty, get in there and just find every food card, because I immediately, like, because I assumed it would be here. Night of Sweet's Revenge is just not here. It's just like, that's just, if I when I hear food deck, it's like one of the cards is like, yeah, that makes your food into mana, so that now you can use your food to crack your food. And it's just like there's this, it feels like the kind of card's like, yeah, that has to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Can you clarify this for me? Because you got like, either read the primer or a message in chat or something about what they're trying to do. So is this a food deck first and foremost that can also reanimate because you're gaining life? Or is this a reanimator deck that has food because that's an easy way to gain life to help trigger that? Okay, here we go. Food tokens fuel life gain. Plenty mill. Support the reanimating with Celestine, Sun Titan. Great. Token doublers to flood out food tokens. Woo!
New Kofi. Thank you so much, Saratha.
Yes.
We appreciate you. I caught it up there this time before it went away.
Nice.
I saw who did it, but thank you so much, Saratha. I assume we were doing a nice deck tech for you after this. So.
Yes. Okay. So it is the food. The food is not the main focus here.
But okay.
Yeah. Go on.
So just the second one, just the food to get. So this is your deck. So yeah, you're gonna tell us. So I guess my question here is for you.
Mm-hmm.
You specifically included food as the title.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that's what we should push. But is that what you want? It is your deck. Because if I'm like, this is my food reanimator deck, I want to make it the food reanimator deck. Or do you just want it to be a side thing where it's like, yeah, there's some food in here? Because that's also fair. Like, I think both of those are fair options. Even reading that, like you read it, I still feel like food is still like is the main focus, or at least in my head how I am interpreting it.
Okay, because from looking at this deck, I would want to lean the other way. I would want to lean into food is a good way to supplement making sure I gain enough life to reanimate, and so I would want good food cards, but not all food cards. That's the way that I would go with this list.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, again, this is the contrast of styles, right? I embrace whatever you're doing completely and go head first into it, whereas you are...
Well, that's the thing. I'd embrace Reanimator.
Yeah.
You're it looks like you are embracing food. Because if you focus on food, I think you then have to sacrifice some Reanimator cards or some better Reanimate targets to lean into food. To me, I'm like, I'm going to lean into Reanimator, and then that...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like good.
Food. Probably a typo for food.
I like food, but not all personally. Well, yeah. I mean, everyone's got taste for food. Who likes every food?
Right.
Who likes all food? Right. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. We haven't really gotten to the edge yet, but I don't know what that card is. That whenever a card goes to the graveyard, or an artifact goes to the graveyard, gain 5 life. That sounds amazing in this deck for doing foods. But also, I don't know what that card is off the top of my head. Do you know that?
Reanimator focus. Reanimator focus.
Boo. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
I embrace you.
I think you've made the right choice. I think this is just a bad commander for a food forward deck. And I think the Reanimator is what makes this interesting. So we should be looking for good I think we should be looking for good reanimation targets, since our top end is kind of light. We should be looking for ways to guarantee that we've got those targets in the graveyard, and then making sure we hit the 7 mana.
So I think the way that we're gonna win Ice Blader is we're a reanimator deck. Our creatures are gonna be huge and giant. They're not yet.
Yes.
Our creatures by the end of this will be so big that they will win the game. Fangren Marauder. I just want to see what this card is because I'm just curious. We didn't duplicate this.
You gotta duplicate it.
Don't you tell me. You ever want to put it here?
So you gotta duplicate it.
Oh, got it. Reset.
All right, so now that we've duplicated it, we are able to use the search and add cards to it.
Hate my job. Hate my job.
Fangren.
Fangren. Okay. That's what it is.
Yeah, were you not around during Mirrodin?
No, actually. I mean, if we were embracing the food route, which we have kind of stepped away from, this would be amazing in the deck. It would make sure every one of your food triggers your commander for the end step. But we're not embracing that, so sucks. Also, I don't know what the settings are on this account. So I'm just going to point this out. I'm going to go back. I just want to show you, this is... But these weren't the versions from... Wait, what is going on? Am I going crazy? This version was not there last... This was not the version that was there, and this wasn't the version that was there. Why did they change? I'm going...
I mean, it looks like they're the same to me.
No, they 100... So what's funny is, when I saw the summon, I'm like, oh, maybe I made a mistake. when I went back, and then I saw Lyra. I'm like, no, I did not.
Classic. No, you shouldn't have said anything because
Okay.
I was like, it absolutely was a different one.
Thank you. I knew that it
No.
changed. Thank you so much for not trolling me like Veggie was going to. Set the new deck tech. Thank you, Nerd Girl. We appreciate you for helping make our job easier.
All right.
I knew I wasn't crazy. Yeah, don't let Veggie gaslight me. No gaslighting on stream. Oh God.
Okay. So if I was looking at this deck, I would my goal would be the turn that I play Aerith, I'm also able to gain 7 life and I have something in the graveyard by then. How early can I do that?
I wonder if like isn't there a card that's just like gains 7 life?
In blue or in blue, jeez. In green and white, yeah. I think it's an instant for exactly that says gain 7 life.
That's just great here, right?
Yes.
Like we just want it's funny because like that card's so bad, but because it replaces itself in the form of our commander doing it. Yeah. Gain 7 life.
Yeah, you are. Whoa. Am I wrong? Is it 8 life? Maybe it's 8 life.
Yeah, maybe we just gain more life.
9? No, that's too much. Am I losing it? Is it only 6? Oh my god.
Spring of Eternal.
In 67 life. Am I did I misremember
what
cards? What's happening?
What card have you created, Veggie?
There's a you do that. My entire world will crash down around me if I
I don't know what it is. Rob's saying it is 7, that he agrees with you. I mean, there's Angel's Mercy, 4 mana, gain 7. Target opponent draws a card, you gain 7.
No, this card exists. It is
Heroes Reunion. Heroes Reunion. All right, let's see. Where is this card?
There. Okay, yes. Oh my god. Why didn't that come up?
Target player gains
7 life. Actually, I want to say that there's a second one. I'm just kidding. This is what I was thinking of.
That's really funny. You're like, there's definitely an older version of this card.
Yep,
oh,
it's the same card.
It's the same card, yeah.
But yes, yeah, okay. Yeah, I like that.
Ooh, Invasion.
Let's see.
Everyone loves a good old Invasion.
End step. Gained life. Return a thing. So we do it also anything that's like just naturally going to gain us life on our turn for little to no investment would be good.
Oh man. I'm going to dive into the vaults real quick. I think I need a vault check. What's his name?
We also have a large life total. Is there any way to leverage that for more of what we're trying to do? Like, we're not in great colors for it, but things that like cost life but allow us to like mill or allow us to reanimate.
No, let's see.
Yeah, it's like stuff like this seems really good as a root channeler. So you can reanimate it, and then its creature spells cost X less, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So then you have another way to you can just cast your reanimate targets from your hand.
I have a. I was just gonna say I have a Lathiel life gain deck. I should probably just look at that. That's probably why we'll find some cards for this. How do we mill ourselves? It's a great question. I'm gonna buy me a new Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I don't mind like the Accomplished Alchemist here as well, like a similar but smaller idea of here's another way to gain big chunk of life into putting a big creature on the board. And then
oh, that's what we should be here's the guy we should be reanimating.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, Nykthos Paradon. Because now this converts
also our big life gain into pumping the entire team.
I can't remember how this works. Hello? Question mark. I can't remember how this works.
So whenever you gain life, you may put that many plus
one. No. So I don't. So there's something. This card is worded differently than any other card.
Yes, the thing you're thinking of is, so it's a May ability. You gain life. You may put that many counters on and do this only once each turn. So you can choose any one instance of life gain during your turn to put that many counters on. So if you're
such a weird card.
Yeah, because they wanted you to be able to capitalize on the largest amount of life gain.
Mm-hmm.
So like say you during your upkeep you gain a life. You can be like, well, that's only one life. I'm gonna wait. Later on in your turn, you play your Hero's Reunion, you gain 7 life. You're like, that one. All of my creatures put 7 counters, and then later on you cannot use it again.
Yeah. And I knew that the reasoning, and I understood that, but it's just like this. There's just not cards like this. Like that let you choose when to trigger it. There's not a lot. Like it's a very rare thing. It's like if this thing happens, it happens. And it only happens once per turn sometimes. But it's just like this is just like no, you can do May, but only once a turn. So you get to choose. And it's just funny. I do like it because in any Nykthos Paragon deck, you almost always want your Soul Wardens. So there's nothing you can do about that the first time, but just be like, I guess I have no choice.
Right.
So, but I love it. I love this card. It's the perfect reanimator thing for the deck.
How about Soul something? That's the theme of today. I'll remember that Soul is in the name, and it doesn't.
Agatha Soul Cauldron. You're thinking of
Agatha Soul Cauldron. You can put in any deck, and I will be happy. Soul of Eternity. Or if you want to be a little more old school, Sarah Avatar. Like,
oh, but I do like Soul of Eternity a lot. It's funny how much better this is. Sarah Avatar is really funny,
but Sarah Avatar is cool because it's old. Yeah, if you have a deck that's going to be constantly bolstering its life total, then this means often this will one-shot players. Like it even has another relevant from the graveyard ability if Aerith is not out.
Aerith?
Yeah.
I don't know why. There is something that I have heard that sounds vaguely like that has made me just go Aerith. I don't know why. And it's forever stuck in my head, and no one will ever know why.
And it's not just that it sounds like a record scratch?
I don't think so. It's possible.
Okay.
My mind is just broken. Aetherflux is a good way.
It is in here.
So Aetherflux Buzzbar is super interesting. I actually want to talk about this card. I want to scroll down because this is a good talking point. It is good here. I'm not going to pretend like this is not good in a life gain deck. It is very interesting because when this is the combo piece, it's different. In life gain decks, you get hostage situations. And I'm not saying they're not fun or you can't play them out fun, but they can be very unfun as well. So I'm not like, this is not a knock on playing it or a reason not to play it. This is simply something to consider when playing this card. You will not usually have more than like 60 plus life. So you will only ever be able to knock out one player. And you can use that politically. but it also sometimes comes down to sometimes the other 3 players feel like they can't make plays, and it can be unfun. That's just a thought to have with an Aetherflux Reservoir that is on the battlefield in a deck that is not comboing with it.
Yeah. Personally, I only like to play this if it's not a combo deck, in a deck that it's essentially what you said, but different and better and more recently.
Yeah. Louder more recently.
Right. Is you can pay 50 life and still be comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Which there are life gain decks that can do that, but I don't think it's this one. This one is not optimizing. We're going for max life gain. This is just saying I need to gain 7 or more so I can get a big reanimate target out. So this to me is not super important unless our reanimation targets are then giving us 50 life.
Yeah. I mean, I like it. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Unnecessary probably, but also I want people to think about that more, because this is I think this is a great design card, a cool card, and an awesome card.
Yes.
But I also have seen and been part of the situations where this card is just some fun, and I am not a sit and be a hostage person. Mm-hmm. I die to it more often than not. Mm-hmm. I am like, do it. Just, you're killing me.
Yeah.
There's not a choice here. I don't to put it in the best way possible, I don't negotiate with terrorists. I believe that's the most tame way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I refuse to, like, they're like, I'll just kill you. It's like, I know, do it. You have to.
Mm-hmm. This is also interesting to me as targets. Power equal 7/0 lifelink. That didn't work. I think I have to write power.
But also we should do power equal to or greater than?
Yes, now I can do that.
Not a ton.
That's not a lot. So I mean, Sire, was this in there? This seems no, because it would have been marked.
No, it is not in there.
That seems excellent. Good reanimation target, and then guarantees that each time you can hit them again. And
so how does this vehicle work? I don't actually know. It's just a flying first strike lifelinker.
That's it.
It's not very
good.
So
you can't reanimate it.
Yeah, so it's not good.
Yeah.
I could see the argument for Safara, but
But I like Sire 7 Deaths for this.
I love Gold to Maverick. It's not good in this deck though. It's only that if it had actual lifelink itself, sure, but it does not.
Yeah, I wish also, or if the vampires came in attacking.
Yep, that would work as well, but they just do not. What is the thing that makes? Isn't there an X spell that makes lifelink tokens?
Lifelinking tokens?
Yeah, I can't.
One was with lifelink.
I can't think. Whatever. It's just, I feel like there is, but I'm also not positive. Just
that feels like definitely something that exists.
Yeah.
March of the Canonized.
Was that it?
I would assume.
March of the
Finale of Glory, those are also life-linked?
March of the Canonized. Where is it?
It's right there.
Where am I missing it?
It's like right there.
Okay, I'm gonna keep missing it.
It's an enchantment, I think.
Okay. March of the Canonized makes my flip. Yeah, I like these cards, especially. So I would play pretty much every Soul Warden. I just think they're really, really good.
Yeah, I mean I don't play them in this deck. For me,
they're so good, and that makes their Abiding Grace better. And really, we're just this deck. I believe he said, classic player, make this an Abiding Grace deck. I think that was the exact words he said. But I could be misremembering. So who knows? Who actually knows?
Yeah.
I think this deck. There's a lot of. So if we're not embracing food, things like. I mean, I love that card.
That is also excellent here.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
But this deck, like, if we can just go down here. These are remnants of a time past. We're no longer food.
Yeah.
Or like you either brace it or don't. That's really your choices. And you've decided, hey, go to the reanimator side, toss these in the trash.
Yeah, these are we don't make enough of anything for these to really be worth it. Those could be more cool reanimation targets.
One more artifact creatures.
Yeah, and it does mill and find a thing.
Yeah, I mean,
so, like, this is solid.
Yeah, what is the best like self mill in these colors? Let's just go over this.
Rumble, that's already in there.
Yeah, this one do. Bam, boop, boop. I'm literally just gonna take. Let's just do mill. That's the right spot, right? Yes. Let's see what the best mill cards are. Boom. Let's see what we got. That's interesting.
Alter Dementia is actually kind of cute. I don't know if it's quite worth it, but what you can do is get something out onto the board, sacrifice it, mill that many, and then you have at least that target, and you continue to dig for more. I'm just checking this. I assume this is...
What's the other deck?
Okay, that's... Yeah.
All they can also roast if...
Ooh. Yeah, that for the next one.
Yeah, we're not roasting this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I like Milliken. I think I'm just like I don't know. Maybe I just like Milliken, but I see Milliken and I see any synergy and I'm like, get it in. Love me a Milliken. Like I just want to shove it. Like I know it's not that good, but something about Milliken just speaks to me. So play Milliken, obviously.
Yeah, and like equivalent power level Lumra.
Yeah.
Is big chunky reanimation target, and then yeah, that's great.
And mills.
Yes.
Yes. What else?
Yeah.
Grapple with the past is fine. This is milling 3. It's not
fine.
I mean, I'm just throwing them out there. Was Bramble familiar?
It just has another.
Yeah. That does not work at all.
No, it totally works.
Oh,
like this is good.
Oh, it's another way to do our commander. Yes,
right.
And it ramps. Okay, yeah, good. Never mind. I was misreading. I was misunderstanding there the second mode. Good old title farmer.
Yeah, because this is another card that I personally like, Rampant Froggantua, because it hits a lot of stuff for me. It's fine and functional. Like it's 3/3 trample. So the trample helps it to get through, and you're milling yourself and ramping yourself, and then it does funny big number when players start to die.
Gets +10 for each player who has lost the game. Oh, that's cool.
So all you have to do at the beginning of your commander setup is say you lost the game, and then it's automatically a 43-43.
Yeah, that's true. You can't argue with logic like that. I mean, let's see. What is this guy? Rad counters are.
Yeah. Oh, Cash Grab's also a good rate. Yeah. Milling 4 for 2 and returning something.
Does this guy mills only 3?
I don't like Circle of Land Druid. That's one of my Rakdos charms where people are like playing this. I'm like, this is bad.
Yeah, I did like this include.
Titan, yeah.
I like this guy. He's just cool.
But like that's ideal. It's it's big reanimation target that mills and also puts itself into the graveyard. Like, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it looks like we got most of the mill stuff. This thing mills. Just mills. Yeah. Just does. Yeah. Oh, the Warring Triad you could play. Ramp that mills you. It's another Milliken. I mean, if you can play 2 Millikens, you really should just be playing as many as possible, right? Like, how many Millikens is too many?
Yeah.
20, 30, maybe?
The Warring Triad is really good, and I don't think anyone has mentioned that at all in the chat. And so I think we take credit for that.
Yeah.
I thought of a card. I thought of another card that I think would probably be really good here. It just came to mind. Let's see. I think it's called Peace of Mind, where you can discard a card and gain 3 life. then you're able to put your
big things-
reanimation
yeah,
targets
yeah.
into the graveyard,
Yeah.
and you've already gained
Really?
3 life, so you're almost halfway there. You can just pitch another
Ooh.
card, or
Actually, I just thought of a card.
yeah.
I think it's called Peace of Mind.
I don't think I know this one off the top of my head.
Oh, so you discard a card, you gain 3 life, and that allows you to put the big things from your hand into the graveyard. But also you gain life, so you can bring them back.
I'm on board with this, I think.
Yeah, and I think I said that first.
Yeah, I just heard you.
Yeah, exactly. So it's got to be it's definitely. What do you think of Peace of Mind though? Like, what's your thoughts on that card? All right, this bit is going too long. We've gone a little too long.
Okay. Yeah, so we have. I should probably just start doing this, especially since these will end up doing this. I would cut any of the small little life gains that aren't going to matter too much in exchange for this. Maybe this is not the worst. For chunks that get us there. Like this, I'm not super concerned about.
Yeah, like this is a chunker, not a one at a time deck.
Right. I don't hate the payoffs for we've gained a chunk of life, because now if we're leaning more into that, then that's better.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely want more things that are putting things in the graveyard. We have more dredge? We put a Golgari Grave Troll in this.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of a reason not to. No, didn't come up with one. Golgari Grave Troll.
Like that's the gold standard of dredge.
Yeah, do I have a I do. This is making that card I just thought. Oh, new card, Peace of Mind. So that we can.
I like that.
Yeah, so we can throw away our Golgari Grave Troll into the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's going to get stuck in our hand, which you don't want in these kind of decks.
That is. Oh, okay. So you just one and discard a card to gain 3 life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
It's pretty solid here.
Yeah. Whatever the squirrel one was.
Also, I don't think Abiding Grace is good in this deck. Our 1-drops aren't. If this is a standard life gain deck, I like it. Where you
Cash
have
grab, that's what it was. Yeah. Abiding Grace.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think 1-drops are good enough.
Yeah, and we don't need these. We don't need these.
Funny enough, I actually, from doing that, from this deck, I'm like, oh, Binding Grace should be in my Lathiel deck.
Yeah.
Because I have all the 1-mana things that I want to return.
Right. This, I think, is one of the exceptions for me. Mm-hmm. You gain 1 life when something enters, because the rest of it is relevant. All right, gain 5 to solve it. That's reasonable for this deck, and then it gives us access to our graveyard at some later point.
Yeah.
Like there are better, but if I'm gonna run one that's creature enter, gain a life, it's this.
I think I would only run this because all the words say the things I want. It's not because it's good. It's just it's like all the words are what I want, and that's cool and synergistic. But I think card bad. Like that's my thoughts. Like, but yeah, it says it's got the word graveyard, it's got the word life gain, it's got it all on there.
Haven't you played this before?
I mean, I put those kind of cards in my deck all the time where I'm like, all words relevant must be in deck.
Yes.
That's how you play Commander.
Let's touch back on about because
so if we're just so classic player, you're right. That does get stuff back. But we mentioned wanting to be a reanimator theme, and if we want to just make sure that our Aerith triggers every time, Soul Wardens, everything. One is enough. But if we are pushing toward the 7 as the build, I think that was at least how we interpreted Reanimator here.
I think this deck is confidently able to gain life consistently. So like I'm still on board for a Guide of Souls. I'm still maybe on board for Prosperous Innkeeper since it helps us to ramp a little bit. But we don't need to maximize the number of things that are guaranteeing the life gain, because we will have something that gains life.
is there any cycling creatures that sow themselves in the graveyard?
That what?
Any like big giant cycling creatures that would be good? I'm not saying there is. I'm just
There was the mention earlier.
no. I didn't see anything.
Oh. Yeah,
I saw
Eagles of the North.
What is Praetor's Rapport? Predator's Rapport? I read it as Praetors. I'm Magic Braid.
Predators.
It's gotta be an enchantment, right? That name reads like an enchantment.
It's got to be a sorcery, right? That
reads like a sorcery.
reads like a sorcery. It's got to be an instant, I feel like.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Oh, there it is. Choose terror creature you control. Gain life equal to its power, plus toughness. I mean, you have to be okay with getting blown out once in a while. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not. I'm saying if you want to play this card, if you are going to play this card, you have to accept that sometimes you just get 2 for 1 when you play it. And if you're okay with that, it's fine. It's just okay in the deck, but it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a bad version of Heroes Reunion, but
which is already bad.
Yeah, which is already bad. But like, at least this says number we want for cheapest we can ever do it, right?
Yes.
Sometimes deck just say number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think overall I would want more prime reanimation targets. I'm happy with how much this gains life.
Yeah, the Gaffer is a...
But Gaffer is a life gain payoff. I'm not even interested in more of those. Because the payoff is in the command zone.
Yeah.
Would it be solid here? Yeah, for sure. But my focus would be guaranteed I have a banger in the graveyard and I'm able to gain 7 life.
Sometimes I think Veggie has more to say, and he's just like, hold on.
I think this is an interesting challenge because it's Reanimator in colors that typically don't do that, or at least not to the scale of Black. Reanimate anything.
Yeah.
Or at least, but it's trying to balance that with you're trying to also life gain, which is an archetype that I usually am not doing, so I don't have quite as much knowledge on cards for that. Plus, you want to have enough mill with which only one of these colors does.
So, okay, yeah, the problem with the Mending a Dominaria is it shuffles your graveyard in afterward.
And it's bad.
Well, I mean, I can deal with milling myself over for some cards and getting an effect we want, but like
yeah.
There's just no
we have super Mending of Dominaria.
Anyway. I mean, yeah, this is way better, yeah. It's just our deck does not want to shuffle its graveyard in. I think you do play. I like embracing this.
Yeah.
I like embracing Soul of Eternity. I would play the Avatar.
Doesn't the Avatar shuffle itself back in though? Now that I'm thinking about it.
What is its name? Sarah Avatar.
Yeah, I think the anti-reanimator it.
Yeah, because it's so broken.
Yeah, when it's put in a graveyard from anywhere, shuffle it back in.
Boo!
It was super broken back in the day.
How do you? Is there anything else? How is that card worded?
What?
This. Equal to your life total. Let's type in equal to your life total.
Oh, you gotta put in quotes though.
Yes. Equal to your life total.
Beth, I've already roasted plenty of your decks by playing against them on the show.
Wow! Wow, coming in hot. Coming in hot. Woo, woo, woo. Oh yeah, let's put this in. Exile terror creature power grief and are equal to your life total. Yeah, there's just I thought there might be other cool stuff. There's not. Say bananas.
What do you like? Where X is your life total? You're great at this.
Where X is your life total. I wish we could reanimate this.
Right?
If we could reanimate it, I'd be all in. Sad bananas, man.
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, there's just nothing like it. I wish this was a creature. I wish this was a creature. I wish this was a creature we can figure. I'd be happy. But yeah, you've kind of got where you want to run with this. A worm coil engine. Yes, put worm coil engine in. It gains 6 life when it hits. It's a good reanimation target. Yeah, that worm coil engine is. Yeah, we'll throw it in the list here while we're sitting here. We're about to move on. Worm coil engine. Yeah, this is absolute must have for if you're doing reanimator / life gain. I can't think of a better card. Actually, false. Bam, it's right here. I thought of a better card. It was actually pretty easy. Sometimes you say something, you go, oh, no.
Yeah, I will say you have me intrigued now to maybe build one of these for myself.
Beth, these roasts aren't just free. We're not just giving them away.
Yeah, it will cost you extra.
Yeah, extra. 11 get subs or buy 2 of them off of Ko-fi.
Yeah. So this is our next one, the one.
Yes, that is the next deck we have. And this is the one that we are allowed to roast.
If they want. If they really want.
They can also roast if they really want. Oh, I mean, do you want us to... So, Retha, do you want us to roast your deck?
I think
Oh,
let's not do that.
Beth said, fuck you, I got money. Yes. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, the terms if you really want. We don't want to roast it if you don't want it roasted. We only want to roast...
Oh, look, and the 11th.
Oh, love you, Beth. That's so good.
Wow, you're just going to walk away before the Awuga, too.
Hold on, I'll be back for the Awuga. I need another water.
Oops, that was the link I needed to... What is it?
Beth, thank you so much for the support, even though you're partially trolling us. Let's give her ready for some Awuga.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, ready?
Awuga!
You should scroll up and get Beth's deck before it gets lost in chat.
Yes.
Because she threw it in chat up here. Just so we have it open and ready to go.
Okay.
When we're ready.
All right.
Scroll down chat though, so I can see, so we can actually talk to people. But yes, thank you for the support. Of course, it's not been updated in a while. Cool, that's fine. I mean, that's what we're here for,
right? So then we shall update. So, yeah, Liesa. Yeah, because I think that was the only thing they said really. Maybe an update as I looked at the past few sets. Great. 5 mana for 4/5 flying and lifelink. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return it to its owner's hand at the beginning and next end step. But if a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. So strong stuff. You're shutting down your opponent's
Henzy decks.
You still get a big creature that hits people.
Oh God, it feels so. I have had this exactly. I found with this deck. Rough for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry you just get to cheat large creatures with good ETBs onto the battlefield and hit people with them.
I don't know if you know how fast your cards run out in that deck when they are not drawing, because it's real fast.
So, whenever non-token creature dies, you get it back to your hand at the end of turn. That's pretty great.
Shut up, Rob. God, you're the worst. By the worst, I mean, thank you for supporting us. I really appreciate it.
So there are a couple ways that you can approach this. But the main one is we know we want our creatures going to the graveyard and they go back to our hands. Cool. This Kaya put a ghost form counter on a non-token creature, gains when this dies, return to his owner's hand and create a 1/1. Okay. Some redundancy with our commander's ability.
I want to throw something just because I am noticing this right now.
Mhm.
So Retha, I assume this is a budget deck or stuff you have deck. I am seeing that there is I'm just a question, not a critique of any kind. Just I'm seeing things like this, which I don't see in like most decks, and this here, and these just feel like cards I had, which are fine, which is totally cool to play. Stuff I have deck. Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So do you want us to do budget suggestions then? If this is just a stuff you have deck, because we can easily do that.
I actually like this card.
That card's cool.
Yes, this card is very playable. I put this in many decks.
It's just Mike could either will do. Okay, yeah, we can give you
We'll
a
keep
few
stuff in mind. Yeah. I mean, this is actually particularly good here because it itself will continue to draw you cards because you play it, sacrifice it, draw a card, goes back to your hand. Great, do it over and over and over again once every turn. But it also it gives you an easy way to grind up your other creatures, which will also draw you cards. Great. So it's a sack outlet and a card draw engine together for 1 mana. And you don't have a problem just cycling this earlier in the game if you need to. Play it, block, sacrifice, draw. Cool.
Something I like about this deck, just looking at it right now, love this low mana curve. I love this. The deck is very aware of what it wants to do, which is small creatures, putting them in the graveyard, playing them again. Good. That is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, considering this is just stuff you have, yeah, you're going along the right path. Even if these aren't like, some of them aren't the strongest that you can have. It's like keeping this curve low is very important because this deck just wants to keep spamming stuff.
Yes. You have a lot of classic nerd girly cards where it's like, great, we're draining opponents because we're sacrificing our stuff constantly, getting a little extra value out of things dying, and then things that can grind themselves up or other things up for some more value as well. Priest of Forgotten Gods seems excellent here.
Oh, I love Priest of Forgotten Gods.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that card's getting some price because that card have been like just throwaway bulk for a while, and people are just like, I think, realizing it is better in Commander than they had originally thought. It is a solid card.
Yeah. This card, I'm happy to see this because this is one of my like personal underrated cards. It's super telegraphed, incredibly telegraphed. So it needs to hit an opponent 4 times or somehow get more counters on it. And once it gets the 4th one and it hits a player, Demonic Tutor. So, and this is the kind of card that I like. It's like, this is fine. Like, even if it was just 2/2 menace, hit a player, put a counter on it, you're like, that's fine. But you have a really big payout if you can set it up. Doesn't have particular synergy here because I think you're never going to do this twice in a game. But I'm just pointing out that like good card choice because this is a card that I never see anybody playing.
That's really interesting because like you're like fine on the counter thing. I'm like, I don't know. That sounds real bad to me in my head. Like just a creature that 2/2 menace that gets counters. It's like I don't know. I am a big fighter against power toughness only.
As menace.
Yeah, it's just not. It's probably fine. I'm not gonna say it's terrible, but it's terrible. At least that's how I
if it costs any more than 2 mana, I'd be with you. I think a 2 mana 2/2 with evasion that continues to get bigger from that point is solid.
I think my main thing is I think this is solid on turn 2, and as soon as you start playing it any later in the game, it just falls off drastically. I don't like cards like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like cards that's like this card has an impact in the game, but if you play it on curve, is like I tend to avoid those.
Yeah,
and this feels like one of those cards.
I think this deck is a little better, a little more okay with it because it is also just it's just cheap body. So if you get it late in the game, you're like, Oh, okay. Play it, sacrifice it, get more value.
This deck makes you want to play the Meadowk Massacre 2. I don't even know what that does. All I know is it was the biggest disappointment because they're like, we can't break it again, guys. Like it's one of those clear.
The sequel, yeah, the sequel's always worse.
Well, sometimes you get like a sequel card and it's better, but like a lot of legends get their sequel card and it's better. But like
there's more like an origin story or something. This is the only literal sequel.
Is it the only card that has 2? Probably. Like the second, like I think it is. Is Joe the sequel to Veggie?
That, I mean, if you ask the comments,
they hate me. Even when I talk reasonably to the camera, they hate me.
Hey everybody, here's a really cool interaction with these 2 cards. It doesn't happen almost anywhere else in Magic, and here's how this works. Hey everybody, Rakdos card are pretty bad. You suck.
God damn it. God damn it.
Shrek 2 is not worse. That's true. Shrek 2 is one of the
also,
exceptions to the rule.
Spider-Man 2 not worse than Spider-Man 1. Spider-Man 2 also better.
Yeah, Spider-Man 3 even better than the other.
Yeah, especially when he puts his hair down. He's like,
yeah. Yeah, I'm just letting you all know, by the way, spoilers, that's going to be my Spider-Man Magic cosplay.
There is a sequel, Excalibur 2. The follow-up to Excalibur.
That's true. That's true. Both of those exist here. All right. Yeah. This is, what are you? Tap 2 untap creatures, make a 5/5. Activate only if a creature died. Yeah, that seems great. We're always gonna have a bunch of little creatures, and the tap is an extra like resource that we can use.
Yep.
That it does. Yeah, cool.
What's Rising Populace?
It just gets a counter whenever something dies.
Fine, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. So there's maybe something to be done here because we have a counter like
go ahead.
theme here going on. We have a lot of creatures that put counters on themselves or other things or get counters for doing stuff or when things die. So I wonder if we'll see more things that have counter synergy because I think that's totally a way you could go with this.
Yeah. So with all these creatures like these, something very cheap that this deck can have is creatures that die into creatures, especially these Doom Traveler type effects.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's just a million of those, and those they will bring down your curve, and they will make a body when they leave, give double triggers to things like this for dying, and whatever the other one. There's another one like the Unruly Mob, right? Where is he?
Yeah, there's a bunch of those here.
But
so you're saying specifically like creatures that have the ability when they die make a token creature.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Doom Traveler, Hunted Cat. I don't know what it's actually called.
Yeah, there's a bunch of very efficient ones now. There's like a handful of 1 mana, like 1/1 body make another.
There's a new black one that dies into a flying insect.
Yeah, so any of those, I think those are great choices here.
Modern Horizons 2 is arguably better than Modern Horizons 1. If you're talking about power level, yes, absolutely 100%. Yeah, you are right. But definitely more broken. Yeah. How do I get you guys to take a look at one of my decks? That would be by going to the Ko-fi link, which is
on the right side of the screen.
On the right side of the screen.
Kofi.com/deck.eda.
Yes, or 10 gift subs. It's actually only 10, Beth.
Yes.
I don't know why you did 11.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yes, 10 gift subs or that link.
Yes, 10 gift subs, or you can use the link. The link is technically cheaper. Because we said we were charging you more.
Right.
But you like, for you, more. So I said 11.
Right.
We love you, Bob.
I definitely thought that was really clear.
That we were trolling?
Yeah.
By using number 11, and I said she has to buy two from the support.
Yeah.
Sometimes you troll and you just don't realize it is missed.
Right? Okay.
You can't go back to Portland. You need $5 to get here.
Right.
You don't have that.
some more sacrifice. Look, proliferate. We do have some counter synergy here. Also proliferate.
I like this deck. Like, I just like this build. I love, for a stuff I have deck.
Yeah.
This is.
Well, that's too much now. We can't do your deck tech.
Yeah, and now we have to. 12 means we take away your deck tech.
Right.
Yeah, you didn't know that. But at 13, we'll bring it back. That one's because I love Nerd Girl. Well, you lost your deck tech because you like Nerd Girl. I like how, also Nerd Gamer Man. Did you find Nerd Girl's opposite? Okay, the deck tech's back.
Okay.
Are you searching up people? Because the people you're putting are really funny. It's just like, are you wizards? Nerd Gamer Man? My evil twin, Nerd Gamer Man. I kind of like, I like that as a bit in Decked Out, like just like an evil mustache nerd girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me, Nerd Gamer Man.
Are you wizards?
Are you wizards? Or are you wizards or are you dancer? We're low light on ramp. Even though this is a deck that does not eat a ton, because we are a low mana curve deck, we still need a bit more.
Yeah.
I would say
Like a talisman here is particularly nice because even playing it on turn 2, then you can probably just also drop a 1-drop.
yeah, I would say you want five's a good number to aim for, right? It's just like that's a good, like, you're not going too crazy because your deck's got a low curve.
Blood Pet.
Ooh,
Blood Pet.
you're right. That dies in the mana, right? That's what it does. I haven't thought about Blood Pet in a while.
Blood Pet.
I also, funnily, a card that we talked about cutting from the last deck. I think you embrace your 1-drop nature here, and really go in. So you can replay as much as you can over and over again.
Yeah.
And then you can play Abide by Grace.
Yeah, recency bias.
Yeah, but I mean, like, for when you don't have your commander, like, because Liesa doesn't stick to the field, it's like, oh, this is a way to get some things back. It's not necessarily the best, but like, I really think you want all the 1-drop die and dual creature guys. Every single one of them probably fits in this deck with how it's built, and I think they're absolutely awesome. So the Abide by Grace would be a way to be like, oh, my commander's just not sticking. Okay, we have another way to start reanimating. Also, whenever I see Selfless Spirit, I immediately think, let's put in the other one that sacrifices the exile graveyard, Remorseful Cleric.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just another. It puts itself in the graveyard.
I don't know. 2 mana for exile a graveyard. Like, this is pretty bad.
Damn it, man. Blood Artist plus Pet Infinite?
No, because Liesa doesn't return it until the end step. So if it returned it immediately, then yes. Yeah. But it doesn't return until end step.
She's sort of fair.
Yeah.
She's instead of being broken, she's incredibly powerful.
Right.
What does Feast of the Vicious Dead do?
This is another one where I'm like, yes, I'm happy to see this card here because people are not playing this because it was from Aftermath and nobody knows what cards are in that.
Being advanced, if one or more creatures die this turn, you gain life. You gain that much. Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, I love the little life gain theme we have in this deck.
And more counters.
Yeah. I love Blind Obedience. I think is like underplayed often.
Yes, and like if your opponents are running really bad decks, then this shuts them down.
Yeah, like Henzi.
Yeah.
Or Maelstrom Wanderer. Or Lana.
Yeah.
If they would play any of those shit decks. Oh yeah, that is the bane of my existence is Blind Obedience.
All right. Yes. So if I think we've got little creatures that can sacrifice themselves, or when they're sacrificed, get some value. So once Liesa comes out, we now get to turn on the machine of we're gonna play and sacrifice these every turn and grind you out.
Yep.
But also we have this +1/+1 counter like sub theme, and I think leaning into that is very good.
I agree with that. I think this wants a few more drain effects. Just a classic aristocratic
Oh,
thing.
like stuff like this.
Just yeah,
Get more copies of this.
Just a few more of those. Yeah, like your blood artists, like your
Cruel Celebrant,
Zulapur Cutthroats. Yeah, the deck doesn't need a ton, but it could.
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
Yeah, like Surge Foil probably.
Yeah, Sephiroth. Which how much? Okay, we have to know now. I was gonna ask, and I wasn't gonna look, but I have to know.
I like that you should have just put it in the deck.
Yeah.
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
You can just click. Did you mean Sephiroth?
No, I didn't mean Sephiroth. I just want to know what his search file's worth. It's worth. It's worth 5 times this deck about the whole deck. It also.
It's worth 2 collector booster boxes of any other set.
Jesus, that's so ridiculous. Wow. Alternative art, I was sad because I need one.
Well, why didn't you beat them and then beat them up?
If you need an alternative art Sephiroth, I'll trade you a regular one, or I'll trade you my alternative.
No, we just need a Sephiroth.
Oh, if you just need a Sephiroth, then no. If you needed a,
we need one. Period.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll trade an alternative one for a Sephiroth, like a regular one.
Yeah, that's all. Is we just don't That's one of the cards we have not pulled a single copy of.
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
across the team.
I pulled it.
Well then, okay, great. Hand it over. This is you're part of the team now. You don't own your cards.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay.
Thanks for the Prime sub, Dark Saber.
Ooh.
Appreciate you.
Wooga!
I did have a Sir Conrad that I want to put in this. Yeah,
yes,
Sir Conrad
absolutely, Sir Conrad.
Yes, absolutely. I think we have already talked about how the low curve is what benefits this deck.
Mm-hmm.
If you like Lord of the Pit, keep it, or Lord of the Void, not Lord of the Pit, keep it. Otherwise, it's an easy cut. It's the simplest. Like, this is a little bit out of place in the stack, but if it is a card you love and want in the deck, keep it. But this is not what this deck does. It's just big, silly steel cards.
Mm-hmm. I think if this had like an ETB or a death trigger, I'd be more on board.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like the idea of having like one big haymaker that like, Liasa's out, boom, ETB. Also sacrifice it. You know this is coming next turn, but this one requires some setup. What's that sound mean?
That's the sub.
Oh,
that was just the Prime sub.
Okay.
Yeah, we have alerts now. We're just faster than them.
Aha.
They were a bit delayed. It does take a bit to get to. But my parents say a Sephiroth at MagicCon, and they're putting it in their Blink deck. Awesome. What? Wait, your Blink deck? Sephiroth Blink? Oh, so I can make a bunch of emblems.
You flip it and then you blink it, so it goes back to the front side.
Took me a minute. Yeah, that's silly.
Mm-hmm.
That is a silly thing to do, especially because you can blink the all of the effects that flip them right away. All of the creature.
The edict creatures.
Yeah, every edict creature, flicker those to flip the Sephiroth and then flicker Sephiroth.
Yeah,
that's dumb. It's in there because it's big silly. What do we think? So like, what would we put big silly? Like, what's the haymaker we put in this? Like, yeah, ETB Death Trigger is the way to go.
But that's like baseline. Is there something that's super ideal?
Yeah, like works with our deck perfectly. This deck could use a Sun Titan, another way to
oh yeah, there's so many small things.
Yeah, just another way to work without our commander.
Yes, or even to work with our commander, because certainly we are going to have to sacrifice some of these creatures before Liesa comes out. So it's like, oh man, I had to Priest of Forgotten Gods, like some of my other things, so that I could stay in the game or so I could cast something. And then you're like, great, Sun Titan, bring that back, and now that's another one of the cards that I just get to loop.
I love Sun Titan because it is a card that has consistently stood the test of time.
Mm-hmm.
It has been power crept to be much weaker than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
but it's still good.
I mean, well, if we're talking about Sun Titan,
yeah.
then whoo boy, here is your Orzhov Super Sun Titan, and the only creature we're probably attacking with in this deck is Liesa. So here, how about like have some double strike if we're not swinging with Squall?
Yeah. There's another Sun Titanish effect. There's a Titan, or not a dragon, not a Titan. There's a dragon that has, what is the thing called where when it puts a counter backup? I think
Yeah.
there's a backup dragon.
Oh yeah. It's like scale something. Yeah. It's a little expensive, but like it seems. Oh, it's only 5.
It's not. No.
Guardian Scale Lord.
It's totally reasonable. I mean, because it is just a Sun Titan effect by itself, and it can make something else into effect. It also has counter synergy.
It also has counter synergy,
which is not that this deck is like all in.
There's another Sun Titan.
They've been doing a lot of Sun Titans.
There's a really efficient one that cares about. Maybe it's Coven?
I don't know this one off the top of my head.
What are you? Oh yeah, there you did just get a bunch of new toys from the Mardu deck, the Final Fantasy Mardu deck. So like generally Christoph.
When it enters, you return to enter a creature card. Oh yeah, that guy.
Right.
I just, it's so hard to remember what every one of these characters does. There's so many of them.
Yeah. Also, this card's so good. This card is really good, but I'm just pointing that out because
you like it.
It's really good. Yeah. Where are you? I know you. That's it. Redemption Choir. It is Coven. So it just is a Sun Titan for 4 mana. You just need Coven, but this has so many little creatures that I think that's realistic. Because
not even realistic. Easy.
Yeah.
Like
you have a 1 and a 2.
Realistic almost makes it sound like it's gonna be tough, but it's like no, this is just every time without a doubt. Actually, this is so easy to turn on whenever it enters. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and it works when attack. I mean, the big weakness of this card is that it's gonna be eaten up, but this deck doesn't care.
Right.
Because Liesa just is like, okay, got eaten up. She just I don't know why she goes. That's just how she
classic Liesa.
Classic Liesa. I remember when they wrote her out when she was just a character that no one talked about.
Yeah, there's also the this is good.
I like Necropanther. I just like,
oh.
I mean, not that it's necessarily good. I just like the card.
It's cool. Yeah, it's cool.
Oh, I actually really like Miss Meadow Skulk. It's such a random card. I've never played it, but I only learned about it, I think, 2 years ago or something. Like it's the first time I saw it, and I'm like, I want to play that. I just want to play it, but I don't know what. But the funniest thing is, it's like, where do you put this thing? Because the best things to do with it would be suiting it up.
Yeah.
But most of it costs 3 or more mana. So it's like, you can't even suit it up. It can't wear or carry anything. Poor guy. Poor guy. I just feel for him. Oh. Ooh.
Yeah, this is very cool.
Put a bone saw on him. Bone saw is ready.
We are very, very Spider-Man today.
We have done a lot of. That is what, the 3rd Spider-Man reference. It's a lot of Spider-Man references. Somebody on YouTube, go back and count the Spider-Man references. I mean, to be fair, I know Bonesaw is a Magic card, but for as long as I live, when I hear Bonesaw, I will think of Randy Savage.
Yep.
In the cage. Mofo Silver, welcome in. We're doing good. Fallen Ideal. Oh, what's that one?
It's an aura that
What's your
it's a
sack?
sack outlet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Turns your creature into like an Entuko husk.
I mean, I'd rather play creatures. Sack out. I was gonna mention. We should probably play like just Viscerous here. It's cheap. It's efficient. It's strong. It's tough not to play.
Mm-hmm. Or the other the zombie, because it puts counters on itself.
The zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It took you a minute. What is that thing called? Now it's gonna fucking kill me.
Yep.
What is the 1-mana zombie that sacrifices put a counter on it?
Yeah,
Carrion Crawler.
Carrion Crawler. There we go.
Got it. Somebody else was typing in chat like, damn it, I had it.
We should put me in this.
Oh, reluctant, whatever. Role model.
That's nice in budget, really powerful effect. Cares about your creatures dying, and then there's so many counters on stuff.
Oh, Zach Fair.
Yeah, Zach Fair
also plays
really
Zach
good.
Fair. He sacrificed himself. He protects Liesa.
Yeah.
If you don't know, I want to put him up here so people don't know, they can see him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Zach Fair comes in with the counter, moves his counters. Great, works great with this deck. Woot Zach Fair.
Yeah, Woot Zach Fair.
Here's a question that I am not 100% sure of the answer.
You actually by the inflection of what you say, we're able to tell whether or not it's a question.
Why are you such an ass? I hate you so much. That is you. You are Zach Fair. No, so Zach Fair says he moves his counters.
Yeah.
But Reluctant Role Model also says it moves its counters.
Mm-hmm.
So does only one happen?
No, both happen.
I thought so. I was almost sure that was the thing. They're just worded. The wording is just not what actually happens.
Yes.
There's just a new +1/+1 counter being put on. That is exactly what I thought.
Yeah. So for those of you out there, this is a weird Magic rules thing. So whenever something is like move the counters from this to this, or like put this thing's counters onto this, what it really means is remove those counters from the thing if it still exists, and put an equivalent number of whatever type of counters those are onto another thing. So if you have two of those, if you have two things, like you have an Ozolith out and Zach Fair.
Yeah, Zach Fair.
You activate Zach Fair. It is going to it is saying, okay, remove the counters from Zach Fair, which doesn't really matter because he's dead. Ozolith says, okay, great, you're put those counters onto this. So you put an equivalent amount of that kind of counter. And Zach Fair's ability says, put Zach's counter onto another thing. Great, you put an equivalent amount of those things. So you get both. One Zach Fair sacrifice with an Ozolith out results in one counter on Ozolith, one counter on Zach Fair's target.
Yeah. There's also, I mean, if we're going this route, we're really going, there's also worse Zach Fair. Star Pupil? It's just worse, but it dies, it moves its counter. It's got counter synergies, and it is a dies trigger, great to be returned. I think I like this embracing and like going this route. It's
a really good budget option.
Yes, and it's unique. This is not a Liesa deck you're going to see anywhere else. You're going to have a 1/1 Liesa deck that is really cool, but also strong. Because it's not like this is a weak strategy. Counters are everywhere. We can get tons of good counter stuff.
Right. And you're always going to get new cards for this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's always going to be common and uncommon in set that cares about counters or sacrificing.
Yeah. You can tell I played a lot of Strixhaven that I pulled Star Pupil out of my butt. I know this card right off the top of my head, obviously. This jank thing that wasn't even really good in limited, but
you mean you played a lot of the Sephiroth commander from the precon. This is excellent in that.
Oh yes, it is. Yeah, he was in my Sephiroth commander deck, but also I didn't. Yeah, I have. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that. Yeah, he's great. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Boros Sephiroth, for those of you out there, this card is very good.
Yeah, Boros Sephiroth, your modified creatures get
Become 7/5s.
become 7/5s, and Star Pupil
So,
is just an 8/6.
Right. Yeah. Here's a 1 mana 8/6 that also, if it dies, turns something else into an 8/6.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready? Any other thoughts on this deck before we move on? Because I want to say, good deck building. I like embrace. Classic Joe Chair's advice. I like embracing a theme, which is counters here. And I think I personally, because I am not, I think Aristocrats is boring. Personally, I find this much more interesting. This is a cool Aristocrats way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is one of those archetypes that's like, oh, what is that? Is that Blood Artist? Cool. Zora Porcut. I've never seen that one before.
I need you to stop there before you get fired.
I mean, but what else does Nurgle like? I think it's time to move on to the Beth deck. You ready, Beth?
Yeah.
You asked for a roast.
Oh, is this a roast?
Oh, this is a roast. And this is a friend of the stream, so we don't have to hold back. What? My first
Bastion of Remembrance and Ill-Gotten Gains. Yeah.
Oh, is that Ill-Gotten Gains? I haven't seen that before. Actually, I don't see that one that much.
Yeah.
But Bastion of Remembrance, ooh, really spicing up your deck over there.
That one's not a roast.
I'm not. Let me roast the generic deck. I just said I love Saratha's deck.
All right. This is one of the more overdone commanders in recent times. Everybody thinks that their Miss Bumbleflower deck is brilliant and unique, and it's not. And I don't expect this to be any different. This is Queen of Cardboard's Miss Bumbleflower. So this is four mana in Bant for a 1/5 with Vigilance. Whenever you cast a spell, target opponent draws a card. You put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and it gains flying until end of turn. And if it's the second time that it's resolved, you draw 2 cards. Wow. Good job. It's a commander that rewards you with everything for playing the game. Huh. Oh, you cast spells? Here, make a lethal threat and draw cards. The downside, your opponents are less mad at you because you've given them card draw. I assume we will see this tends to go one of two ways, neither of which is terribly interesting. One, quote group hug, and people will say, oh, but it's my mean group hug, and then it's a lot of the same cards, and the only part that's mean about it is that Miss Bumbleflower can then hit people. Or they go, yeah, now I'm gonna punish you for drawing cards. And it's like, all right, great, good job, you figured out how to use Narset. Like, so we're gonna find out which one of these things is gonna be.
Good job, you can read your command.
Yeah.
I'm really, really proud of you.
So here we go. First, we're gonna start off with one of the worst planeswalkers ever printed. Oko, bad Oko.
Yeah, but did you just like not feel like move? Was it the only card in arm's reach you needed? You needed the 100th card, and you're like, it's here.
Right. I've heard Oko's good.
Oko's banned, right?
Right?
Yeah, okay.
What does this even do? You put counters on a creature, it becomes a copy of a creature, and prevents damage to itself, and then you can minus for each creature you control as base power and toughness 10 and trample.
Okay. Oko is super hot. Maybe we can give Beth a little credit and just say she was looking at those ridiculous abs.
Take the other one then.
Yeah, but this one's a little fruitier.
All right, here we go. Let's see.
Ooh,
what?
I see that Beth's reading comprehension has gotten better because she saw rabbit and put in rabbits. So that's, yeah. You match the creature types. That's really good.
It's actually good job because This is a thing I believe that was actually stated in the design for Bloomburrow by Wizards, that they were like, well, we wanted like we knew that this set would draw in a lot of new players because of the theme, so we wanted to make it really simple for people that were not terribly good at Magic yet. That hey, they want, if you see Bunny, it should go good with other Bunny, and that should be enough to get you through like your pre-release or something. So Beth's most base instincts of Bunny probably good with other Bunny was orchestrated by the designers of the set.
They good job, great design. Even Beth can follow this one.
Okay. So we see a little bit of the I'm so brilliant, I put other group hug cards in. We have Glench and Quain and Socrates and Solvala and Questing Feldergriff. Yep. We're giving our opponents some other things so that we can, hoping that they fall into the trap of, well, I'm getting stuff, so I won't attack this player. What does this do for this deck? Your commander does this already. What I can more understand, even like at least Questing Feldergriff, you're giving your opponents 1/1s, which you can then be like, hey, I guess hit each other with these or something.
I mean, I can't argue with that logic. It does match creature types with your commander. That is true, Beth.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We put a much more removable version of Ghostly Prison in the deck.
And an even worse version right above it of Ghostly Prison.
Because we have to make up for the other cards that we put in our own
deck.
deck.
No, wait, hold on. This protects a really shitty Oko.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why it's here. Ghostly Prison can't protect shitty Oko.
Right.
Beth, thanks for letting us have fun with you.
All right,
this is really fun.
Dreamtide Whale?
Gotta protect hot Oko.
What are we...
Oko! We're proliferating Oko. This whole deck is based around Oko. It's the counters.
Yeah,
with Bumbleflower.
Right. So I guess, so then are we spreading these out? That seems not good. Because the whole point of this card is you can at least stack your counters on one creature and have that creature
what triggers this?
Double spells.
Double spells. Okay. To give Beth the littlest bit of credit, you don't have to normally spread them out, but you can just spread them out when you are coming to this point of like, oh, whales in my hand, I'll know to spread them out. So I do think that the whale actually does kind of have a home here. But also I'm not seeing a lot of counter synergies. I would want more in the deck. Proliferate, you nerds. Yeah, we can read. We read that.
Well, if you proliferate, you nerds, then you get 3 nerds. So let's see. Sorceries, proliferate.
Pretty sure that me and you can't proliferate. I don't think that's how it works.
Science.
Where's Nerd Girl? I believe she said, I'm going to wait until Beth buys a deck tech, and then I'm definitely not coming because I don't want to be a part of that. That's exactly what she said.
Yeah, so it's like partially group hug cards that don't synergize terribly well and partially proliferate for not enough counters that are in the deck is what I'm kind of getting to. Why are we resetting things? Why are we giving everybody this? Do we need to feed our opponents more cards? That
we're
printed on our commander.
You're already feeding them.
Right.
I gotta say, not a big fan of the growth spirals and Eureka moments. Just not my favorite cards overall. Especially Eureka moments. 4 mana to draw 2. And I get that you get to drop the land, but it's just 4 mana to draw 2 is not a good rate. But what's your thought on these cards?
I mean, I'm usually fine with this, because if you think of it, would you pay 2 to draw 2 cards?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you pay 2 to put a land from your hand on the battlefield? Don't think about it too hard. Not really. But
I was legit thinking, I'm like, probably not.
No, I don't think so. But if you put those together, to me that forms reasonable card. So if it's like slightly less than the 2 pieces of like 2 for draw 2 is fine. 2 for draw 1 and put land on the battlefield, also fine. Putting it together into 1 card, I like, yeah. I think that's I'm okay with that, but I don't see why you would need. I don't see why you need this kind of thing here. Like, this is definitely just would be better as any of the ramp spells that you mention every time.
Yeah. The go-to ramp package.
Right.
Yeah. You're not supposed to be roasting me, by the way.
I can do it all the time.
You know those ones that you mention every time.
Yeah.
So for X basic lands, where X is.
Oh, this?
Oh, is that the fog?
Yeah. You know that the old play of hold 5 mana up and hope somebody does a bad thing.
Hope that they had.
So,
yeah,
oh well, that player's got 5 mana open. I guess I should probably swing out.
I mean, what else are you gonna do? I mean, yeah. I mean, you're holding up 4 mana for your Eureka moment anyway, so you might as well hold 5 for our respite or whatever.
Yeah.
Respite.
Respite.
Rasputin. What is Purge Protection?
This is actually a cool card. This is the only cool card I've seen in the deck.
Create 4 2/2 bird creature tokens with a flying. If a gift was promised, all permanents you control phase out until end of next turn, and your life total can't change, and you gain protection from everything. Oh, it's a variant of Teferi's Protection that costs much more mana.
Yes. Like this is a fun time. It's like a fair costed Teferi's Protection kind of effect, and gifting an extra turn is super interesting. But what does that have to do with this? It does not even. There's not even Bunny.
Yeah. Beth, defend yourself.
We also have artifacts. Great. People are drawing cards. And then we have a card that it cares about our players having no cards. So wow. You know what? If I draw them a bunch of cards, then they'll have no cards in hand, so they'll get to draw cards off of Ghirapur Orrery.
I like Coveted Jewel. I will say that.
This is also a cool card.
It's a very cool card, and it speeds up games, and it's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I just find the card fun. It's one of those cards that makes you happy that this is a 100-card format. Because if you saw it every game, God, it would be stupid. Because it's like, yeah, once every like 3 games, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like every game, that'd be so stupid. What's this doing up here? Eldama's Graveyard.
Yeah, you give everybody more mana because, it's a group hug card.
Why are we giving So, okay. I get we are group hug. I understand that.
Or you don't even have to understand that, but continue.
But why, I would say the best thing you can do is overload everyone with resources of one kind. So, they all have tons of cards in hand. But if they don't have mana now you're punishing them in some way. Not punishing them, but
right. You're like, you at a certain point, you can't make use of the abundance of one resource.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, don't give them all the resources. Give them one resource. And that's what Bumble does.
Right.
And they can be overflowed with that, and they'll be able to do better things still because you have given them that resource. Mm-hmm. But I do not want to throw lands on top of that. Don't give them the mana to cast all their spells now. And then when they cast all their spells, they get to draw more cards. Yeah. We don't want that either.
Because you actually bring up a really good point about the group hug strategy. The group hug strategy is not just give everybody a bunch of things. That's it. You're doing it in a way that benefits you. Whether it's, hey, here's a bunch of one resource to a point where I can take advantage of it, but you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're like, here's a bunch of resources, but I have protected myself from you using them on me, which this also doesn't do. You can do, everybody has like the resources that I'm giving, I'm able to use very well. There's that. But this is unfocused. I guess there must be a plan. People have told me that group hug is a strategy where I give everybody stuff and that turns into win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I could shit on group hug forever. I hate it as a strategy, especially because nobody knows how to play it. Like legitimately, it is an archetype that requires a lot of thought, nuance, and politicking to actually make work. And players suck at those things. They suck at all those things. So it's like when a player picks up this, they just do whatever they want and they think it's fine. God, this I can't even tell you how many games this has ruined. There's just like this card. There's a fundamental misunderstanding from a lot of players that this benefits everyone. No, it benefits one player more than the others because there's one deck that being ramped to oblivion it's better for.
Right.
So you just end up supporting one player with a card like this and pushing them to the win and saying, well, I did it for everyone. But it's like, yeah, but it's not as good for everyone. They built their decks with the thought of playing one land in mind. And then the other person's like, well, me is I built my deck that everything costs 10 mana. Wow, playing 2 lands a turn is stupid. Holy crap.
Yeah, okay, so we have unnecessary put counters on our stuff because even though it's not really a great way to take this anyway, we don't need this effect. Like, our commander does that. All of our creatures that don't make sense in the deck do this. We had this we don't need. Like, if it was proliferate, I'm like, okay, I guess so because that's what we're trying to do. But I like this to me, that's such an easy cut. When then we can prop the deck up on super broken cards. How do you feel about Privileged Position?
Hate it.
That's what I figured.
Absolutely hate this card. I just don't think giving your stuff hexproof is a nearly useful enough effect at 5 mana for me to ever want to put in the deck. It is a card. This is, I think when I first started playing Commander, it ended up in a few decks, and I quickly learned, oh, this isn't doing anything really. And like, if there's really a problem on my board, players just start talking in most games, and they're just like, okay, we need to answer this to answer this. And it's like, sure, that took an extra second.
Yeah.
But it didn't do anything. It doesn't impact anything.
Right. Like, does anybody have an enchantment removal? Because I can kill Joe's big creature if you do it. And then somebody's like, oh, I had it. I just didn't have removal, so I wasn't doing it. And like, cool, great, dead.
Yeah, I think it's really good if your opponents all don't talk to each other. and then it's a little that's false. I think it's almost playable. If
maybe this is a solitaire deck. Maybe Beth has never played this deck with anybody else, and she's just like that's why these cards are here, because it's all magical Christmas land. And she's like, oh, all right, great. I'm going through the Moxfield playtester. I'll play Privileged Position on 5. My 3 imaginary opponents are like, oh, I don't know what to do now.
Yeah,
I can't target anything.
That's imaginary opponents are like, oh no, my 10 spot removal spells are all caught in my hand.
They're
and I hope I don't draw into, because you're giving me a million cards, something to remove it.
It's like, oh yeah, oh man, I'm so good at this. I just shut 3 people out of the game. This is so good.
Yeah, because you can't have played this in person.
Right.
That'd be embarrassing.
And then we're on 36 lands in a deck that is very good at drawing. Actually, I do have a real question for you.
Okay.
Your deck draws a lot of cards. Like, not just like more than average for sure for a commander deck. Do you run more lands or do you run less lands than average?
I've not thought about this too much. And now this is actually a very interesting question. What like it's more. This is becoming not like a what do I do? What should I do?
Yes, that's. I definitely I asked this because I certainly have an opinion on this as a maker of decks that draw many cards.
Yeah, see, I'm not.
But I've heard a lot of the opposite of my opinion from people.
I would think I'm almost on. I'm in between. I'm almost like I think I just kind of keep it the same. But if I was going to pick an up or down, I think I would go up. But I'm not sure. It's really just kind of like I'm guessing because I have not thought about this a lot. It is my initial thought is to play more. I don't know. I would like to hear your opinion because I'm just like I would need more time to think about this because this is actually like this is a really interesting question because either one is defendable. So I would love to hear your take.
For me, you run more lands. You run more lands than average if your deck draws more cards than average because that means you have an abundance of resource, which is cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So every every land drop that you miss up to that point, every time that you're not able to put more mana onto the board, you are losing out on being able to use these resources. And the fact that you're drawing more cards means the likelihood that you're going to go, oh no, my one card per turn is a land. I really needed this to be something else. You're like, the deck does the rest. Draw 4 more cards, and within those, there will be spells that are relevant.
Also, another thing about a deck like this, and why I think it is right to play more lands, is you are filtering through your deck a lot faster. So these decks go through a lot of cards, and like, oh, you're like, oh, I have a lot of lands like here. What tends to happen? These decks go over on hand size.
Yeah.
So you just have the extra lands to discard, and it doesn't feel as bad. And Liesa works really well with Sir Conrad because they return and you get the trigger from the return.
Yeah. Yes, that's it for me. A lot of people will say the opposite. They're like, well, I draw a lot of cards, so I don't need as many lands because I'll draw the lands. I'm like, cool. The way that you draw a bunch of cards is your 5 mana commander. So, like,
yeah. I mean, I am just like, I am a 38 lander base. And I like sticking right around there, almost no matter what the deck. It's not literally no matter what the deck because if I really go lower on curve, which I rarely do because I am a stompy player, I'm just a believer in the 38 lands. I have played with many players who play many less, and they consistently without calling out anybody, they consistently get land screwed and complain about it, and then say, yeah, but I haven't played enough games for the actual numbers to count. It's like, but your experience is worth something, right? It's like, I get that you're not playing 5,000 games. So, but it's like, your numbers might be wrong. Isn't that possible?
Yeah.
A lot of players just so greedy on the mana base. So greedy. You just, what is your like average count? Like, I know you build vastly different decks. Sometimes you're like, you're mostly like cast a bunch of things, but sometimes you build many different decks.
Yeah, the decks that I build for myself to play personally, it's an average of 38. I think like Danny Pink is like 41 or something, because it draws so many cards.
Yeah, my lightning.
Yeah, it's just I've just been like. It's also a struggle because players are like, oh well, it's hard for me to cut spells because like. This one's really good or this one does this thing. I'm like, yeah, but you don't have access to all this all the time. It's much more important that your deck works.
Yeah that is definitely true.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay. So I like that we are running here. I've been waiting for this one because we got sidetracked by like real question. Cool, we're in a deck that draws a bunch of cards. Let's also throw in the bounce lands, so we have more things that we have to discard to hand size at the end of turn.
Legitimately terrible.
This is the fixing is fine.
Also,
we don't need that.
Say, you, Beth, along with half of the commander population, is living in 2012, where bounce lands are still good.
Yeah, 2000 and late.
Yeah, boo. Brr, 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 brr. I mean, they haven't been very good in a long time. I understand the upside of sometimes you get it bounces the land and then you didn't have a land drop next turn. Still bad. They're still just
it's one of those fake out feel goods where you're like, oh, it fixed a problem that it fixed a problem that I had that is a greater problem. Like it didn't. Like if you were missing a land drop and you play this and you're like, great, that fixed my not having a land problem. Like just fix the not having enough land problem.
You're not gonna trick us. We know you added this Hollow Fountain here. We know you added this Sparrow Headquarters. You can't tell us this is original mana base. You ain't tricking us. You think you can fool them? You can't pull one by old cherries.
Yeah.
This mythic.
Oh yeah, Tarnation
from another set. You think they put Tarnation in the deck? I don't think so.
Yeah, they've never. Oh, actually, let's go through every single land that definitely wasn't. Let's go through every land that for sure was not in that mana base. Okay,
but Bountiful Power not. Well, yep. I got a count here. Don't worry.
They've reprinted these in precons maybe once, and I think it was Lord of the Rings.
I think you are right.
These have never been reprinted into precons because of the transfer or the dual-sided nature. Maybe this was.
That's possible.
Maybe
Canopy Vista is a definite.
Here, we can check.
Oh yeah, we're gonna check all these.
Yeah.
Nope.
Commander Mars Machine, Kaldheim. Nope, was not. Canopy Vista. Yes, we can see it on.
I can actually see that one. Yeah. Command Tower definitely.
Yeah. Dreamer Cascade, probably, but
probably not.
Nope.
4.
All right, so we're at more than half of the lands we've looked at.
Let's just check this damn Chancery. Why we don't have to even count these. We can make sure.
Oh yeah.
If Beth was telling the truth or not.
Yep, wasn't in
Boo! There. You put it in yourself.
5.
You can't trick us.
5 Evolving Wilds. I would be surprised if this was not in there, but it doesn't matter. Okay, there we go.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
All right, so we have 5. Orchard was certainly not in there.
No, definitely not.
So 6, 7, 8. This one I think was in there.
Who knew I could pay Joe and Veggie to be mean to me? Oh yeah, Beth.
8. Oh, this is not in there. 9.
Beth, we would have. You have to pay us because we're nice to you normally because we like you.
10. 11. This was not in there. 11. 12.
It said
12. Okay, that's in there. 12. This I would assume 12. Yeah, 13, 14, 15.
She only changed the mana base a lot, okay? It said load more, you butt? What do you mean? What load more?
15, 16, 16. Also not in there. No, because they're listed in order. So we don't have to scroll past where there are sets that came out before Bloomborough.
Oh, that's what she was talking about by load more, you butt.
Yeah.
Usually when I heard loads and butts, that's not my first thoughts.
So if we take out the 12 basic lands of the 24 non-basic lands, more than half of them have been replaced. On the of the original, this land base that was in the deck originally.
Guys, this is how it was. I swear, I didn't put it in.
Right,
I didn't. I swear, it was someone who stuck into my house and put a Soria's Chancery in my deck. I swear.
Yeah. Don't try and blame this on Wizards.
Yeah, don't blame this on Wizards. They do a crappy job with mana bases, but that doesn't mean we can't yell. That doesn't mean you did a good job.
They probably at least have more than 36 lands in this.
Wizards, better deck builders than. Oh, Queen of Cardboard. Sorry, just throwing your name on the internet.
All right. Can this be fixed?
No.
No. We're good. We're good enough about that. We are skilled enough to be able to right the wrongs of this deck.
Okay, well, I would start by cutting everything, and that's. I mean, if we're doing our cuts, do we copy this?
No, don't even worry about actually doing the cuts.
Okay.
It does need a direction. It does need a direction. I'm okay with it being group hug. It just needs to figure out what to do with that. That isn't just I play group hug cards and also my commander, and then the thing that my commander does independently of the group hug allows me to maybe win a game. Or there's the proliferate angle, or even the bunny angle, but it doesn't pick any of those things.
Yeah,
there are more bunnies that could be in this. This could be focused on a kindred strategy for bunnies, and that would be cool, but it's not leaning in enough. We see some cards that care about bunnies, but there are certainly some missing. There are no cards in this deck that go for the kindred angle at all. So I'd love to see that. Or doing the group hug thing, but figuring out how are we leveraging all of these resources that we're giving our opponents into something that we can turn into a game plan. Or just doing the proliferate thing with enough stuff where the proliferate is relevant.
Yes. So yeah, this actually is legitimately a thing that a lot of deck builders struggle with. And that is they pull their deck in too many directions.
Yes.
And this deck is just not sure what it wants to be. And because it has so many little strategies, it has bunnies, it has go wide, it has group hug, it has +1/+1 counters. It's nothing because of that.
Yeah.
And that's what you take the you end up taking a deck that like you're like, oh, I get to do all this, and you're not really. When you pick up the deck won't do any of it. It just kind of sits in this weird spot. The only thing it's going to do is draw your opponent's cards because that's what Bumble does.
Right.
Consistently. It's the only thing it's going to do consistently.
Yes. I think
I'll be right back.
Legitimately, I would like to see this deck take more of a direction. Because I think the three angles that it has all could work. But having one or the other like focusing on one would make this a better deck. I think to me, the least important one here is proliferate. I don't think you need that at all because all it is doing is giving you some more of the Bumbleflower counters here and there. There aren't other interesting counters to proliferate. You're not getting any extra bonuses out of +1/+1 counters. Like there are no cards because these are perfect colors for like Fathom Mage, Basking Brood Scale, blah blah blah, etc. Things that care about counters being on them. No, Beth, Joe is not running there to yell at you. That'd be ridiculous. They are getting in their car to do it. But yeah, I think for me, proliferate, I would cut all of that and then either more bunnies or more hug.
I've returned.
Yeah, I was saying I'd like to see the proliferate encounters angle cut from this.
I agree. I think you should embrace is like everybody. It's clear to me, just based on chat here, that is what you want. So completely embrace it. I don't know what bunnies we are missing. I don't know bunnies cards that well. But I would literally... how many are there? There's not a lot. You might be able to play almost every one.
Yeah. Or like I think you could play even just all of the good ones and have enough for a deck. But then adding in the things that care about creature type stuff.
Oh yeah, there's more than I thought. Fucking Zodiac Rabbit.
Staple.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of bunnies here. Let's see. Isn't it just I put this guy in. Flame Jumper's playable. That's not playable. What does this guy do? It's a token of rabbit. It's 2/2 has to attack. Who designed this card? Oh, you could also just do this if you really want to go bunnies. Like, I'm not saying you have to or should. Just this is a specific way to go that lets you fill in the weakness of bunnies, which is there's not a lot of bunnies. The bunnies are pretty bad. This thing is cute as hell.
I think there are enough of these that you can make a deck with all reasonably playable bunnies and cut the ones that are not good and still and have enough to do it.
Yeah. Oh, this one's equal to the number of permanents you control. Non-land permanents.
Yeah.
Man, I would rather just have this card. This card's better. It has trample, and it's like, oh no, not my soul ring. It doesn't count. Way better card. This one's an uncommon. This rare. Power creep is real, man. Power creep is real. What is this guy? Whenever.
Yeah, that's like actually good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what our deck wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Zodiac Rabbit for good measure. Just for good measure.
Yeah. All right. I feel pretty satisfied with that. Like, I feel great. I feel great about it.
I feel good.
That was really
Beth,
therapeutic.
Hold on, before we go any further, is there any card you really like in the deck, Beth? Like, what's your favorite? What do you think is your favorite include in the deck?
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize Squall can return lands. Yeah, he's real good.
Yeah,
he's real good. I mean, he's just Sun Titan. He just Sun Titans. It's the same effect.
Right. Well, like, he Sun Titans and costs twice, and he costs 4.
And he attacks for 6. And Dreamtide Whale, yeah, this is the worst card in the deck by far. It's not even close.
I like that I was already like thinking, okay, so that's the direction we'll go with this. Is you're asking, you're like, okay, well, no matter what she says, we're gonna roast it. But it was just like immediately just straightforward bad.
Yeah, I thought it was way better just to be like, yeah, you suck. What is Lovac? I don't actually know.
It's the test card.
A Lovac? I can't make fun of test cards. They're funny. They're funny and cool. But also, we don't want to go to counters, but that's what's bad.
Yeah. Oh wow, look at me. I've ruined my deck by putting a single test card in so that every single time I pull it, I have to go, here's my rule 0 conversation. Are we okay with one test card? Like, there are so many interesting test cards that you could put in this deck then and make it a true rule 0 deck, but no, we have to have a whole conversation about one single card that really doesn't even it's one of the least interesting of the test cards because these are reasonable abilities that a card could have.
Yeah, this guy's boring as fuck.
Right?
Holy shit! I was just like,
these are just.
I always assumed that there's gonna be silly and fun. And that's what I did.
Right?
No, this card is what? Come, Beth, you can do better than this with your silly fun. Because this is boo, boo.
Yeah.
Boo. Yeah, like I don't have enough people being mad at you. So why would you play this? So you have to have a rule 0 talk.
Yeah.
You're gonna get even more people mad at you, Beth. Boo. Onion fact. Yes, onion fact.
Bad ability. Unplayable.
It's actually the thing that's funny about it's like really interesting in a real design. Like it's obviously just a silly card. For those who don't know, Veggie did get get one of the cards in. What is it called?
The unknown
event. It's called vegetable card. The vegetable card. It has onion fact, and when it deals damage, it deals it in the form of making food tokens, which I think is just really cool. And I think that's the kind of thing that'd be cool to make. Like they made Squirrel Link before, and it's like that can just be real.
Yeah,
it's like when this creature deals damage, he also makes that many squirrels, or even replacing it. They're both cool and interesting effects that we just haven't really explored yet. hopefully we do that soon. I mean, maybe Onion Fact was the test.
Right.
Like, all right, if people don't hate this card, they
Right.
won't hate anything we make.
Okay. Well, do you want to start a deck build?
Well, yeah, unless somebody we can still do another deck tech. If somebody does want their tech decked deck tech
Tech. Yeah.
tech
Tech.
yeah. If somebody wants to buy one of those little tech decks,
Yes, then we will tell you if your trick was good or not.
yeah. Do you remember tech deck dudes?
Yeah.
The little magnet feet, they stuck to them, so it's like you can't even do a trick because they're stuck to the goddamn board. Were they like thumbs or something?
Yes.
Yeah, they were. They were weird thumb people. Why were they thumbs?
Thumbs. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yes.
Kofi link if you want to buy one. But also, what deck are we building?
I thought opening up that celebration challenge would be good.
Oh yes.
So we have a special pod that we'd like to do for our 3-year anniversary.
My 3-month anniversary with the channel.
For the channel collectively, the 3-year anniversary. And the deck that we know we will be playing in it, Jolly Ball.
Jolly Ball
Is a Jolly Balloon Man. So we were looking for 3 other commanders that have sort of a like celebratory or like theme. Like, sure, is this stretching it a little bit, but like balloons, that's a classic thing that's at a celebration. That's a, like an anniversary kind of event. So we need 3 other commanders that have this kind of feel.
So here's this is one of those cards that's just like, it's real disturbing. Like,
yeah, it's from the Real Disturbing set.
I know. I know. But it feels like there's like Magic has tried to stay like in that range. It's like this is like gross and disturbing past what Magic usually does. Like, even from the set. It's like there's the card where Kefnet's just dead in a pool of their own blood.
Mhm.
It's just like, geez, sometimes it's just like, yeah, cool, whatever, just let him go wild. But most of the time it's like, yeah, even this gross thing will tame it down. But it's like, no, these are just heads that he's blowing up as balloons. Real gross.
But I think it crosses back into a more absurdity because the heads just work as inflatable balloons. Like,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I mean, there is absurdity to it. That is for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Jag. I think Galia is a great option. This is the party girl.
Yeah. Who?
So we're
keeps a man in her armpits at all times.
Right. So we would be trying to go wide or go satyrs or go both.
Yeah, other satyrs you control a +1/+1, and whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, you discard a card and draw 2 at random.
Yeah, draw 2 random cards.
Wow, how do they even do that? Sometimes you just read in your mind just breaks.
Yeah, there's a playtest card that is like, I think it's Heart of the Cards, and you can draw from wherever you want in your deck. So that's drawing it random, I guess, right?
Yeah. What is Ash Party Crasher?
Well, look at who suggested it.
I did.
So you know already that it is random draft common or uncommon in archetype that Nerd Girl would like to play. So Ash Party Crasher is a Boros attack uncommon.
Also, Nerd Girl, you know the pod already has a Boros commander. I'm not saying that this isn't a fine, like, I don't care. I build around anything, right? Mm-hmm. But we already have Boros. We can't, unless you can find 2 other Boros party themes, then we can do the Boros part. The pard.
Yeah.
Pard.
Yeah, your 3-year anniversary is the Boros anniversary, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the ruby and what's a diamond, I guess? I guess diamond works for white.
Yeah. Yeah, what a classic Nerd Girl card. She's like, yeah, I like this because I played it in limited, and and I drafted a winning deck with it.
It's a cool card. I do like the card. Just there's not even anything to do with it though. Like I like it for Commander. I like it for draft. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't like it for Commander.
It's funny because Randy in the chat is saying looking for Orzhov party cards. We could literally do Orzhov party as one. I believe we have had this commander on the show before, but it might have just been the pre-con.
Yeah, but so the immediate thing I think when I see this is just play the other guy from the deck. He's way better. I can't. He's also a party commander.
Barakos.
I think that's it. The guy would choose a background, background.
Yeah,
that guy is good. Like that's a good Magic card, even for this like niche archetype. It was just like, dang, this card crushes. For the Patron bounty, somebody submitted Barakos. Okay, I mean that's perfect.
Oh, we have a bounty for this? I should have looked at the thing. Now I'm gonna get in trouble because
You didn't know we had a bounty? I actually did know we had a bounty
for the anniversary.
Yeah, we have to build one other deck for it. And I assume we pick two like a normal bounty. That's how I usually do it, right?
What? It doesn't say it.
She posted it somewhere. Supporter, one of the supporter things. Yeah, in here.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, you just made it last night. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I checked the list of what we were to build. I did not see that this was a bounty one. Let's see. Other thoughts? Rather Princess suggested Rocco, and I do think Rocco fits really well. Because I think you had mentioned this earlier because they're a caterer. However, Rocco has been played many times on the show.
Really?
Yes, because Cabaret Caterer is the one that I use for Tempting Worm, and Street Chef has I think been played twice.
That's so interesting. Like, talk about a commander I would not think was played.
Yeah, we can just go with Sir Rocco.
That's just like Tim. He definitely makes noise.
Yeah. Right. I feel like Rakdos the Showstopper is not what we want to do. We do not want it to be a showstopper.
No. Yeah, like we want suggestions.
Yeah.
Like,
or maybe that's what we do. We have somebody come in and play it, and if that one wins, then that's it for Decked Out.
That's the end of Decked Out.
We stop the show.
I did not recommend Rakdo. I just louder more recently did. I mean, yeah, that is how it works.
Yeah.
The God of Revels, yeah, that's also been played in the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a good.
Bilbo's birth. Bilbo.
Yes, Bilbo has also been played on the show.
I mean, yeah, there's like 100 goddamn episodes at this point. We've played. There's a lot of shit been played on the show.
There's like 40,000 or I don't know what's the actual number of commanders that exist. There. Wait. I like have to put is commander and also legal in commander. 2,546 legal commanders.
You built two more group hug. Well, feel free to Lofty Beezy, if you want, you can join our Discord. Or no, you can't do that. That doesn't make sense. I don't know what I'm talking about. You can join our Discord though.
Yes, you can do that. That's it.
And
that's the whole thing.
And share your deck. Yeah, I just got confused. But yeah, you can join our Discord and share your deck. We'd love to see it.
Yeah.
We love when people share their decks in our Discord.
I'm a Rocco fan.
Tark
saying Zedru or John Arenicus. Yeah, like a gift commander where you're giving stuff away.
I would want to play the new one, the little Moogle.
Oh yeah, Stiltskin. I could see that.
Is that what its name is? I see the card. I never read it.
Yeah, Stiltskin.
I mean, this is one of those moments where you realize you just haven't looked at the part of the card, because I legit have never seen this character's name in my life. I have played against this card. In limited, I have lost to it in limited. I've never seen this name.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah.
Also, this card is just like pretty decent. Like I like they were showing me like, oh yeah, like you just give away these useless permanents that like these auras. It's like,
Right.
oh dang it, that's actually really good.
Yeah, like this is one that I am interested in anyway, because before the to give something away consistently was kind of expensive, and so you wanted high impact with it. Zedru cost 4 mana to do it repeatedly. Blim could only do 1 per turn, and you needed to hit a player with it. And like, sure, there are spells that do it, but not many. So this gives you easy access to it. So you're fine to just go take some garbage.
Yeah, I mean, we should build this. This is cool. Or do you think it'll be too lame or boring?
No, this is very interesting.
Okay, so here's what I just did in my head.
Yeah.
Then why I went to lame and boring. I was thinking of all the good auras and like they just give away because they don't matter who they owns them. I was like, that's boring.
Yeah.
that was what I did. Pinkie Pie? What's Pinkie Pie?
Pinkie Pie we have done already, and I like just a personal thing. I like to avoid Rule 0 commanders unless we can really lean in and everything's a Rule 0 commander. There's something really fun with it. Just because the general public is like, as soon as they see one, they're like, blah, but this is not real commander, and they will not watch. It's not a very good party. But yeah, I like Stiltskin. I like the Gallia suggestion. I think those are front runners for me.
I like both Stiltskin and Gallia too.
Yeah.
I've wanted in the past to build a Gallia deck, but I just never did.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. And I like the random aspect to it. I think that's what makes that card extra cool.
Yeah. What other aspects of like a celebration or an anniversary are there? Yeah. Rob, we talked about other Rocco. We talked about both Rocco. Both Roccos have been played multiple times on the show.
Watch this, Rob. Want to see a magic trick?
Maybe they're pointing out Sir Rocco. That's a really good one.
Have you mentioned
as your wedding ring? That's
more specific to a wedding, which is
yeah. It's like not really a poly thing. We just are friends that work together.
Yeah. I wouldn't. Yeah, it's.
Oh, bone.
Bonbone.
This is Chris Pine, right? Yeah, it's the universes within Chris Pine.
So
yeah, it's just like, oh, I'm singing. It's a party. We have played Chris Pine on the show as well. And so now you all get like a little inside look as to how we decide what decks to put together. So we are not against repeats, but we certainly give priority to commanders that we haven't played before. And I feel like this is a pretty wide theme, so we should be able to find a lot of ones that we have not done before.
Yeah.
We're rounding on not a lot of time to be able to put this together. Ash Party Crasher has never been played. That is true. And here's more of your insight. So we already have a Boros commander. So having 2 Boros commanders means that there will be a lot of similarity, or like a lot of crossover. Even if the deck types are very different, you still have like a core of, oh, here's cards that are good in Boros. We like to have a little bit of representation for each color. That also limits us to what other commanders we can pick, because we then need all the other colors to be represented across 2 commanders.
Yeah, which is totally doable, but also, is anyone clamoring for the double Boros pod? Is there really anyone like, I really hope the next deck that episode just features 2 Boros commanders, because that would be hot.
At that point, we go 4 Boros commanders. Then I'm more on board.
Ooh, maybe that's an idea for next year,
right?
Because like after the things, we do a pod where the decks that face each other are all the same colors.
Right.
That's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, okay. So if I click this and then I do this.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just doing a quick look at what we might be picking from the patron bounties.
Hey, look, this person knows how to put the good Oko in their deck.
All right, somebody pandering to Nerd Girl with this one.
What's the party theme with that one?
What?
The last one.
Oh, it's huh, that's a weird way to do it. But yeah, I see what they're going for there. Okay. I think this is what this is one that's pretty likely for me. Like there are not a lot of ways that we could accomplish this theme.
Yeah.
So
Brokos.
wow. Don't spoil it.
Well, you said likely. So was that a spoiler? We already said that earlier.
Yeah.
No girl said it in chat earlier. Guys, spoiler alert. There was a Burricos suggestion.
The spoiler being, I think this is a deck that we would pick.
No, the spoiler is that there is one.
I'm just doing a quick once over to make sure there's not any, like, this is not really bad for us. And yeah, okay, so let's continue with this in mind. That puts us into a lot of this, a lot of red. So of the suggestions we've gotten so far, are there any that aren't red? I'm not against it, but I that is what I think I would like to focus on, so that we know that that's got a little. Why? Go away. Go away.
Thanks for sharing this. I'll take a look at it later when I get home.
I can't make this go away. What is the thing? Is it this? No. Maybe it's this. No. What is this from? Is it attached? It's not attached to this.
I bet you broke it. I bet you broke everything. What have you done?
Huh. Okay, all right, we're gonna go. All right.
We found it.
Oh, Stiltskin.
That is white. Which
Yeah.
is also a color we have. But if we're fine with that.
Ooh,
Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, because I liked Stiltskin. I like the Galia suggestion. That would mean that we would need green and blue still.
I mean, Bilbo would cover that. The blue-green Bilbo. Isn't there a blue-green Bilbo?
No. There's an Abzan Bilbo and there is an Izzet Bilbo.
Okay. I was confusing this one with it. So how did they change colors that much? What the heck? It's the same party. What's going on at this party? This man is just wildly changing personalities at this party.
He has lived a long life and had many experiences. All right, if we play this, I have to find a way to make this a little more interesting because this has been played, and I think there is, for the most part, one way to play this.
Gain life?
I doubt it. I doubt that there is. Is there anything else that says birthday something? Birthday escape. Birthday party.
Is there a legend with firework in its name? I'm trying to think of party things.
Yeah.
Cake? Is there a cake, Commander? Let's see if there's a cake.
Yes. Like I'm okay to pick something. I just always give priority to commanders that we have not played yet, because even from a like we like to grow standpoint, the increase in the library of commanders that people can just search, like Gallia commander game and have one of our things pop up is nice, but if we want to run back other ones, then that still works.
Carrot cake better be in the Bilbo deck.
Mm-hmm.
What is I like? I feel like I've never been to a party. I can't think of anything. What is going on? Like,
what about like something to do with years? None of these are commanders. We should just do is
commander,
and then other words.
like balloon's such a good one, funnily enough.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody help us. We suck at this.
All right.
What are we up to? We are brewing up a deck for a party theme. Yeah, we have Jolly Balloon Man, but thank you. Well, that is the one that is already in the pod and locked in. So we know we are playing against Jolly Balloon Man in this pod. We need other commanders with a party theme.
Yeah, or a celebration theme or an anniversary theme.
Yes. Yeah, Decked Out is turning 3 years old.
Yeah.
Ladriel Gift Giver.
Yeah. That's solid. So I think what we end up with here, so we know we're doing balloon.
Yep.
We will definitely be doing a party one.
Mm-hmm.
That I think between those two gives us Mardu colors.
Yes, we are.
So we would like to get a blue and a green in across the last two. I think I'm okay to do Bilbo. It is a good fit. We have only done it the one time, and even though it is some similar colors, the things that it will do are drastically different from Boros Kiki stuff and
party stuff
and Rakdos party stuff. So then the fourth one
needs to have blue.
Blue is the color we'd be missing, so we can just table that for now. So then the ones that we would pick from to brew right now, Bilbo Birthday Celebrant, or something with blue.
Yeah,
right. I was like, oh,
we just have Bilbo. Okay, so let's do Bilbo because let's jump into this.
Yeah. All right.
Bilbo Birthday Celebrant. Frozen for anyone else? I think it's just you, Girl, potentially.
I hope not. Yeah.
It seems like everything is fine on our end.
Right. Our connection seems fine.
Yeah. Nothing seems to be wrong here.
Oh, froze. Okay.
Oh, it's freezing for everyone. They had to reload.
Okay. Weird.
Okay. Sometimes you just gotta reload it. I'm fine but scared now. Is it because I did? That was pretty scary. All right. So what is your only way to build? How was it built on the first Decked Out? Because I do not know.
I think the straightforward, more powerful thing that this can do is Soul Warden.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you build Soul Sister effects, you get the maximum value out of Bilbo's replacement effect at the beginning, and it is an easy way to set up for his ultimate "I win the game" button.
Search library for any number of creatures, put them onto the battlefield, then shuffle.
Yes.
All I'm saying is, it needs to say non-dragon. Smog does not show up to this damn party.
I mean, there's a dragon firework at the party.
That's true.
Yeah.
But could you imagine how shitty this party would be if Smog showed up?
Yeah.
I don't think they'd be happy.
So, this could be food. That's still a a life gain kind of thing. It allows us to like lean into that kind of
What?
like
So what's your idea?
this could be food.
Oh,
Is the yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's funny because I also thought that. Like I asked you for your answer. I'm like, oh, I'll suggest food when veggie's done. But yeah, that was also my thought. So let's add in carrot cake. Smog isn't a magic card. That's
true.
He has a token, but he is not a magic card.
Search your library for any number of tokens and put them onto the battlefield.
That's true. There is no, but I don't know. Searching up any dragon feels wrong for this party. Should I be able to search up halflings, wizards, humans? Is there humans at this party?
I don't think so.
I don't recall. Yeah, halflings and wizards. That's all you can get. That's literally all you get out of the deck.
All right. Yeah, food.
And I like food. I think it's a good idea for the deck.
All right.
No,
I think it is a good idea and a good way to go with the deck. I was hoping there was something because we've done on as far as themes for the show go, we have done a lot of food. We have done a lot of like life gain, but also maybe if it is a thing that the show has done a bunch, that makes sense.
it is part of this. Yeah, yeah. I also think you are approaching the point where you're going to realize there's been a bunch of everything on the show. There is cool stuff to do. I'm not saying that you're out of stuff to do, but it's like all the basic ideas have been done and covered. So it's like unless you're going super niche, which not every deck can even do, you're just gonna end up with things that can feel a little samey. Atom bomb, baby, I love you still.
All right. Well, maybe we'll also get a little inspiration. So let's start with the basics.
Yep.
See what the obvious choices are and which ones we're like, oh yeah, of course we would play this.
Lefty Beezy, that is the correct route to go if you want to build the really strong Bilbo. We're trying to switch up and make a different kind of Bilbo.
Hello? EDA trick, hello?
Yeah, it was definitely just broken there because
yeah,
it didn't even load dark mode.
Yeah. It's Bilbo combo. Now I'm interested.
Bilbo combo. Well, the Shire. Sam Loyal Attendant. Makes sense.
It does allow you to play Frodo as well.
Yeah, we can just search up Frodo. Mr. Baggins. Why does he look so like a baby in that art? Like he just looks so young.
Yeah. Actually, it's kind of funny. If we just
I just thought Bilbo combo is my father. Please call me Bill.
Yeah.
I just thought that was funny.
It is maybe a little decked out if it's like, oh, we like Nerd Girl plays this and it's literally just the Lord of the Rings precon, but we've switched Bilbo in for the instead of this pair.
That would be very funny, at least to me.
Right.
100%.
And she's like, it's even better. We don't have a deck build.
It's true. We can just order one offline.
No, she's still got it together.
Does she actually?
Yeah.
I love the food deck.
Right. It does make our life a lot easier. But
should we just do like I'm being like
yes, I think we can build it. It definitely will end up with a lot of the same cards.
That's fair. I just thought it was like it's like why build it? And their girl's just like, I'll play the pre-con again. Yeah.
Now I'm like, is there like a super layer where each one also is iconic in a way of a like, yeah, that's too much thinking.
I think that would require us to have built all 4 decks to do that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes, we will definitely put a party tree in because we do actually have that version of a thing.
Party tree ain't no tree like a party tree. Party cause a party tree. Party don't stop.
All right. So
Chaos isn't the party thing. I mean, depends on what kind of party you go to.
okay. We just do like your basic food stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, just throw in all the food.
Okay.
What is ancient cornucopia?
It casts, you gain life equal to colors of the spell once per turn, and it's a mana rock.
It sounds terrible. You're fired, Rob. You're fired. Tree beard.
Yeah, this is just a precon. This is
Hey,
just a precon.
It doesn't have generous scent in it. That's an ad. Put it in.
What?
Generous scent.
Probably in the precon.
I don't think it is.
Also, where is it?
Oh, it's not on here. I just wanted you to type it.
Okay. What's up with EDH Rec right now?
It wanted to make sure we didn't play. If
Yeah,
Nurgle playing this, we have to throw in the swords.
Goose. Yeah. Goose.
Wah. All right, guys. Happy party planning. Everyone sleep good night. Harley Randy. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out with us.
I'm so sorry. That's the last thing you have to hear before you fall asleep.
If you stay a little longer, I'll keep singing.
Oh yeah,
It's not good, but Rakdos charm. Thanks, Rob.
I don't know. I feel like it's really good. Like, there's no way I would ever cut that from a deck.
I mean, automaton, whatever his goddamn name is. The word.
Oh no, this is Soul Sisters. I don't want this. Where did? Get out of here.
They could play that one.
No.
None of them.
No. Food. You are the rapacious guest, and now you've become part of the team.
Took me a second. Thanks.
Yeah.
What does rapacious mean? I actually do not know.
It means you are a magic card, because they do like that word. Chat, what does rapacious mean?
Yeah, I actually don't know. What does rapacious mean?
Prone to rapping.
Yo, I'm rapping. No, that's not
Yikes.
that.
Yep. Oh, thanks, Rob. Hungry and a lot. Actually, yeah, that's both of us. We're both hungry and a lot.
Yeah, I have to. You know how hungry I am all the time right now that I am in a calorie deficit because it is all the time and I am always starving. Like twice a day after I eat is when I am not. This is the only time I am not hungry.
Yeah. Food.
You're still in all the normal stuff here.
Oh yeah, this card's very good. I think we'll actually end up going banquet guests. Yeah, we will definitely need to go back and like cut a bunch of stuff.
I mean, Academy Manufacturer.
Boo.
I mean, you can't build a food deck without it.
Yeah, you can. It's just bad.
It's just wrong. Instant ramen for the meme.
Mm-hmm.
I do like putting an instant ramen. I just like it. Pulls up every instant from Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I think instant ramen is even funnier.
Veto, that's
Way to win.
a way to win. That's not activate below.
So
we can also have the Guillaume Master Chef. That's nice. Wherever it went.
we can also there's the creature that turns our creatures into foods.
Igra.
Igra, yes. Oh, how do I spell that?
G-R-A. R-A.
This is a weird, does not. Also, we are close to putting an infinite combo here. Viga and Sam.
Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, if Nerd Girl discovers it accidentally.
Yeah, don't say anything. Never mind.
That's
There's
true.
no
There's
infinite combo in this.
Yeah, there is no combo.
Yeah. No combo in Bossing Say.
Okay, you just put that in there because it says food on the card.
Where?
I'm just here. They're just like, it says food.
Oh, it says food. It says food.
It says food. That's a food.
Yeah.
It goes my food deck.
Feed. Well, it is feed and friends. That's kind of party. That's
Put him in.
Yeah.
Put him in. He's also a rogue. He's also is a party member.
Oh, maybe he goes in the party deck.
No, that's Rakdos.
Okay, great.
So he will not be in that deck.
Yeah. Okay, so this is enters or attacks. You can make a food. Yeah, cool. Fits the theme.
Food.
Fits like the theme and the theme.
I saw food. Generous down there.
A gent.
Do we want a sub theme of squirrels to go with their food? With a side of squirrel. I love ginger brute, but it's terrible in this deck.
Yeah, it's not good here.
I just love ginger brute.
Yeah, I do. I think the deck, to be able to do the cool thing, you do need the life total doublers.
Yeah.
And Beacon of Immortality, decked out, living forever.
I kind of like putting in my control.
1 life for each creature opponents control. All right, so let's think about the pod. We have the Borosek. I don't think is going super wide. The party one might. Because like this, I generally I'm like, oh, okay, seems cool. But if there's never a good opportunity for it, so the third deck, which will be ideally at least partly blue. It does count all opponents.
It does count all of our opponents, and it is a fog, which also keeps our life total higher, which is what we need.
Sure.
Heliod's Intervention is one of the best ways for a giant burst of life.
And at least the 2 decks we have so far are not super messed up by their artifacts and enchantments going away, which is
I mean, I don't know how you don't play bacon to a pie here.
What?
Bacon to a pie.
Oh yeah.
It's so flavorful. It's tasty.
Yeah. Flavorful. Generous gift.
Mortality Spear is a cool removal spell to play. We've gained life, it costs 2 less.
I guess.
What don't you like about it?
Because we're in the food decks, which means our life gain has been at least 2 mana expensive.
Yeah, but instead of paying the whole spell, you pay the whole spell and gain 3 life. So we added gain 3 life onto this card.
Yeah.
This seems like a great everybody lives.
Yes,
deck.
it does.
Especially because I think this makes for very fun plays. Atom bomb, baby. I love you still.
What? What just happened?
I don't. That song stuck in my head. It's a Fallout song. You never heard of Atom Bomb? Oh,
No.
there's another life doubler over there, all the way to the right.
Oh yes, this Revival Revenge.
So you guys are making another deck after this one based on what theme? We're probably this is the last deck we're probably building today.
Uh-huh. But the whole pod will be built with the party themed. Oh, chat was paused and bugged. Yeah.
Yeah, party theme, baby.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then we'll fill in some of the bread and butters.
Yep.
Um,
Does Revive the Shire in there because he gets a food, returns a permanent. To the left.
yeah, but I'm thinking thematic board wipe.
Mm-hmm.
You were looking for what? Revive the shower?
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know that we have like individual things that we care about returning.
That's fair. When I see an effect that is like in general good that adds food on there, I'm like, put it. That's like my thought.
Well, it's not my thought, but you are half of this.
I'm half of this.
Yeah, we're both building this deck together right now.
No, I've just been sitting here staring into the void. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
There's the big debt to the deathless play.
I mean, it's a game ender. It's a finisher.
But this deck is also fine with it not finishing the game. This deck's okay with it going, I'll just take a chunk of life. Great.
It's a lot of life. Oh my god,
Yeah.
it's a lot of life. Oh.
Yeah?
I like
Oh.
this thought.
Oh?
This is a good thought of a potential blue deck that involves
Oh,
party
games.
games. I like that idea.
Mhm.
And that could be a good way to fit blue in.
Yeah.
With like dice rolling. I do have a dice rolling deck together that is
That is very cute. Yeah.
very cute. But I do
You could definitely do like, is it like dice rolling and or coin flips? Like that those colors have both of those.
I'm just like might save us the whole deck because I have the is it deck put together already.
Oh, what is it?
Will with a blue background. The one that makes him so he can't be blocked.
Mm.
Yeah, he's still bad because he gets big. He takes forever to get bigger.
Send the deck list. Remind me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else. Frying pan is good.
I mean, yeah. You added a Nuka-Cola vending machine, right?
I haven't yet. Card is messed up.
It's my favorite part of the Lord of the Rings movies.
Yeah.
When they just stumble upon a soda machine. This is ancient magic from the future.
We can hold people hostage.
Ooh, that'd be really fun in the game.
Heaped harvest.
Put in the bread. I just think the bread's funny.
Bread.
Scroll up. Bread.
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 This is my preview card.
Yeah.
So thematic.
Bread.
Bread.
Bread. Night of Sweet's Revenge. Great card. Love that card.
Yep.
I just thought it was just like, yep.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you.
Look, Sanguine Bond to represent our bond together as a team. Also, it gives us a way to win the game.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so if we put that in with Exquisite Blood, I think that wins.
Oh.
New combo unlocked. I just discovered this.
I feel like people should be playing that.
Why are why are 3 of the decks playing Polluted Bonds? Why are 3 different Bilbo decks playing Polluted Bonds?
You gain life.
I don't understand.
You gain life. That's what the thing says.
There are 3 very mean Bilbo players out there who are like, I'm gonna do the silly food deck with my Polluted Bonds.
Polluted Bonds is like,
it's not that bad.
it doesn't do anything.
Bum. I mean,
This seems fun.
what's it do? This one I don't know.
Your artifacts are foods. Pay 3 whenever you gain life for the first time. Each turn, you make a raccoon. And then when you gain life for the first time, put a counter on each creature you control.
When I was looking at this art, I thought those what he is sitting on was his legs.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I thought he just was like,
wow, this is, we like
yeah.
half raccoon, half Groot.
It's just like, why does he look so weird? A Johnny Strength of the Pride is legitimately very good, but I don't know.
Yes, we keep we're not looking at the chat enough.
Really?
Oh yeah, Revel. I suppose that's another one of the ones that we'd have to think about. What else is in the pod? Because that's when an artifact is sacrificed or goes to the graveyard. I don't think the party or
That was
Balloon
suggested
Man,
like a half hour ago.
are going to do that often, unless the Balloon Man is copying artifact creatures.
Mm-hmm.
But if the other one
I'm yawning today.
is coin flips and dice rolls, Fangren would be the food being cracked makes them good, but doesn't Revel is only opponents, right? I think the Marauder is good. Yeah, otherwise Viridian Revel would be so messed up if you could trigger this artifact put in an opponent's graveyard from the battlefield. Yeah.
We're having cards already great. Well, good. Sometimes you overstep when you're like, yeah, card's amazing. It's like, no, wait, hold on. Let me back up a step. Card is good.
Yeah.
Is a Johnny not a fun card? It's an interesting one.
Oh, because it's the exile.
It is one-sided board wipe.
Each artifact and creature opponents control. It's
sponsor banner.
Sponsor banner. It turned off?
We never turned it on because we didn't get to we only need it for deck building.
The sponsor card. Yes.
Right. By the way, if you are wondering what that sponsor card thing that I just put on the screen up.
That's been on the screen this entire time.
Yeah, that's been on the screen this entire time. You can put any card you want into the deck for just 3 gift subs or a $15 Ko-fi donation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we will put any...
I can't believe nobody noticed that
any
until
card
now.
that will not ruin the game of Magic.
Yes.
Played at the table.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't believe...
It can be silly. It can be bad. The only ones that we will veto are like, this is... a disaster.
Yeah, it can be silly, it can be bad, but can also be like Teferi's Protection, a card we don't traditionally play in the show that much.
Yeah.
So if you would like to see Teferi's Protection in a sleeve with your name on it, so if it comes up in the game, we'll shout you out and curse you if it's bad, or cheer for you if it is good. If you want your name cursed on Decked Out, this is your way to do it.
Okay. I'm gonna put in some bread and butter here. Where are we not running talismans in this? Whoa. It does not want me to do that either. I can't.
Talismans? I mean,
I can't grab it.
Soul Ring's broken.
Yeah, it's Soul Ring. I mean, it is pretty broken. Talismans cause pain. I mean,
also we're green. We don't need talismans.
Yes, the 2 ramp spells should be fine.
We don't need talismans. We just need actual ramp. Sky Shroud Claim.
Are we a Sky Shroud claim deck?
The fact that the card gives you 2 mana back right away, I'm like, I'm like always a Sky Shroud Claim deck. So, but that is me.
I'm not as hot on it because like we're not a ramp deck. We don't get anything out of it other than it is like this is pretty reasonable card for any green deck.
That's fair. I mean, that's the. I thought that's what we were adding. Pretty
That-
reasonable card for any green deck.
I think when it's like turn 2, pretty reasonable card for a green deck I'm okay with. But I once we get to like I'm playing something on my turn 4 or something, I want it to be this is a card for the deck. If that makes sense. Like once we go through and do the rest of the filler, like I'd be like, okay, I guess. But like this has so many impactful things to do for that mana. And getting to the top end is not nearly as important.
Yeah. Do we want a Bird of Paradise? Just ramp us into Bilbo early.
Yeah. Yeah, like that kind of good in anything.
Mystic, Adversary Pilgrim. I don't know. We don't need to rush Bilbo out on turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Goose, Bird, Halfling is good in this deck.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of decks where I will play every single one. I don't think this is one of them.
Yeah, because this also has a lot of good drops on 2. Like Frodo or Mary are good to play on 2 if you wanted to go that route. We then have ramp at 2.
Watch out for our piggy.
Yeah, what's another sorcery or like what's another ramp that you like on 2? Or on 3? Like 3 is about as far as I'm going, and at that point I'm like, all right, let's play some interesting things.
It's so interesting because like I just don't think of Sky Shroud Shame as a 4 because of it giving you 2 mana back. Like I know it does cost 4 mana, but the way I process it is like, yeah, I do have to wait till I have 4 mana, but the fact that it gives me 2 back means I'm gonna double spell with it very often and use that mana right away. 3.
Yeah. I also think I'm less hot on it in a 3-color deck because the number of forests that we can like that help us out, we've maybe fetched already. Like,
well,
it can just be basics, but
yeah, but it also gets non-basics and basics, so it's just like it's tough to even in a 3-color deck. It's fixing at that point too. I mean, I'm very high on it, but obviously, how dare you have a different opinion than me? I'm gonna make a whole video short about how you're wrong.
It is a bad card, so yeah. Well, go ahead and add it in then, because it is only the one card. I think it is, and I think it is a reasonable add for the deck.
Yeah,
it is just not one that I would have put in.
Yeah, what I mean, I don't like I'm pretty low on Cultivate.
Same.
Kodama's Reach. I don't put them in very often. It's like we're actually pretty good on ramp now because we got 1, 2, 3, the pig, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we also have 8, 9. This is kind of ramp, but not really. Doesn't this? No.
Yes, that ramps.
Oh, this
Harvest
does
ramps.
Okay, so yeah, we've got a good count here. We've got a solid count here.
Yeah.
This
also... Oh wait, did we put carrot cake in?
No,
we gotta put carrot cake in.
Also, how did all these fools not put carrot cake in? We went to the whole EDH rack and they didn't put carrot cake in? Or instant ramen? Fools. Every party. I was going to say, it's very... Instant ramen deck is very funny to me. Because if you went to a party and they were serving instant ramen, like, ramen would be fine. That'd be cool. It's like, wow, this is kind of a cool thing. But instant ramen is like, are you serious? Like, you just made like a giant pot of like 30 of the instant ramens for the party.
All right, let's see. What are we're a little light on removal. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of removal. I don't think we really had anything else that was able to do it. Are there any good ways that we can stick this on another relevant thing?
That's a good question, because is there life gain synergistic removal? Is kind of what we want, right?
Yeah. Like kill a thing,
It's
gain
funny
life
because
equal to.
in general, I would have suggested things like Anguish are making, because it's like, oh, we have a lot of
Right.
life to pay, but we
Right.
just want to go up in this deck. This
Mhm.
deck is like, go so high, it's stupid. So I don't want to play the lose life things. Destroy, gain, life. Oh, you chastise.
Uh, I actually don't hate an effect like this here, but if we can find one that's this price for like artifact or enchantment.
Yeah, I agree. I actually thought the same thing, funny enough. I went, oh God, I wish I hit the other thing. Ooh.
Hmm?
Nothing.
Ooh.
I mean, fracturing Gus, but I do love me a fracturing Gus.
You definitely like these more than I do.
Yeah, I'm not.
But
So I want to be clear. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is most. These are mostly not good for content because they are either just okay or crush a player.
Mhm.
So it's like I don't. I think for content they aren't very good.
The big chunk of life is
Invoke
maybe
the Divine is fine.
if
It's a slightly overcosted.
Yeah, I think this is not interesting to me. If there was potential for a big play where it's like gain equal to cost, or like, you know, if it wasn't capped at a measly 4 life, then I'd do it.
A measly 4 life. Ooh.
Right. Otherwise, it's just like I'd rather have better costed removal and then do another thing that's more interesting.
Light of Alm's solemn card, but it's boring. It's not really adding anything.
Board wipe, and gain life. The pips is a little rough. That we could do like Fumigate.
I actually don't think the pips are gonna be that bad at all. But yeah, no, you should just play Fumigate. I would rather pay the extra mana. I think it's just the extra life's because it's a lot more life.
Yeah.
Noxious Gearhulk's interesting. Has the potential to gain a buttload of life.
Oh yeah, I like that better. We also I think we're a little light on top end for that's in our deck. I can't look at it right now.
Sephiroth's Intervention, baby. Let's go. Silverback's cool. I don't think it fits this deck very well.
Yeah.
Ooh, what if that instant from before was a sorcery now?
Ooh.
Oh,
or cost 4.
I was just gonna say, or it cost 4. Hold on, scroll up a second. It's sorcery though, but it does the converter mana cost.
Yeah. I still don't know if I'm interested.
Well, I only say because you brought it up. Sundering Growth is populates could make another food. No, it only does
creature tokens.
It only does creature tokens. Yes, yeah. You can't populate your food, and you shouldn't try.
Yeah. All right. We got something. I'm okay. Maybe we just put another generic like removal in.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go generic, there's also we can just do a beast within to go with a generous gift as a potential one.
Oh well, I put the generous gift specifically because it's a generous gift.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, I was just being like, hey, we're going generic. This is something that works.
We could do Assassin's Trophy. Here, take a land. So I'm giving you this. Is look at this gift. What a great exchange.
Could also throw in Path. This is probably the Nerd Girl deck. If there's one thing iconic to Nerd Girl, it's that she's gonna get us at 1 mana. White instance every single time. I don't know how it's possible. She's only 14 cards into her deck, and she has both every time.
But yes, if you wanna type those in, then
Oh yeah. Oh sorry.
one or both.
Let's do the Path to Exile. I think this will be enough removal then. And Beast.
Not Beast.
Oh wait, what was the other one?
Trophy.
Ah yes. Ass.
Yeah.
Ass.
Okay, so this brings us to 63, and I think we'd only added one land up to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ramp seemed okay. The late game, I suppose, is just do the Bilbo thing.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of bigger spells here, but
Does seem like let's give it a quick scrollsies here. We do seem very light on card advantage. Which we have the party tree, and then do we have anything else? Like there's things.
yeah, is there a way we can turn our foods into Gaffer?
Gaffers, yep. Gaffers card draw, yep, that's 2. Does Guillaume draw? No, he doesn't,
so.
right? Yeah, he just does other stuff.
Yeah, actually, that's a good suggestion for all y'all are putting in here. Displace dinosaurs as another top end.
Oh yes,
that's fun.
This is the Dino Nuggy deck. I always forget about this card, but I love this. I love this card. Dino.
Yeah, what's a good card like advantage for this deck?
For life gain. I mean, there's the
life gain and or food. You can sack 3. That's not great.
No, not because we want to sack him to gain 9 life.
Right. This also gains Frodo is your ring bearer, and the ring is tempted you. You draw a card.
So there's a few things. It's just we are light though.
We are light for sure.
There's the bad card where you can pay mana equal to the life you've gained to draw that many cards. It's a 4 mana artifact. Whenever
Well of Lost Dreams.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, that's just I was like thinking of.
I don't think we want a card about lost dreams on our
celebrating
the channel.
Now that you bring, I was just thinking of the card's ability. I did not know the name, and as soon as I heard it, I was off it immediately. Yeah, I do not want the Well of. No, I don't think it's Well of Lost Dreams.
I think it's Well of Lost Dreams.
It is.
Yeah.
It is Well of Lost
Get
Dreams.
that out here.
Yeah, we're not putting that in the deck. We are not putting that one in the deck. What is it?
Sack 2 foods, draw a card.
We're getting better, but we're not that much better. Stop trying to make they're trying to make us use our food to not gain life. That's the problem.
Yeah.
We just want to gain life. Ooh, I'm so yawny today. So yawny.
Is there just like what are generic good card draws in these colors that don't have any sort of life attached to them?
Well, for green, there's anything when you cast a creature. Those are pretty generically good things that you can just throw in. What else does green draw with? I mean, you can just play something as simple as Harmonize. You can play. See, I thought of there's the 3. the 3 mana something pain where like for each color you've paid into it, you draw a card and you can do three. It has converge,
Okay.
and you lose a life and draw a card for each color you paid into it. But you do lose life. I didn't say it was exciting.
Nah.
Life Grasper's Beast. Yeah, that goes in the same category as what's Reckoner's Bargain? I don't know what that is. Bob, I appreciate all your suggestions, Mitch. The Wise. The Wise.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's put the lands in and then give it a spin and see how we feel about this amount of card advantage.
Okay.
So let's see how fast can we do this. Whoops, we're hitting so many wrong buttons. Okay. This is the exotic orchard check. We have in the rest of the pod white for sure.
I don't think there's green.
I don't think there's green. I don't think there's there is black. So at that point, it is worth it. It is an untapped both of those.
Mm-hmm.
And then what kind of a mana base are we here? Let's take a look at the other one, the deck that we know that has been submitted here.
Why so yawny? What are you doing to me?
This is so they're shocks and checks and in color fetch. No, this is not in color fetch. That's funny.
Off color fetch.
Wait, which one is this? Oh, this is no, not this deck, not this deck. Not this one. Where's the one that the only one that I?
Veggie's really struggling right now.
Click.
Oh, Veggie.
Click. Look. Okay, yeah, this is pretty solid. 2 colors. We're doing certainly solid. So, are there any good life gain lands that we care about?
Yes, the one that gains you 2 life for each creature.
What land is that?
Blight something.
Blight something.
Blighted Steppe.
Yeah, 2 life for each creature you control. Sure.
Yeah. It's just congregate on a land.
Right.
Is there any other good life gain lands?
A big sweaty uncle. We probably, I don't know if we have a deck tech left for today, but maybe we do.
I mean, if
why not? So here's how you do it. You either gift 10 subs, or you go to the little link that you see on the right side of the page at kofi.com/deckedoutedh.
If you want to click, also it's just below. You can just scroll down and click the link instead of having to type it in.
Yes, the Kofi link I think is the best for us, and that is how you get a deck tech. And yeah, easy as that.
Yeah, you got to get it in soon because otherwise we will run away
into
the darkness. That's what we do.
Yeah,
Kofi. Oh, look, Kofi did it for us. The bot. I thought someone put it in. The bot's just like, hold on, I got this.
Yeah.
Thank you, bot. What a nice bot.
Yeah. Cottage. Makes food.
Cottage.
I got this. We got this. What? The Reliquary Tower? I don't think we need that.
You can tell this is pre-con. Scoured Barrens.
Oh yeah. I almost don't want to put the shocks. Let's
not.
Let's do a band base like this. One that does not care about.
Let's avoid all life loss.
Yeah.
Looking for life gain lands? Yeah, we are looking for life gain lands.
Yeah, where's the other one? Black, white.
Big Sweaty Uncle is quite a name. It is quite the name. I can't stop. I just look and I was like, Big Sweaty Uncle in chat.
Yeah, so no pain lands, no fetches.
No fetches, yes.
Yeah. This is fine. I'll put that in.
Yep. No, it's funny. We don't have a lot of card advantage. I would actually maybe put the bond slides in. Funnily enough. I just thought after mocking function life gain lands. See, I absent. Yeah, yeah, we do know. Yeah, we're actually we're pretty good. You know most of those.
What?
He was just showing, what are those called? Syntax.
Oh.
I appreciate you helping with the syntax. We know a lot of them. I don't know what function is. I've never heard function. I didn't know function life gain.
Sort of like tags. Like this thing has been identified as something that gains life.
That's fair. I'm just not. Yeah, I've definitely not used that one before. Shamanic Revelation, I kind of like. It gains life and draws cards. It only gains for bigger creatures, but even so, it's like just 4 to 8 life with some card draw on it is like solid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great suggestion. I like that a lot. Atom Bomb, baby. I love you still.
This is pretty light for fixing. What other fixing do we do in this deck that's not bad or loses life?
Stop trying to make us lose life, deck.
I guess we could do checks, but the checks are significantly worse without fetches or shocks. Yeah. We'll do Triome.
Triome, yep.
Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe we just be a basic heavy deck. And we do play the checks, because the checks are going to be fine in basic heavy deck.
Sure. I'm down with that.
Also, if we're going to be a basic heavy deck, we can also play the Verges. So those are some nice filler in.
And then I think at that point, if we're not going to do the life loss ones, we still do like a Fable Passage and something.
Yep, Fabled Passage.
Yeah. Verges. Are they here? People are probably not even playing them yet.
No, especially because it's the pre-con. You can see that they are not good at. I don't know what these are called. Yeah, I don't think I know any of the Verges off the top of my head.
Yeah. That's the one. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, your basic passage. Yep, like Fabled Passage works for this.
Yeah.
$6. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's supposed to be like Ash Barrens is also solid. Yeah, it's a way to cycle to get land fixing if we need it.
I'm looking to see if there's if we run an escape tunnel, if there's anything here that cares about getting in that's small, but I don't think so.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be.
I mean, it still does fetch, but yeah, I don't think it's terribly good.
Ooh, Field of the Dead.
Blah.
Oh, I need to be cool. Escape Tunnel is a one-time use effect.
Yeah, it is a one-time use effect. It just we've got fetch land that also has small extra thing. Was the idea there?
Some snowlands to go with our Field of the Dead.
All right. Heavy green.
Secondary white.
Secondary white. Yeah, just go.
You added one feasting hobbit.
Nice.
Thank you, Veggie.
We have 11 slots more. What would we say? White. No. I did not math this at all.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Do we have anything in here that's unbalanced? I think everything we've done has been. We have an extra green on the Shire.
I like Croson Verge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always a big fan of that.
All the verges.
Yeah. All the I've reverged.
Yeah. Let me cut a feasting hobbit real quick.
Oh, we can't play 2 feasting hobbits now? What does Commander become? Ruined by the snowflakes. I don't know why.
Ruined.
Ruined. I put in my lands first. Just 36 basics to start. No, then you got to take them all out.
Yeah, no.
Is there any more utility land that we could add that we can think of? I cannot think of anything.
Is there just like another good 3-color or like multicolor land? Something that they all like lose life.
Yeah,
Confluence, City of Brass. Like,
yep. I do like having no life loss in your life gain deck. It's a fun little. It's like we accidentally put this restriction on ourselves because we just
we're like, no, we got to do it.
We don't want to lose life.
Right.
That'd be bad.
Yeah. How big is the? That's a pretty big jump. I think we just
do it forest. Yeah. What is that shortcut?
I was not doing shit. There we go. No.
Stop adding feasting hobbit, Veggie. Why can't you stop adding damn feasting hobbit?
All right, let's take a look. Let's see, because the one thing we're checking is how do we feel about
card advantage.
Card advantage. All right. I don't think we keep this hand. We don't play anything until turn 3.
It's slow.
2 lands. We'd only have green. Wait, we have everything that we wanted. Can play this, which is bad on 2. Great.
Go to 6.
This does not play anything until turn 3. That's not a good start. So anytime that I'm testing with a Soul Ring in the deck, I will just replace it. This only has 1 land. This only has 1 land. 2 lands. Passage.
All right, so I need to add 2 more lands to the deck.
We can Lembus on 2. This is not great. Does this need more ramp?
There's a lot of ramp in this deck. If I remember correctly.
All right, let's say that. Let's keep this and see what happens. So we go draw.
Never didn't have it.
I think here because we could go for broke with Provisioner, and like
we just slam Lumbus or
we slam this. Yeah, draw a card. This is what scry and a draw. Yeah,
better.
Great. Oops. All right, so that was our scry. Oops. I think we would have scried this away.
Yep. And we draw in the land.
Yes, and then next turn we draw. Never didn't have it. Go 3 Provisioner, 4 Passage.
Treasure, play Astarion?
Treasure, play Astarion. This is make food equal number of non-token creatures that enter battlefield. I think I would try to set up for a bigger Astarion, but okay. So this was like
that was
functional.
That was functional.
All right. Here, this also is kind of funky. We just don't play anything for a bit.
We haven't seen any of our,
and we've seen no ramp because here we can go 1. Use this on 2. to grab a. We eventually need double black, but single black is good for now because it turns on Hushwood Verge if we pick something else. Probably could use another white because we have a path. Okay, draw.
Feasting Habit.
Verge.
There's not even 2 in the deck now.
There's not even 2 in the deck. Just go Bilbo. This is being a little tricky. Birds. We have a bird.
Yay, birds.
We have to play a tap land to get it.
That's fine. No,
that's fine. We'll be okay. Turn 2. So we go birds and like planes. Turn 3. Stadium. 4 mana gives us. I forget. Is Mary? How much does Mary cost? Can we double spell? 3. No.
Bergen Truk.
Yeah, this is probably just this.
No, we can
Turn 4. Playing this and sacking this gives us so much.
It's a lot of food.
It's a lot of food. Okay.
It seems functional.
It's functional. It might need a little bit of a tune-up. I don't know why we're not drawing any ramp.
I literally think that this is a weird variance because we do have ramp.
Let's count. 1, 2, 3.
Pig.
Pig is 4. I'm only counting ramp at 1 or 2. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So odds on ramp on 1 or 2. I guess
This doesn't seem that unreasonable.
it's not unreasonable, but it is a little lighter than I think I would normally do. I would have like 1 or 2 more things, but because it's tricky because like this is also throwing us off because we would not play here at the early.
It's not a real 2-drop. Yeah. The land fixing is fine. I think colors aren't going to be an issue. It's just a matter of functioning from the early game.
Yeah.
With either ramp or something that just gets you going. Because if the deck does not get going,
This is 5 lands and 2 and a 4, a 3 and a 4. It's very strange. Yeah, still not.
well,
I think
we
it just
definitely defied the odds on seeing early ramp.
Yeah, literal none.
Yeah,
we've seen the birds again. That's the only one that we've seen this entire time.
And also, it comes with, of course, tap lands.
We can promenade.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Promenade, birds.
In the Took again? Can we stop birding in the Took?
I mean, bird into Took on turn 2 is pretty nice.
Much
here.
better, yeah.
So that's turn 2. Turn 3.
What an awkward draw of getting our Everybody Lives and Riot control.
Yeah. Turn 3. So we probably just go Verge Bilbo. Turn 4. This needs to be a good turn or yikes.
We can draw 3 cards. It's not great.
Oof.
I mean,
that's probably the best move here.
But let's see how we function after the 3 cards here. So
okay,
with this card draw,
play land. We
if it's not functioning after this
3, Treebeard gives us an outlet, but as this will enter, make 2 foods, which is 3 foods. We'll have 2 mana left. So
crack a food probably rather than
crack a food.
Yeah, because we want to get up. Cracking the food, right? This lets us put counters on hobbits
or itself, yeah.
But then we put it here.
Right.
We bump its power for the party tree.
Yeah.
And then okay, we are functioning.
All right, that was for sure a functional one. I'm gonna do one more.
Carrot cake, baby, I love you still. You just don't know the Atom Bomb song, so it's just like, what do you do? It's just a Fallout. It's like it's basically an old school meme song, like 50s meme song.
Okay, so we'll start Passage.
You didn't draw yet.
I didn't draw yet. Passage.
That's great. That was a great draw
It
too.
was a pretty good draw. If I grab
Black, it'll
black,
give us double
it gives
everything.
us yes. Cool. Turn 2.
Oink oink.
Boom. We're oinking. 3. We have whatever colors that we want. 3.
What's Sam cost 3?
4. Sam costs 3.
Okay.
But we can double spell Frodo and Carrot Cake.
Yeah. So probably do that.
Boom.
Okay. This is functional.
Yes. Yeah. Already
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Like this is doing lots of stuff here.
Yes. Okay.
It
Cool.
seems like as long as you hit one of, so I guess if we want to be sure, just telling their girl,
yeah.
to mulligan aggressively to make
Okay.
sure she has ramp. Yeah,
I'm happy with this.
yeah. I mean, this deck seems very functional. Like it just seems, it seems like we hit a real bad RNG bump there.
That was funky.
That was real funky because we were just like no ramp, no ramp, no ramp, no ramp. That was fun. I think it's the end of the stream though, right?
Yeah.
That is.
We got it there just in time.
Yeah, just in time with 4 minutes left. Do you guys want? What do you guys want? Do you want the stream to end 4 minutes early, or do you want us to yell "awooga" into the mic for the next 4 minutes?
I mean, they know how to make that happen anyway.
Oh yeah, that's true. In order to get to yell "awooga," you do have to give subs. We don't give it away for free.
Yes. We have 3 minutes left. Suggest other commanders for this theme that have blue in them.
Yes, that is true.
It has to be something to do with anniversary or birthday or celebration or party that has blue in it. I'm trying to think myself.
Scrabble.
Let's see.
Is there a party tag? No, it's gonna give out party
Commander.
cards. God damn it.
Greater than or equal to blue. So identity greater than or equal to blue, and is commander oh right, what are our options for, we might just use the will and
Yeah, the will dice roll deck.
Yeah.
Together.
because I was like, oh, there's the new blue coin flip guy, but mono blue coin flips is hard to get enough coin flips for.
Yeah, it's tough. Or you just play, and if you play blue red, that guy's too good. He's so good. Like coin flip players are supposed to be silly. He's just like, I don't fuck around. I don't fuck around with these coin flips. I just win.
Mm-hmm.
So weird, because like, it just feels like coin flips are supposed to be silly, but he's so good. Like he's just like,
But he's also 6 mana.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's a weird
is-
direction to go with the coin flip mechanic. I think, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, it's just like he's just like, what if I had good card and then coin flip?
Yeah.
Cool. Weird design, but whatever. Does that guy flip coins? I don't know.
He doesn't.
He
flips-
doesn't flip coins.
He flips no coins. All his abilities are only draw 1 for each artifact you control, and if you would flip coins.
I knew that part. I thought maybe there was a hidden Krakashima for coins. No.
No.
Nobody wants to play Krakashima. Definitely not on camera. It's already a pain in the ass to play off camera. Krakashima is
I have to say the design for the deck, like the fact that deck exists and the way that it generates, like the concept of the deck is really incredible.
Mhm.
Like, hey, we've leveraged this really what I think was supposed to be super silly commander. We've just leveraged probability in a way that means our win is really likely to happen with this. Like that, it's a beautiful design of a deck.
Yes, until you take it to a tournament setting, and
Yes.
then it is a miserable design because non-deterministic wins are bad.
Like if it feels like one that would be really good for an online client that can handle it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that can just like instantly flip 100 coins.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
It's 8:00.
it is 8 o'clock. Thanks everybody for watching. We appreciate you a ton. A ton. And if you want to support us, maybe check out one of our sponsors, such as
Ultimate Garden.
I was just gonna say that. I was putting in the UG get Ultimate Guard, where you can go and get awesome sleeves. You can get the squares where you can have your deck inside of
Squaros, yeah.
Squaros.
It's just like your decks inside of people that you like
Yeah,
on TV.
inside of SpongeBob, inside of Avatar: The Last Airbender, inside of Star Trek, the whole character of Star Trek. You know,
Yeah.
that's my favorite character from the Star Wars universe is Star Trek.
Yeah. Mr. Star. Patrick Star Trek.
Please call me Trek.
Yeah.
He's very formal. He loves his last name.
All right. You can see us here doing deck techs and deck builds every Wednesday, all the time. It's one or both of us. It's great. And you know where to go if you want to get your decks teched. We will see you all on the next one, or you'll just see one of us immediately tomorrow. Goodbye.
Finger guns for all of you.